Summon Sign is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Hello everyone, welcome to episode 1 of Summon Sign, a new weekly podcast focused on in-depth gaming discussions. Oh boy, I'm very excited, and for episode 1, we got my boy, Dustin Furman.
Yo, Brad, this doesn't even feel like real life, honestly, to some degree.
It's weird. This
is insanity, and honestly, here's the thing. I know we've got a lot to explain to the audience, but the goal number 1 for me was to get another One Piece fan. I wore my new One Piece sweatshirt.
It's very nice.
And I thought, you know what? I'm safe now. You know,
I
can just go ahead and put my figures out. You know, I've got my people here. And there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Now that we have another One Piece fan here, anything's possible. Anything is possible.
Where are your jars?
What was that called? Well,
where are your jars?
Where are the jars? Oh, I keep those. Those are under the desk.
I know that
you're in the dishwasher,
dude. I know that story from hearing you guys talk about it, and that is heinous shit. If you do that, dude, you got to stop. Just relax, okay?
Well, wasn't my assumption about the jar the most sensical though?
Yes.
That I assumed you would put the jar in the jar to protect it. Not save it.
Yes, that's what I think. Also joining me is fucking Big Boss. The big boss of Last Stand Media. Give him a salute real quick. It is Colin Moriarty. Thanks for having me here, dude. You invited me.
Yeah, and thank you for inviting me to your first episode. I'm thrilled to have you here. You're very welcome here. This is exciting, Brad. I think the situation was serendipitous and fortuitous for us. We needed and wanted a new show. You do an amazing job with your work, and so we're happy to have you here. And I'm really excited to see what you do with the show. I think for people, you're probably gonna be a bunch of new people that don't listen to our shows listening. Mm-hmm. We do a network of shows, and the rule is that you do whatever you want with your show that you host. So obviously the Dukes over with Maddie and Cog on the Xbox side, they do their own show. I have nothing to do with it. And the similar thing will happen here, where you're going to be allowed to do your own show however you'd like with whoever you want on it. Say whatever you want, feel however you want. I'm not your dad. I'm your boss ostensibly, but I really just don't. I just do the show every week and have a great time and make good content for our audience. And you are very welcome here to say and do whatever you'd like otherwise, within the widest reason, and bound, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Don't go on racist tirades like Dustin sometimes.
No.
You can't stop me.
Yeah, yeah. So just for people, if they're not aware, I hosted a podcast before called Frame Trap, where that's all focused on game discussions. This is kind of the spirit of the show is also in this show now. Like, we're going to get in depth. Like, I know you guys talk about what you're playing on your shows, but this podcast is mostly focused on that. So we're going to get deep into the nitty gritty of what we're playing. And, there's a little chaos thrown in there every now and then. So it'll be a good time. I can't wait to get Chris on here. He's going to get uncomfortable with the stuff we got for him.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a good time.
He's the best when he's uncomfortable. And it's worth noting for people that are concerned, because I'm sure there's going to be a concern, and I will have written a letter to the audience that will go out with this episode so people will know a little bit more. But we will continue to have those sections in our respective shows. Like, I've already talked to the Dukes. I know that's a pretty substantial part of their show. It is much less important to Sacred Symbols, but we will still talk about the games that we play. What I want people to conceptualize is that if there's going to be 2, 3, 4 of us, whatever, a week here, these are going to be different permutations and combinations of people wherein you will not really have conflicts between the two shows. And this is going to be the place where, because we're bringing Sacred Symbols Plus back to once a week, where all of the big game discussions that would be on our show would now live. So like the Spider-Man 2 review discussion would have been here. So for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I would assume Helldivers 2, Rise of the Ronin, Pacific Drive, all the big games coming for our console on Sacred Symbols in the coming months will be covered here. But we will also talk about them, nominally on Sacred Symbols. So no fears there. Nothing changes for us. We want to discuss games in a deeper and more regular way. And I think this is really important.
Yeah. I'm very excited to get into it. You just got me worried though, Colin. You're talking about Rise of the Ronin. That's the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would do that to me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't care. Though. So do you like the original Dragon's Dogma?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that game. It is very flawed, but I love it.
I was thinking about playing the Dark Arisen on PS4, the 2017 port, because I played Dragon's Dogma. I have a few trophies for it back in the day when it came out in 2010 or whatever it was, 2011, but I never really got into it. I was so busy at IGN, I just kind of bounced off of a lot of things. I'd like to get back to it, but I think Dustin was the one that turned me on to this. It was like, no 60 frames is hard for me to deal with. I don't know if I'd be able to play it like that, but I did play Miles Morales on PS4 before Spider-Man 2 came out to get the trophies there, and it wasn't that bad, so.
Yeah, I'd say, I think there's a difference between first party Insomniac, though, and Capcom at that time and place.
Yeah, that era of Capcom, certainly.
Yeah. But Dragon's Dogma was awesome. I also, Colin, I think I have that 3 versions or 4 versions of that game. I do have the PS4 version. I booted up and it was $30 and I turned it off immediately. And I bought it for, I think, $4 on Steam.
Yeah,
like,
I just don't play PC games. I don't even know. Dustin, you'll know more because you built my PC. Is this even able to play games, this machine?
Oh, well, it can absolutely play Dragon's Dogma. And I would imagine it could play anything, just not with full max ray tracing or whatever. I mean, that's a 2070 in it. Yeah. So yeah, very much capable still.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about PC gaming. I have Steam, and I think it's like my 6th or 7th login I'm in now because I always just forget what the login is. And this most recent time I logged in to play Habroxia, which my studio just released on PC. So not much of a PC player. Am interested in getting more into mouse and keyboard on PlayStation, which we talk about a lot on Sacred Symbols. And that is becoming more of an option, but it is still very much tertiary to a lot of games. And that would be interesting.
Dude, I did that back on the PS2 with Final Fantasy 11. I used a mouse and keyboard when I played it. It was very jank, but I made it work, and it was awesome.
Yeah, it's a totally foreign thing to me, So.
Yeah, you gotta get that mouse and keyboard. It's the best for first-person shooters, Colin. It's not even close.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I'm so used to it's what we were even saying, Brad, about the Edge controller, though, where even adding those paddles, I'm so acclimated. And I know we all are, and it's just an excuse, but I can't even imagine adding those buttons in, nonetheless changing this entire format of the way I play.
Sure.
I just don't think. And in an active game, like if I like Civilization and stuff like that, and that's easy to play because it's turn-based, but yeah, I'm just not smart enough for that stuff.
Yeah, I think if you just spent like a week with it, Colin, like if you played Doom or whatever, Doom Eternal for a week with that, you'd be like, all right, well, I could never play with a controller again. Because as soon as you realize you're turning on a controller, you're like a bus backing up. That's what it feels like.
It's weird because Chris, I think Chris, some of the PC games he plays, or first-person shooters, he still plays with controller. Like I think he might play Doom with a controller.
Ew.
Which I find a little gross.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
He's scary good though at games, with those kinds of games. So I defer to him with all those things. He really is. I don't just say that to blow smoke up his ass. I've seen him play so many games, and it's just like he's got some special talent where me, I can barely. If it's not in 2D, I could be in trouble.
Well, some of those games they got the auto aim cranked the hell up on controller. Like Call of Duty, you will dominate. Like most people play on controller because it's like you're better at it usually for that game at least.
Yeah, it'll just like snap to play.
Yeah, I become acclimated to auto aim in single player shooters on controller where you kind of almost bake that in. Where it's like, yeah, just get it over there and you'll aim on it automatically. And I don't like that. I don't need to. I'm not on a SWAT team, Brad. I don't need to.
I think you need to be on a SWAT team. I think you need to feel the thrill of the kill, Colin. Pulling that trigger
on mouse and keyboard.
Going to be looking. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that A24 Civil War trailer?
I saw the trailer for that. No. I'm not sure about it.
What the hell is that?
It's like about like a modern American Civil War, basically. Like a breakdown.
Oh, okay.
It looks like real.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Jesus.
Dude, that's Alex Garland. Colin, who did...
he wrote Ex Machina.
Ex Machina, and then the other movie that I really like that I keep recomming, but I can't remember what it's called. Annihilation.
Annihilation, right. Yeah.
He also did a movie called Men. That if you've seen it, man, it is one of the strangest movies I've ever seen that disturbed me. I still think about it every once in a while, but I'll leave it at that. Comments will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no thanks, Dustin. I think I'm out on that. I mean, I don't even really watch movies in general. Like, I don't remember the last movie I saw in a theater, but I don't know. Like, dude, the movie
Gran
theater
Turismo
sucks.
Gran Turismo.
Dude, I heard that was good, but I haven't seen it yet. I need to watch that.
It's fine.
I feel obligated.
Brad, you pissed me off in the last few months about movies because I was like, dude, you can go see Oppenheimer in film. And you fucking didn't.
So here's the thing.
You were like, it's going to be too busy.
here's the thing, Dustin. Let me tell you about my movie going experience. So where I live in Orange County, we have the Irvine Spectrum, which is a legendary theater with the IMAX, like one of the best IMAXs in the world.
Okay.
I tried to see Oppenheimer there, and it was sold out for like months and months and months. And eventually I just said, fuck it. I'm not going to see it. Whatever. I'm over it. And Dustin, I'll never forget, man. This is what really ended it for me, dude. I saw Toy Story 4, okay? Toy Story 4 when it came out with my girlfriend. Empty theater, dude. Two drunk girls come stumbling in. Just two drunk idiots stumbling and sit right behind us. Behind us in an empty theater and start yapping the entire movie, dude. I was like, you know what? I'm just fuck movie theaters. I'm good. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm generally in agreement with you. I became a bit of a... In San Francisco years ago, I haven't been there in a long time now, but I was really getting into like the Alamo Draft House thing where you'd like go.
Yeah.
And you could spend, I remember me and my ex going and seeing Independence Day 2, which was horrible. But we ended up spending literally like $130. We were just like,
it's easy
by the end of it. And especially because we hated the movie. The movie sucks. But here in Virginia, which I've been in since late 2019, I think I've only been to the movies probably a half dozen times at the very most. I think that's probably even extreme. And it's mostly to see things for our shows.
Yeah.
I do. It will have already been out we're recording this before January 1st, obviously, when this will go live. But I do want to see Wonka because that's probably it's definitely a top 5 movie for me of all time. And I'm not even a chocolate person or a sweets person at all. I just think it's authentically hysterical and really clever. And I also love Roald Dahl. And the new one is supposed to be the same character, which I kind of dig. And I kind of like it based on the trailer. I don't know if I'm going to like it when I end up seeing it, but I kind of dig it. So I think I'll see that in the theater. But for Oppenheimer, I'm going to watch it on my phone. And I have an iPhone SE, by the way. So
vertical. You know,
I'm going to watch it like that.
As Gene would say, Gene put on Twitter for comfort. You know,
right? Exactly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This movie thing. I mean, I'm sorry. I know it's a Last Stand show.
Yeah,
obviously.
Go on.
I just saw the new Miyazaki movie, The Boy and the Heron. And I'm at this the quiet little theater, South Pike Cinemas in Sarver, PA. It's about 25 minutes away, but it's a way better theater than the Butler Theater. We're watching this movie, and the entire time it's like boom, 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 right next door. And it's the fucking Beyonce movie. It's fucking blasting in Sarver, PA on a Sunday night. Just that going off. And it's a Miyazaki movie, so it's a lot quieter, and just the entire time, all I hear is boom.
Dude, you got to complain about that. Get your money back or something.
Yeah,
that's bullshit. You shouldn't have to deal with that. And I mean, I won't have that problem when I watch it on my television with my TV speakers.
Yeah, that's gonna be an HQ experience.
Hey, this I told you, Dustin for Christmas bought me, or it was for my birthday. I don't remember. No, for Christmas.
Your wedding.
My wedding. Okay, yeah, one of those things.
Yeah.
You bought me a nice surround, like a Sonos sound bar, and and now I have downstairs, Mike and I are the same, where we kind of like the TV to be low. And I know this is weird, but we watch a lot of sports and tons of hockey, tons of football, all that kind of stuff. And we're just not surround sound people. And I make the argument that when I'm looking at a screen, a flat screen, why do I want the sound behind me? I don't really understand that or anything like that. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. But upstairs, we have a loft behind me, and there's another huge TV set up there, and we don't use it very much. And that's where we play our ambient games and like get crazy with it. That's where I played The Last of Us Part 1, and I played Ocarina of Time for Knockback and all that. And we're going to set it up there and make a nice little ambient space for you, Dustin. And then I'll let you know. I'll report back.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I appreciate it. It's a very nice gift. Unlike Chris, when I bought him a PSVR, I'll actually use it.
Yeah.
Chris not only never used the PSVR, but he doesn't even know where it is.
Wow. What the fuck, dude?
And I'll you guys can find it on Twitter years and years ago, but I gave it to him. I wrapped it in Bounty paper towels and gave it to him.
Oh my God.
On the show. And it was very funny.
Classy.
But,
Jesus. I did remember the last movie I actually saw. It was Avatar 2.
Oh, did you like it? Because let me ask you this, because I watched Avatar for the first time a few months ago with my brother for Knockback, and I thought it was kind of mediocre, but I really liked it before the aliens were in it, and that's not even an ironic thing. Like, there was something really gritty and interesting about the first 10 to 15 minutes of the movie. And then I wanted to watch it because I love Massive and I wanted to play the game. So I bought the game and I started playing it for 10 or 15 minutes. I got distracted. I haven't gone back. I feel like I need to go and watch the second film. Is it any good?
Yeah, I think it's worth watching. So with Avatar, I'm just kind of like, it's fine. It's nothing special to me. I think is a movie I saw in the theater, the best possible experience, IMAX, 3D, all that good shit. So it was really fun to watch, but it's like, I don't really need to watch it again at home. You know what I mean? It's just like the experience at the theater was enough for me kind of thing. 2 looked really cool when I saw it, except it had like frame rate that would change throughout the movie.
Oh, yeah.
It would be 24, then like 48, which I don't mind 48, but it's just a jarring hopping between those during scenes or whatever.
What do they call that? Don't they call? Is there a name for that in movies? Overcranking, right? Isn't that
I don't know what the term is exactly.
Which sounds a little perverted.
I was going to say that's maybe something.
I don't know shit. I don't know anything about film, but I thought I remember that term or a term like that. I think they did in The Hobbit, right? Where it was running mega fast.
I saw it in that, dude.
HFR.
Yeah. HFR.
Wait, HFR. I can't remember. Maybe it's not HFR. But yeah, they did it for The Hobbit, and people hated it. They're like, oh, it looks like a soap opera.
I saw all 3 in that. So the first one, it was much worse, but it seems like they cleaned it up for the second one. It seemed a little better when I saw the second movie. But like
overcranking. I'm sorry. Overcranking is when the frame rate of a shot is higher than the standard used throughout the rest of the film. I was actually right.
Whoa.
Overcranking.
You would remember overcranking.
Yeah, I overcrank every day.
Yeah, right.
Why would they name it that? It's so weird.
Probably because this, and then you're.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're over here. You're real. You know what I'm saying?
Which it probably. I mean, if you read about the history of the film, which again, I don't know anything about. There probably were overcranked films back in the day.
Yeah,
and that's probably where the term comes from. Now, because I think you had to time it, like a person had to like be a metronomic kind of.
Sure,
which is kind of interesting. They were like little clocks. Now, Brad, let me ask you this before we get any further into your show. I'm already taking it over, but I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Let's acclimate a little bit. Because you said, you used to do a show called Frame Trap. I mean, let's get into your bio a little bit here.
Oh, sure.
Who are you? Where? So you said you're in Orange County. I mean, we know these details, but the audience might not. Where do you come from? What's your experience? Tell us about your girlfriend. Tell us,
Yeah, sure.
Tell us about yourself.
Everything.
I can give you the whole thing. So, born and raised in Orange County, California. I'm like
beautiful.
Yeah, I'm in Irvine specifically, so I'm right by Blizzard and Obsidian, all those guys, and Sega, Atlas. All that shit. So, grew up here. Went to school, high school, whatever. Went to college for a little bit. Didn't really enjoy it at the time. I don't think I was ready for it at the time. Decided to go to beauty school. So I did that for like the whole thing. I became a hair stylist. I did that for, I think, 4 years, which was cool. It was fun. I got to do some fun stuff like going to hair shows and shit, where it's like high fashion kind of stuff, but I don't think
was it unisex like what you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. My grandfather on my Italian side owned a salon. Like he was a beautician in Manhattan, and so I used to go to his house and used to cut my hair with his little scissors.
Oh, that's nice.
So I totally love. I mean, I personally love the male stylist. I think that's dope. Like getting the male vision, straight or gay, whatever, it doesn't matter. But getting the male vision towards a woman, I think especially, I love that. I think it's very
you could. Yeah, I would say it could be different for sure, and it's just what you prefer. But I did that for like 4 years, which is cool. But dude, guys, I remember I was like, I went to like a bathroom or some shit at one of those shows, and someone was just doing fucking like blow out in the open, and I was like, all right,
really, that's what turned you off was the blow.
Well, one of that, I was just like, I think it was a lot of it because in the back of my mind, I really wanted to do video game stuff. That wasn't like the catalyst or whatever, but I just remember seeing that and just being like, okay, I don't know if I really want to deal with this all the time, because some of the people I met are really cool, but I don't know, a lot of them kind of had like problems, I would say. A lot of addiction problems. The ones that I met, at least. Yeah.
Definitely, so dude. Yeah, I don't teach their own. I don't really care what anyone does, but I've never touched that stuff personally. I was just saying it because it's I would have had to drop out of college at that point. I mean, that was like that. Like people just were. It was just everywhere. It's not. I don't think it's cool at all. But a lot of people still. I know people do it.
I mean, I don't really care if like people do drugs or whatever. Like that's their business or whatever. But I think it was just kind of thing like I just don't really want to be this kind of vibe.
Last Stand is drug free, so you're welcome here. I mean, no one does any kind of
no drugs,
no drugs, no cigarettes, no
herbal,
weed, no alcohol. We're clean.
Yeah, straight edge. Yeah.
Do we have anyone that smokes cigarettes?
I don't know if anyone is like a regular smoker.
Yeah,
you know,
Dagan did for years, but he hasn't in a long
Gene
time.
did for a while, didn't he?
Gene did. Yeah, that's right,
Yeah.
Gene. Yeah, and then weed users, I mean, me, obviously, and I think everyone smokes a little bit, but not very much.
Mhm.
Drinkers, I don't think we have any heavy drinkers either. I was a heavier drinker when I was younger. But
I have a drink occasionally, but that's about it usually.
what do you like? You like beer? Or you like liquor?
No, I like whiskey nowadays.
Oh,
my
what
brother,
kind of whiskey?
Recently it was Scotch. Dude, my brother, okay, so throughout our entire life, my brother, he's 2 years older than me. He's always like when he collects something, he like gets really into it. It was like magic cards and then like Pokemon cards and other stuff like that. He's been in later years, he went to beer. He got like a lot of beer. Then he moved over to like whiskey and bourbon and Scotch, all that stuff. So he has like a huge collection, and he just gives me shit. He would just give me shit all the time because he's just like, oh, I don't need this. Here, just take that. So I would just have whatever he would have. And some of those are like really expensive bottles that he would give me. So I would just have like, several $100 bottles of Scotch and shit like that.
Yeah, you and Dagan would get along if you guys. Dagan loves Scotch and tequila. I don't like Scotch. I'm a bourbon person, straight up.
Sure, yeah.
I love beer too. I think beer's awesome,
beer's fun. Yeah.
But as far as liquor's concerned, okay, I'm getting and so you say you haven't. I'm sorry, I'm prodding here. I want to know more.
Yeah,
so
please prod.
I might. So by the way, I just got this vision, and I don't know if this is going to connect with you. Do you know John Harden at Atlas, or he used to be at Atlas?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So, and he's in your area, obviously. He was a friend of mine. You got like a similar thing going on with him.
That's weird.
Yeah, like a similar vibe.
We got along really well, actually.
Yeah.
I saw him and talked with him a lot for Armored Core, like they were doing the previous stuff, because he's at Bandai now.
Oh, is he? I thought he was at he was doing some MMO or something for a while.
He was, but he's at Bandai now, so I was talking to him for Armored Core and all that stuff. But yeah, he's still really nice, rad dude.
Is Denny still at Denny and all those guys still at Bandai? I don't talk to any of these people anymore.
I don't really know.
Denny Chu and
maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't deal with PR anymore, so I have no idea. That's so funny. I had no idea he moved over. Because I'm sorry, that just reminded me. Do you know John Harden, Dustin? Do you know who that is?
No.
He was the longtime PR guy for Atlas, long time. And when Aram Jabari, who's at Sony still, left, he was at Atlas forever. He went to Sony, and John came in, and it was actually kind of a big deal because Aram was very easy to work with, and we knew him really well. And John ended up being, frankly, even better to work with.
Yeah.
And it was kind of amazing. And so he was the face of all of the shit they did there. And and so you brought up Atlas and being nearby, and I'm like, I wonder if you're friends with John Harden, because you kind of have a vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't meet him until, like Persona 5 around. No, I met him when like a Yakuza game. So we'll get to John, but I was saying how I got into games is, so I was doing hair stuff, and I remember it was like E3, I don't know, like 2014, maybe something like that. And I was just like, we were in our back room or whatever, like me and a bunch of girls who worked there. And I was just like, oh, gaming shit or whatever. I was like, dude, new consoles. And I was getting all excited. And I was like, dude, this is sick. And some of them were like, yeah, that's cool or whatever. But some of them just like, whatever. And I was like, man, I really need to work in games or something like that. I need to really get out there. So Mike Huber, my friend, who is Easy Allies, by the way, we've been best friends since we were in first grade. So we're still friends today.
And he still lives in your area or whatever?
Yeah, he moved to like LA for a while in San Francisco, but now he's back.
Cool.
But he was working at Game Trailers, I think, at the time as an intern, and he gave me his badge to E3. So I snuck into E3 when I got to see like, I don't know if I got to see Bloodborne, but it was like during that whole area. Like you were probably there, Colin. Like I remember seeing the PS4 like on the floor and all that shit.
Oh, that was 2013.
Yeah, I was playing Vita games. Like I was playing Muramasa, I think, on a Vita. So that was really cool.
That was a great port on the Vita. Yeah. I love that game.
It was way less strict back then. You could just show your badge. You just walk in. Later on, it got really bad.
I remember I used to write at GameFAQs when I was younger, and CJC, who was the founder of GameFAQs, used to walk around with his badge backwards because he didn't want anyone to recognize him, and no one really gave a shit. It wasn't until recent years or more recent years.
The end, yeah. Which I was there. It was bad, dude, at the end. But anyways, yeah. So Mike was working at Game Trailers as an intern at the time, and I was just like, dude, you got to let me know if there's anything there I could do, like an internship or anything like that. Like reach out to people. And so he's like, all right, I'll try to do something. So he bugged who was the boss at the time, Brandon Jones, for like months, I guess. And Brandon would always just say, let me check the guidelines. And that became kind of a joke between me and Mike for like months and months of just Mike pestering him. And eventually Brandon was like, all right, let's get this guy in, start there. So I actually got hired as a PA. So I got paid at least a little bit. It wasn't for free, which is great. But my main job was, at the time, there was like a lot of top 10 countdowns. Those were really big at the time. And so I was like getting all the footage for all of those games, which was like a nightmare, especially some of the more insane lists, like very specific moments in like a deep RPG or some shit like that. But anyways, I started doing that. Then I kind of got a little more freedom as time went on. Then the company that owned us, Defy Media, they just like, they're like gone now, but we all got fired basically.
I remember.
Yeah, our last office was really funny. The office was like me, Mike Huber, Kyle Bossman, Ben Moore, and I think Matt Blair. We were in a mailroom. That was our office at the very end. So we definitely felt like the redhead stepchild of that company for sure.
And hey, let me ask you this, because I have the captive audience now. The assumption at IGN at the time was GT died because it didn't adapt to YouTube. I mean, is that
That's fair? A big thing because they were so stubborn about their video player.
Right, exactly.
Like, I came into GT when the ship was already kind of going down. It was already sinking, I would say, to an extent. Like, they had cut a huge amount of staff by the time I joined. Like, GT used to be huge, but then, obviously not IGN huge, but it's still pretty big. But then it was like very small crew. But I think we did pretty well for what we had. But yeah, they just cut us.
GT scared the shit out of us at IGN.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah. Because there were we would be sit in these meetings where it's like a lot. We would always look at like what other people were doing where we thought it would be relevant. And we would sit in these meetings and they would show us the traffic, be like IGN, GameSpot, 1UP, blah, 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 blah. And it was always the same. But then they're like, these are these other sites. And I remember one of them being like Wikipedia and Wikimedia and all of that. And then GT was one of them. And there was stuff like Mega 64 and just things to like keep an eye on, where it's like, these are new dynamics and games like Minecraft, League of Legends, all of these different things. And so GT was one of those where I would let Pear speak for this more than me, but I think we were also obsessed with our own media player and for people that don't know why, it's because you just make so much more money selling ads on your own media player. And we eventually bent too, and we started IGN Start basically as a result of that. And so, yeah, there was we talked about things like GameSpot and stuff, but we were more worried about everyone that were doing different, like Giant Bomb and stuff. It's like, what can these guys come and kill us one day? Yeah. And it ended up being that it was really social media that killed IGN, I think, not even any of the things we anticipated.
Yeah. So. Yeah. But yeah, we all got fired. And at that time, pretty like right away, I'd say like the next day or two, we're all like, or a lot of us were like, we should try to do something like kind of funny, because you guys obviously didn't I think you guys kind of set the example of what it could be, like not traditional style funded media coverage. So we tried that, and it was way more successful than we ever expected it to be. There was a lot of us. There was 9 of us, but we were doing it out of Brandon's garage in his backyard or whatever, which was charming, but also sucked because it didn't get really hot or really cold. So we did that for a few years. Then we got a studio, and that's kind of like where we were at the time. And here, almost 8 years later, I was like, all right, I think I'm ready to leave Easy Allies. So Easy Allies is where I started writing reviews and all that stuff. And I grew a lot, I think, as a game critic. Because I never trained or anything like that, educated to be a writer or like learn about games like that. I just kind of, I guess it was trial by fire a lot for me, a lot of the stuff I did. And I just kind of grew from there. And yeah, now I'm here talking to you guys.
As annoying venture capitalist, people would say, you built the plane in the air.
I guess so, yeah.
And so this is interesting. So I'm fascinated by all this. So let me know a little bit more about you. All right, so we learned about your friend Huber, your best friend since childhood, right? Which is awesome. And so you have a brother.
Yes.
And do you have any other siblings?
No, just one brother.
And he's older than you?
Yeah, he's 2 years older than me.
Okay, cool. And he's a nerd?
Not really. My brother.
You said he collected Pokemon and Magic cards.
He did. Okay. But my brother likes nerdy stuff, but he just doesn't have time for it. So my brother is a dentist, and he's going in school right now to be a endodontist. He's like one more year left. So endodontist is like mosely root canal shit. So he has one more year of that. And he has 3 kids right now. So he's pretty busy. You know, he's got like the 7-year-old is the oldest right now. So he's pretty damn busy. He likes games. Like I gave them my old Switch or whatever, and I think they play Mario Kart every now and then. He played once games got to 3D, Colin, I would say, like in 64, he kind of fell off on a lot of them.
Interesting. Okay.
Like Nintendo.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
36, so he's 38. Okay, so he's like a little younger than me.
Yeah, I was born 87.
87. Okay, I'm 84, so he would have been 85, I guess.
Yep.
And all right, cool. So that's fascinating. And does he do anything? Like, does he ever appear on any of your content? He would be fun.
He's never been on anything. I could ask him one time. I would actually love to chat with him.
You should. I mean, Dagan and I have made knockback into it. Just like it's an excuse for us to just talk to each other at this point about all sorts of different things, and it's fun to build those things in.
Yeah, I mean, I love talking. We used to play, but like, once games went 3D, he kind of took a step back. He always kind of watched me play them and all that stuff every now and then. But he played World of Warcraft a lot with me, so that was really sick. That's like what we played together for a long time. But other than that, not so much.
What okay, so and then. What about your girlfriend? So you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I met her. She was a fan of Easy Allies, and we started dating and all that stuff. She plays tons of games. She's been playing hardcore ass shit, dude. She's playing fucking Rust. She's playing Hunt Showdown. She's playing BDO. She's playing some like medieval
Rust and Hunt. So these are like survival extraction.
Yeah, she's playing a lot of like her PC centric games right now.
Wow, yeah, she's a nerd. Good for you. So and you met through Easy Allies. That's cool. So I met my wife through Last Name. So she works with us. So as
I was an Easy Allies fan, and Brad didn't date me.
Yeah,
that's true. I didn't.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to say you met her back during your hairdressing days, or you guys have been together for a long time in some sense. Because I imagine as it's the question you would always ask, like a straight man college cheerleader. Like, is that a great place to just meet women? You know, you would imagine as a straight male, it's probably excellent.
I will tell you, when I was in beauty school, there's not a lot of dudes around there, or at least straight dudes. So you definitely get a lot of attention, whether warranted or not. You get involved with stuff.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, it's like probably the total gender inverse of the usual situation that
it is.
Like, where it probably is almost uncomfortable for the man, which would be unusual. Yeah, that's fascinating. Cool, man. I'm happy to learn more about you and get you out there to the audience again.
Oh yeah,
thrilled to have you with us. Thrilled to have you on every week. You're also going to be. We have to figure this out still, but I'm going to put you in charge of the revival of the Sacred League as well, which I'm super excited about. And we will have talked more about that before this even goes live, but. I like the idea of having some new blood in here, and I love you guys aren't sports fans, but there's this idea of what is called coaching trees. Do you guys know anything about the coaching tree? This idea? Okay, so there's like a person, and so there's like a coach X, and his offensive coordinator and his defensive coordinator, all the people that work around him are these spokes on the wheels, and then they have their own spokes off of them and so on, and they call that a coaching tree. So where people come from, where they got their start, and then they're attached to that tree. So this guy spins off, becomes a head coach, and he's part of that guy's coaching tree, and so on and so forth. I look at you as part of Dustin, like one layer out, right? Like Colin to Dustin to Brad. And now we're starting to reach people that I wouldn't have necessarily reached for, I think, the first time, like that will work with us. Not to say you and I weren't peers or whatever, but we probably would have never really spoken to each other.
No, I never knew Gene.
I knew Maddie for years. I knew all these people, you know. So like, it's cool that we have now someone that is attached to someone else. I think it's really exciting.
Yeah,
dude. Funny story, Colin. At one of the PSXs in San Francisco, you guys had like a fan meet and greet or some shit there, and I was there with Brandon Jones, and I knew kind of Tim already a little bit. And I got to talk to everyone. I got to talk to everyone except you, because I saw you and you looked like you didn't want to talk to anyone. I was like, all right, I'm just going to leave this guy alone, dude. I'm not going to bug this guy.
I became I hope I never put that attitude off, although I'm sure I sometimes did. It was a point of contention with Greg and I. It's like, I don't want this.
Yeah.
You know, and he did want this. And what I mean by this is like tons of attention, which I think is totally cool. But I'm like, I just want to. We used to make a joke. I mean, I've said it before where it's like, you can have 90% of the fame. I'll take 10% of the fame and we'll split the money. Right. And that was like the joke between us. And that's really how I feel. It's like, that's not my KPI. Mine is like doing well. So
yeah.
I remember even crazier situations than that. Like at when we did Let's Play Live once in LA at the Dolby Theater with Rooster Teeth, and I was like, this is fucking, and like people just being surrounded by people and kind of almost being the villains in that show unintentionally, which was weird too. It's like, this shit sucks. You know, like I hate this shit, and not why I'm in this industry. So I'm sorry if I put off that kind of vibe. But
no, dude. Like, I mean, it was after PSX, you know, at night, and you guys are doing like meet and greet signing and shit like that. I'm like, oh, dude, I totally understand why someone would be tired or whatever. I totally
PSX was especially weird for us. PSX was it was the only time I felt like it was almost the only time I ever felt like a true rock star in my life.
Dude, you guys were like the fucking president walking through there with like security bodies. Like, I feel like no one could kill you if they tried.
It was very weird. I was very uncomfortable because we had like a security detail.
Yeah, it was insane.
And I was like, because it was like those were our people, you know. And I was like, yeah, this is a cool that I experienced this and it's interesting, but at the same time, not really why I'm in it.
Yeah, I totally get it.
And that's why I never leave my house. No.
It reminded me of seeing Miyamoto at E3 or some shit. You know, he's got like huge guys with entourage and everything like that.
Totally.
That's what I saw Kojima at PSX. Same thing. It was a circle of security surrounding him as he walked from one place to another. Like, holy shit.
That's so insane, dude.
He's armored, dude.
Dude, Kojima did like a signing a little bit after FGS4 came out, and I went to, it was in Hollywood, the Universal Boardwalk, which is like this shopping center outside Universal Studios, dude. He was doing a signing. I went with Mike, and we got his original Metal Gear NES cartridge signed and his MGS4 PS3 signed, dude. It was really awesome. Like when I gave him the NES cartridge, he looked kind of surprised, like he hadn't seen it in a little bit to sign it.
That's super dope. That's a great idea. The original Metal Gear, you know that famous ad for the original Metal Gear? That's like my favorite ad ever with all the weapons on it. That was like, and I have that printed, or I have it ripped out of a comic book on my wall in a frame, and that would be a cool thing to get signed. Yeah.
So sick, dude.
Cool, man. So I'm going to throw it back to you. It's your show, but I just wanted to give the audience a little bit of insight into who you are so they know, but yeah.
I want to interject though.
Yes.
I'm vetoing Brad taking back his show for just a moment, just to say, you know, I said at the beginning how crazy this is. And dude, this is seriously, I told you guys this on a call when we were figuring how, if we were going to do this, how it was going to work. But when I got into podcasts, when I got into listening to gaming podcasts, the two shows that I listened to were PS I Love You and Easy Allies. And so both Colin and Brad were like the people I looked up to. And I was like, man, these guys did it. They figured it out. I should try to figure it out. And here we are gathered for a show. Now I gotta try. I'm going to embarrass myself. Brad, I've never told you this.
Oh, shit.
I think you and I had one tiny interaction in real life.
Really?
At PSX. And because I told you that we were both in the press room together one year. And
at PSX?
I saw you at PSX, and you were playing Shadow of the Colossus remake.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I waited, for some reason, I waited in some line, and I got a Shadow of the Colossus poster that was hard to get at PSX. And I couldn't take it home, and no one else wanted it. And I was like holding him like, I can't throw this away. And we were going to the Easy Allies meetup at PSX. And so I ended up talking to Kyle most of that. But then I was like, I should try to give Brad this poster. I can't remember if I gave it to your girlfriend or if I gave it to you quickly because you were talking to a lot of people. But that was it. And then you probably threw the poster away, and that's fine.
I did not. If it's Shadow of the Colossus, I wouldn't throw it away.
Was it Shadow then? Or was it something else?
If it's Shadow of the Colossus, no, I would not have thrown it away.
Dang, so what happened to this poster, man? Do you know?
It's probably still wrapped up somewhere, or it's at our studio somewhere.
Dude, you got to retrieve that.
I could see.
That's a little historical moment there. But anyway, I just had to be lame for a second and say this is so exciting.
No, I hope I was nice to you.
Well, you were, dude. I mean, you were the belle of the ball, as Micah would say.
Oh my God. Well, that's not what she means, though. When she says you don't want to be the belle of the ball.
Brad was the good belle of the ball at this event.
There's a difference between being the belle of the ball and being the belle of the ball.
Belle of the ball, yeah.
Like a Batman villain would say.
Right.
That's different.
Yeah, that was wild. But it's been kind of crazy. Like Dustin, our story, how we got together, I guess, is like how this all started is I think you messaged me or something.
Yeah, you followed
Twitter?
me, and I had a little fangirl moment. I was like, "Oh, Brad followed me on Twitter.
Yeah.
I should try to say hi to him." Like, So,
yeah.
and then we started playing Monster Hunter, and that's really where all comes back to Monster. That's where it began.
That's where it began, Monster Hunter. That's right. But now here we are, dude. Wild. Yeah,
Wild
I'm
times.
just fucking. I used to listen to Beyond, 2013 earlier kind of days. So it's weird also to be here right now.
Yeah, man. I think it's so funny. Maybe it's just because I'm a pothead or something, but I don't really think I've not thought too deeply about how the experiences that I have with the people I listen to are thus the experiences that other people have with me.
Mm-hmm.
And like where you feel it's very one way. It sucks, I think, for a lot of people. And I know that because I have like these one way fake relationships in my mind with all of these people I listen to too, like where you become you become associated with them and you don't really know them and there's no way to really ameliorate that. And so when I hear those kinds of stories being like, I've been listening to you for years, it's like I try to think more carefully about how kind of significant that is. And yeah. So it's cool.
Yeah, cool. Gentlemen, we're going to do a quick little warm-up segment. So this is something I had from my previous show that I'm going to probably adjust the names of just to make it fit in. But I like the spirit of this, okay? So the first thing, Colin, Dustin, you already know what this is Sort It Out.
Sort It Out.
Now,
right.
Colin, the whole thing is you just got to name, like, what's something in the industry, game, company, person, whatever, that you just think is not doing so well. They need a little helping. They got to sort their shit out.
Yeah. Right now it would be Bungie, I think. Although I'm saying this from the perspective of where we are in the middle of December. So we'll go live in a couple of weeks. So maybe they would have figured it out. Although it's the holidays and I don't think anything's going to be figured out.
Right.
There's been a lot of discussion about what I said on Sacred Symbols in recent weeks about should Sony try to unwind from this deal and get out of it. And the reason I keep saying that is not because Bungie isn't talented, but because Bungie is losing what Sony needed in the first place, which was a lot of its talent and its prestige and its ability to chart its own course and help Sony. And now Sony is coming in and helping it. And I don't really see how that works for Bungie or works for Sony because Sony didn't know what it was doing in that space to begin with. So yeah, I think my personal opinion is that Sony bought a bit of a lemon, overpaid for it, didn't realize it was probably as easy as another company sniffing around, and they wanted to kind of get this done before someone else made an offer, probably in the light of what happened with Codemasters, Take-Two, and EA, where Take-Two offered $800 million, and then EA swooped in and outbid them for them. I think they just wanted to nail it down, so they probably overpaid, and what they ended up finding was a company where they had to lay off 10% of the team and revenues down 40%, where Sony's money is required to keep them going, and where Sony's probably going to take over on the board. And in that case, it's like, what is the point?
Yeah.
So and then you gave them the power to dictate all these things to your other teams, which are successful. This is why I always thought Sony should never have bought any teams and still shouldn't buy any teams they don't already work with, because they don't know what they're getting. And I'm not saying this is blowing up in their face. I'm not saying Marathon might not save them. I'm not saying the final shape might not turn things around, but it just doesn't look right. And by the way, IGN's reporting indicates internally, at least, that it's fully expected that after the final shape comes out, there will be another round of layoffs. So, so it's not good. And so that's, I hope that answers your question. Is that in the spirit of your...
That is a very well thought out answer. That's a very good. That's probably more in depth than we usually get.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Dustin, what about you, dude?
Dude, my Sorted Out's a little fresh, and maybe by the time this comes out, a little stale, but it's on the forefront of my mind right now. It's Sorted Out the Game Awards. Sorted Out Jeff Keighley. We talked about this a bit on Sacred, and just the idea that we've given Keighley a lot of grace every other year. Sometimes it's pretty good, sometimes it's not so good, and it's time to sort it out. Sort out there's the infamous image right now going around of please wrap it up. Telling the guy from Zelda, AJ Oyanuma, right? Yeah.
Yes. Telling
him to wrap it up. Sam Lake having 30 seconds, and then Kojima's on there for 10 minutes. It's just it's funny how this all went down too, because just a few days ago it was announced that E3 is over officially. And so for a while it was, everyone was rooting for Jeff, and I still am in terms of Summer Game Fest. I think it can be great, but I saw some tweets that were like, this is now we have the corporate overlord, Jeff Keighley, running the event. So sort it out. Game Awards.
Yeah. I've been to Summer Game Fest, the most recent one, and it was really good. I was really happy with what Jeff provided. Granted, it was pretty small, but I feel like he accommodated everyone pretty damn good. So if that is what replaces E3, if it ever gets replaced or whatever, I'm happy he has a kind of vision for that. But I do agree with you big time on the Game Awards. Like, you're like giving these people 30 seconds or whatever and fucking 2 minutes for Gonzo or whatever. Just like let them celebrate for a little bit. At least give them a minute.
Don't you think, Brad, that it's like the unholy alliance of, it's like capitalism. And I'm a critic of capitalism for sure, but it's like this unholy alliance of capitalism, this award show mentality that's not really embraced by the games industry, kind of the nonsensical way that these awards are even determined. Like when you look at Oscars and Emmys and stuff, I've said before, my brother votes on the Emmys or whatever, and he's been an animator for 25 years, and he's voted through because he worked at Sesame Workshop and all these different places in Nickelodeon. It's like, that's different than someone who runs like a YouTube channel voting for these awards or whatever. I just think there's, like, I'm not even saying we should be voting. Maybe it should be a more prestigious BAFTA style thing, but I think it's an intersection of, you got to pay for it. The awards are not why people are there. Without the benefit of the money from the reveals and the ads, no one's going to watch this other show. And so he's kind of in between a rock and a hard place, I think, because I just don't think I just don't think it's there yet. And it's weird because it's something about the games industry. As I've noted, the games industry is more than old enough to have an Oscar-like situation set up. The Oscars had existed by this point, and we're already prestigious by this point in film's history. So there's something unique about games where we can't judge them and people don't care about the prestige about them as much as they do about these other things. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation that I definitely hope. I mean, it seems like Jeff really cares. And he takes feedback and tries to adjust things. But yeah, just hopefully things will just get better and better as time goes on. That's all I could really hope for.
That's what makes it so hard to criticize the show, is because Jeff is so great.
Yeah.
He's
awesome.
If he was an asshole, it would be totally different, but he's not. He really isn't. Not.
He's super passionate and cares about all that stuff. Yeah, he's great. So my sorted out is just fucking Rise of the Ronin coming out the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm incredibly excited for both those games, and so it pisses me off that I have to choose because I want to play both immediately, but I'm gonna play Dragon's Dogma 2. Sorry, dude, I've been waiting for a sequel forever.
That's not the only situation that is close to this with Persona and Final Fantasy
Grand Blue.
and Grand Blue all coming out in the same month.
Wait, which Final Fantasy?
I think Grand
Fantasy is
Blue
the next month.
Oh, okay. So, but Grand Blue and Persona come out a day apart.
Wait, no, maybe you're right. February?
No, it's February 20. I think 29th. Final Fantasy 16 is that leap day game, right?
Yes.
Oh, the leap day game, yeah.
You're right, though, Dustin. So I'll tell you what I'm doing on that. I'm picking in Grand Blue just because I've played Persona 3 already. Then I will play Persona 3 right after. I assume Persona 3 will be the better game, no question. But I'm curious about this Grand Blue game, dude. It's been in the making forever. So I'm really curious to see how it'll turn out.
Me too. Did you play the fighting game? Did you play the Grand Blue
I've played a little bit of I've played a little bit of it. It's cool. Like, I like fighting games, but I kind of fell off them after like the PS2 era, I would say. Like PS1, PS2, I played like Dreamcast. Like, I used to love like King of Fighters 98 and shit like that. But I just kind of like fell away from them after a while. Maybe when like, I think I liked fighting games a lot when it was me playing with someone next to me.
Sure. Yeah, you and Dagan
my favorite thing.
You and Dagan would be kindred spirits with the obscure fighting game stuff. He loves that stuff too. But yeah, I'm interested to see Grand Blue and what side games can do and all that. It's gonna be fun, man.
Yeah. But I'm so out of the loop of fighting games nowadays. But I still think they're cool. Now we're gonna do the exact opposite, called Keep It Up. Who's killing it right now? Who is doing it the best?
Oh God. Give me a minute, Dustin. You have
I was
one?
gonna say I got one.
I need to think.
I'm gonna say Keep It Up, Capcom, specifically because of their support with VR. Now, I want to be fair here. I'm guessing that Sony is writing the checks on specifically Resident Evil 8 and Resident Evil 4 VR. But both of these experiences are so damn good. Particularly right now, I'm playing Resident Evil 4 Remake VR that just came out. Free update, exclusive on PSVR 2. And it is so much fun. I can't believe how much fun I'm having with it. It's a little silly at points because you can take the knife and kind of tickle someone with it. It registers lots of hits and stuff. So it's a little nonsensical, but man, I just did the mission last night where you're on the boat with the spears.
Oh, right.
And that in VR, I could see people getting a little sick, but it's just super high quality, and we need more people supporting VR. So Sony, keep writing those checks, and Capcom, I don't know, Dragon's Dogma VR, I don't know if it's possible. Probably not, but figure it out.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Dude, Dustin, I played a lot of Resident Evil 4 on the Oculus, the original Resident Evil 4.
Oh, yeah.
And dude, I just remember gun in one hand, knife in the other hand, dude. There's like a guy on the floor, okay? I'm stabbing him on the floor, and I'm also shooting a guy in a different direction at the same time. I was like, this is fucking incredible. I love this shit. Dude, so I cannot see a remake 4 does it.
Resident Evil 4, it will let you dual wield in it.
How sick is it?
Yeah,
it's
you can have
your
your shotgun in one hand and the pistol. You could have the rifle in one hand if you wanted. It's just it just is like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like fucking RoboCop. Yeah, I love that. Dude, great. Keep it up, dude. Fuck yeah. Capcom has been absolutely murdering right now.
Yeah, they've led the Japanese resurgence. Like it's amazing. They were at the lowest of the low, I think, and I think when Inafune left, he was right, and I think now he looks. Well, they responded. For people that weren't into games 10 or 15 years ago and don't really know what that was about, that was like that was a sea change where people were within the studio system, like Iga and others were calling them out and being like, our games kind of suck. I don't know if you guys have realized that. And it's kind of true, like not as a overgeneralization, but there was a weak moment for Japanese gaming from, I would say, the early to mid aughts for the next 5 or 6, 7 years, where it was just it was very questionable. They were being lapped in a lot of different ways. And so to see Capcom, that's what I want for Konami. I want that for Konami. I want someone to get involved there and be like, what are you guys doing? Yeah. What are you doing? Why don't you care?
Why don't you care? You got some of the best shit in the game.
It's lazy.
Like, Castlevania. It's ridiculous.
Oh, God, be still my heart. I love Castlevania. I've said before, there are certain things where I would go on hiatus or like go on, and like leave the company for a little while to do. And it would be like, Colin, come write a Castlevania game or direct a Mega Man game. I'd be like, okay, bye. I'll be back in 3 years.
Yeah.
But they would of course never do that. And I'm excited, but I have a similar answer for this, I guess. I was thinking of a few different things, but I wanted to say this through a specific lens, if I might.
Yeah, please do.
Electronic Arts. Keep it up. Now, there's a few different things I wanted to say about this. Number one, we were talking about the NCAA football resurgence, which I know you guys don't care about. Just as an aside, that's going to be fucking huge. Just wanted to point that out to people. It's going to be huge, huge, huge. Absolutely huge. And with the NIL stuff all sorted out and all the athletes making their money now, oh my God, they're all going to promote it. It's going to be on commercials everywhere. It's going to be crazy. They're going to love it. Their faces are going to be in it. Their names are going to be in it. These are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Can you imagine how big this is going to be on TikTok? How big it's going to be on all these different things? So, but I wanted to say this through this lens. EA Originals, keep it up. Because I know things aren't going very well. I know.
Yes.
But I think the quality is there, and I love the intent, right? Use your legions of FIFA money, your Madden money, all of this, and go find something interesting. And it's really only worked in a major way with one team, and I get that, and that's Hazelight, of course. But it's interesting to think that they're going to continue in earnest. Like, I love Immortals of Avium. I think that game is completely underrated. I have no fucking clue why people are so hard on it. I really don't. And we saw Wild Hearts with Omega Force earlier in the year, which is like, that's pretty bold. And I know Koei Tecmo is pretty mercenary and they'll work with everyone. But it's cool for EA to be like, we're going to work with really a rival publisher in some sense. I mean, these are big entities working with each other and then kind of co-opting a second party team to make an original game that's kind of a rival to another Japanese game. And it doesn't really work out, but it's pretty good. And then you have, I thought about this when Surgent showed their game Tales of Kenzera, where I said it on the show, I think, where I'm like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. That game's going to bomb. And I hope that when it does, it's because if Immortals of Avium bombed and Wild Hearts didn't do well, that game has no chance. But my hope is that EA continues to keep the pedal to the metal and find and nurture these interesting teams so that you might find another Hazelight. Because was Velen the next Hazelight? No. Coldwood with the Unravel games, they did pretty good work, but it didn't quite get there. Ascendant laying off half their team after Immortals of Avium comes out and all the rest. It's not necessarily working out, but I like that they're putting their money where their mouth is and trying to find a way towards these games. It's very similar to what Take-Two has done with the Private Division label, although the games at that label are a little bigger. And so that's cool too, and that's its own thing. But I want to tell EA to keep it up because I see it. I see the vision. I see what you're trying to do. I appreciate it. Because people try to pigeonhole you as this publisher that only does these certain things, and you're literally putting on paper you're not. People are just not buying those games. And I know that it's nothing new. They worked with Insomniac back in the day. They made Kingdoms of Amalur. They did all these things. I get it, but I really like what they're doing. I like the spirit for a company that can really go and Grand Theft Auto-ize a bunch of their stuff. And what I mean by that is just say like all in, Madden all in, FIFA all in, like even more, make it a platform. Let's run it into the ground kind of thing. And they already kind of get to that border. They kind of show a little bit of restraint. I appreciate it. So I want to give them a shout out, I think.
Yeah, man. Like I reviewed Wild Hearts for us and I really liked it. I thought it was really fun. I had a good time. It's definitely got problems, but to me, it felt like a really good first step for a franchise. So if we don't get more of those, I'm kind of bummed, man. So I thought it was
I think it's over. I think it's done. I mean, that's done, I think, but because they said they're not even going to support it anymore, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't know how long we expect them to support a game like that. Like, I don't know how, like, unless you're Capcom doing full on expansions or something, then most of those games I feel like don't have a huge life cycle.
Yeah. And maybe they shouldn't too. I mean, we talk about that a lot on Sacred, and you probably feel the same, Brad, where is the spirit of the online game that's supposed to only last for 6 months? Yeah. Like if you can't afford to make that, then you're spending too much money because that's more realistic than finding the next forever game. And,
right.
And I'm not a multiplayer gamer at all, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but.
Might keep it up. I'm curious to see how you guys feel about this because usually you guys aren't too hot on it. Is the DLCs that's been coming out recently? Final Fantasy 16 got some, God of War got some, and I guess it's technically DLC, but The Last of Us stuff. I love all those games. So if you're just giving me like little smaller pieces of that, I'm way in. I'm very happy to get these.
The God of War one is especially appealing because it's free. But I'm of the mind, and I think it's just about how people retain their ability to play certain games and what's in their mind and the way they kind of frame their experiences. But I'm kind of just done with games by the time the specific games, by the time their DLC comes out. It's just, Final Fantasy 16 is fucking awesome, but I don't really care about the DLC. Like, dude, I'm not in that frame of mind. It's months and months ago now. I'm 15 or 20 games beyond that now. And so that's my problem, is just for people that are more commercial and buy games later or even wait intentionally, which I think is very wise. If you don't want to be part of the zeitgeist and you can just wait, that kind of stuff's perfect. And, so I appreciate that for people that are coming now, but it's too late for me.
I think I just like that feeling, though, of returning to something that it feels like I've been away for a while, but it hasn't been that long. But I just like this sense of coming back to something, getting like reacclimated with everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you remember how to play? Do you know, like, what's that all about?
Yeah, I picked that up pretty quick. The most confusing one for me was when I did the Horizon DLC. That one took me a little bit of time to remember how to do everything. But yeah, with Final Fantasy, it was very easy for me to get back into.
I'm hearing this will be old news by the time this comes out, but that God of War DLC, more story heavy. What I'm hearing than I expected. Pretty nice epilogue and pretty substantial for. Yeah, they weren't. When they were saying, "Oh, it's a gift to our players," I was like, "Oh, this is going to be." Oh, okay, sure, we'll see how big it is. But people are loving it, so I might have to give that a look, honestly.
Yeah, and the fact that it's free is very surprising to me with Sony. Usually they would charge you $10 or something, it seems like.
Oh, so, the Sony Jim Ryan $10
the Jim Ryan 10 tax. Yeah, it's like the Square tax, you know. Yeah. Also, they tax you a little bit. But hey, love to see it, man. That's good. So this episode, for everyone knows, it's going to be mostly focused on kind of the year 2023, everything we've been playing. We're going to go through our top games of the year and all that stuff like that. But do you guys have any just general thoughts on this year in gaming so far as it comes to a close?
Yeah.
Dustin, go ahead.
Yeah. So I feel like this year, man, it's been cool, especially right now as we look back. There's been so many major releases, especially if you're console agnostic, kind of all over the place. There's something good for you right now. I look back, I keep a list of every game that I played throughout the year. And I also put little check marks if I've beat them. And what I'm really happy about looking back is just that I got to go back and play a lot of old games this year too. Earlier on, when the releases were not quite as crazy, I was looking like in January, I played all the Bayonetta games. I played Metal Gear Solid 1 through 4 this year.
Sick.
So
was that your first time going through 4?
First time all the way through 4.
Wow.
Never finished it till this year. So it was man, that game is something. I don't really know what to think about 4.
Dude, I love 4.
4, without any spoilers, is just like the maximalist.
It's the culmination.
Kojima, let us give you everything. Anything you've ever wanted to know about Metal Gear, we're going to put it in this game. Which is kind of cool for like the lore nerds, but
yeah, that's what it is.
It can be a bit
It's
much
a lot
at points.
But then they did 5, and I was just like, why are you doing this?
Oh, yeah. Wait, 5?
5, yeah.
I love 5.
I don't like the story of 5 at all. Gameplay's fun.
The first 2 hours are cool.
I think the story's bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for that Metal Gear Solid Collection 2 if it doesn't suck. Hopefully it has a PS5 version of that.
Yeah, hopefully.
But I will say, I guess in closing and in summary, I think the other big thing in 2023 is just a year of surprises for my personal game playing, in that I was surprised by Hogwarts Legacy being as into it as I was. I was surprised by Tears of the Kingdom, that I didn't know what to think of and whether them reusing the same map was going to be a good idea, just falling in love with that. And then last, Baldur's Gate 3, a game of a genre that I said that I did not like, just absolutely falling in love with it. So looking back, it's just a year of surprises and broadening horizons as well. Yeah.
Well said, dude. What about you, Colin?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to say about this year. I think that this year probably from an objective point of view will go down as one of the greatest years in games history, if not maybe arguably the greatest in games history from a release standpoint, which I think is pretty interesting. And we will only really know that in the mid to long term when we can look back adequately. But certainly it's joined the ranks of 2007, 2004, 1998. 1997 and so on and so forth, like the historic years in games. There's no doubt about that in my mind. What's funny about that though is that subjectively it's not really been an especially great year for me, because a lot of the games that people love most I don't care about. Like I'm not a CRPG guy. I don't care at all about Baldur's Gate. I'm not going to play it. It's just not interesting to me. And unlike you guys, I'm really not console agnostic at all. I play on PlayStation. So and that's like where I spend most of my time. Although we have everything in my house. We have an Xbox Series X and a Switch as well. And Mike is always playing the Switch, so I kind of get it. I see a lot of that as opposed to Xbox. We really don't play very much, but I did play Halo 2 and 3 all the way through this year on there. But otherwise, according to my wrap up on PlayStation.com, because that would encapsulate 95% plus probably of my gaming this year, it says I played 35 games and I beat 28 of them, I think. Something like that. 19 platinums. I'll have my 20th by the time this comes out, because Power Wash Simulator is going to be my 20th because I'm obsessed with it.
Nice.
Totally obsessed with it. It's actually crazy.
Have you done the Final Fantasy 7 stuff yet?
No, not yet. I'm just working my way through the campaign, getting all 5 stars. But what was interesting about this year, the way I play games, and I don't know, Brad, if you play the same way, I know Dustin does play this way, is that I really do mix up new and old games on a constant basis. I am not a hype beast, and there are games I want to play immediately because I want to know and I want to play them. But I'm fine waiting as well. And I'm fine just missing games. So when a game comes out, I'll often buy it, play it, beat it. But then maybe 2 other games had come out in that time. I just miss it. Maybe I'll never get back to one of them. Maybe I get back to one of them, the other one later.
Yeah.
So like, as an example, 4 of the games I beat this year are Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 4, which I platinumed all 4 of them from the Pixel remasters.
That's funny.
So what I remember about this year, though, is the consistency. I was looking at my trophies, and it's funny when you look at the games and the way and kind of the rhythm they came out. Now, I started my year off platinuming Callisto Protocol, which was a last year game, and then I platinumed Evil West, which was also last year. But you get into stuff like Dead Space, and then PSVR comes out, and then you start getting some pretty interesting PS1 classics starting to come out on PlayStation Network. I'm a huge role-playing game fan like you guys are, and Wild Arms is one of my favorite games of all time. So Wild Arms 2 comes out, I play that. Then Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out. Then the Pixel Remaster drops. Then Horizons DLC comes out. Then Dead Island 2 comes out, and so on. Then I think that over the summer, there are a series of pretty interesting indie games like Batboy and The Light in the Darkness that come out. And then you get to Final Fantasy 16 to cap things off. Then you go on into Rogue Legacy 2, at least on PlayStation, and so on, and Sea of Stars and so on. It just seemed like there were no gaps. And we're all old enough where we remember, and I certainly remember this working in games media, when I was an intern at IGN 2002, 2003, 2004, in that time, and a freelancer, I was often in charge of the database where I would go on GameStop, literally go on GameStop.com or EB.com and look at the release dates for games and make sure we had them all. And it was like this fucking horrifying data entry thing on this bespoke backend that we had, and it was crazy. But what became, and I used to do it for legacy products too. So, which is probably why I know game release dates so well, actually, when I think about it. But when I think about it, it's like there were literally weeks, entire spans, like where there would be a month and a half, summer 2002 or something, where there are 2 games on PlayStation 2 that anyone cares about even coming out at all. And now we are in a space where you, as we're saying, you can't reasonably keep up with everything. I play games for a living, basically. And there's no prayer of me playing everything. I've just totally let go of that notion. The first time I ever let go of that notion, as I've told the audience many times, was when I said, I can't play Assassin's Creed games. Like, it's just not happening. The whole series, I just wrote it off. Because I'm like, it's just, I gotta segment my mind and just be like, this isn't going to happen. Where can I fit this in? I want to play the Yakuza series. I'm missing these Persona games. Like, where is that going to fit? And really, you're experiencing that every few weeks. And so from a volume standpoint, you can't really complain. And I wonder, I don't mean to be controversial saying this, but there's a lot of concentration where a lot of people lost their jobs. Thousands of people lost their jobs this year. But I want to know how and that sucks. It's horrible. I want to know how that shook out, though. Did we really shake out that many people from the industry? Because it seems like more games are coming out than ever. Someone's making them. It feels like people are moving around and things are actually getting bigger on the top. And so I'd like to know more about how that all shapes out. I wonder if gamesindustry.biz or someone will do a study on that, because it's obviously a really glaring number and it's a terrible thing. But did those people really wash out, or are they making other things? It just seems like there's not enough people even making games, considering how many of them are coming out. So I think 2023 will be remembered for a glut of great stuff. And it looks like, dude, January, February, March are insane. Probably amongst the most insane sequence of quarter one I've ever seen in my entire career, 22 years now. So, that's where my mind's on that.
Yeah. I guess just my thoughts overall on the year was one of my favorite years in gaming I could recall in a very long time. So if you like, my 2 favorite franchises are Zelda and Final Fantasy. I got those both in the same year, which was very unusual kind of thing. Got Dead Space remake, Resident Evil 4 remake. I got sick like a Souls, like Liza P was a lot of fun. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, so many. It's like Spider-Man, like Baldur's Gate 3, Blasphemous 2. It's just like an insane amount of quality that I got to play. I just was like overwhelmed. Like, obviously, like Colin was saying, you can't play everything. It's just impossible. But what I did get to play with, I'm super happy I got to, and how much variety there was. It's like you were saying also, like, no matter what platform you're playing on this year, I feel like you could be busy the entire year if you're just playing on one platform easily. So
yeah, I don't think I didn't feel like I missed much that I would personally play. Like, I did like the late SNES Squaresoft Mario RPG release. That was cool. I've been watching Micah play the remake of that. I'm not really a Mario person anymore. Starfield, I don't care about Bethesda games really. So I didn't feel like I was really actually missing very much just playing on PlayStation anyway.
Wait a second. You're not a Mario person anymore. What happened?
Oh, yeah. This is a whole thing with our audience where
what did the plumber do to you?
I use the term I've graduated from Nintendo. Like it's
shit.
Yeah. Ouch. And I don't mean that. I know that sounds like a pejorative, but I think what I Gene's the one that's able to court this out of me the most. I think when I talk to him about it on one of the shows is Nintendo is no doubt the highest quality games maker and taught me everything I know and love about video games. I was upset, and people that have listened to me for a really long time will know, or read me at GameFAQs will know, and all that when I was early in my career is that I was a complete Nintendo fanboy, like hardcore. I always played PlayStation. I had a PlayStation since almost the very beginning and a PS2 at launch and all of that, but I was really up Nintendo's ass. But I think the Wii generation especially just really broke me. And what I realized during that era and the transition from that era was this taught me what I needed to know and feel about games to get to the next level of games. Because the reality is that Nintendo makes great games, but I look for bigger experiences than that. And I don't think that for the most part, they really even care about delivering those. They're not going to deliver The Last of Us. They're not going to deliver something that speaks to me more as a mid-age gamer as opposed to someone who's, I played in every Mario game through Galaxy 2, I guess. I played every Zelda game through Twilight Princess and loved them. Yeah. But I'm over it now. That's just the way I feel, Yep.
I feel like you just gotta get a balance out there, man. Not everything can be Naughty Dog.
I know.
Depression. But obviously you play what you want.
For me is depression. Yeah, everything is, unfortunately. So,
but it's like, you got to find those rays of joy every now and then.
Yeah, I know.
Rays of hope. You got to just find that childlike wonder sometimes.
Yeah, I think I find it almost in different spaces,
sure.
Music or something. I don't know. It's like where it's like, I don't know. I totally appreciate and understand what you're saying. And I appreciate console agnosticism. I also think it's just the way I kind of made my career. And then it became kind of the, I don't know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You could still focus on what you like to do and all that stuff. But, Colin, you could just hop in, maybe kick a Koopa shell around a little bit with Mario, play through one world, see how you feel. Yeah.
Micah owns it. I think she might have beaten it. But because she plays almost everything on Switch.
Yeah.
But to me, I think a lot of it, I hate to even use this as an excuse, but I think a lot of it also just plays into this obsessiveness, this compulsive need to be the expert in one platform and maintain that status, and time wasted on other platforms is not time spent on the platform that I make my money on,
Colin, I still think you could play a Mario or Zelda game, still easily be the lead expert on PlayStation.
We'll see when everyone out there is sharing their God, man, I don't worry about it for me personally because I do play a shit ton of games.
Yeah, I know.
But when they're sharing these end of year things and then making fun of the critics and making fun of all these people for not having done enough or whatever, and it's like, you're not going to catch me sleeping. No. No.
Yeah, but it's like, how much of that shit is people actually playing and or instead leaving it on? Because I look
more at trophies than anything. Yeah, the time stuff for me is useless because the PSN tells me I played Witcher 3 for 400 hours, and it's like, no, I didn't. So I don't know where that came from, but that's not true at all. I look at trophies to see that's the best way to see what people play. That's why I'm so surprised that people even lie about what they play, because it's like, you can't get away with it.
Can't get away. It's there.
It's so strange that you think you would get away with that, and maybe I just know that ingrained into my head because I watched someone at IGN literally get fired over that.
Damn.
But very early in my career, someone lied about playing a game. It actually happened, and at the similar time at GameSpot, someone lied about playing an MMO, and the MMO, I don't remember what it was, but the publisher came out and said your character has 2 hours in the game. We can see that. And
were they reviewing the game or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, that is not good.
So
yeah, holy shit.
Yeah. So game time, I don't care about game time. I want to see them trophies and them achievements.
That's going to prove achievements.
What you did. Yeah.
All right, boys. Let's get into some of the quote unquote our favorite things, or awards, I guess you could say, our favorite things of the year. We'll just go down through typical GOTY stuff. This is not high stakes at all, so don't freak out, everyone at home. We're just having a good time. Let's talk about best soundtrack of the year. What do you guys think? What did you
Colin,
guys
I think
put?
We're going to have the same answer, Colin.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think so too. By the way, it's worth noting at the top that when Brad sent this out, I immediately sent him all my answers.
I did not look at them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I totally misunderstood. I thought for some reason you were getting them to gather them or whatever. I just totally misread it. So I was like, here are my answers. But yeah, he was kind enough not to read them. So I'm sorry about that.
Let's go through it. Let's go in an order. Let's go Colin first, Dustin, then me. Is that good for everybody? Okay.
That's fine. All right, so best soundtrack we're on? So yeah, for me, Final Fantasy 16. Not even close. I pull up so I have this eclectic playlist of thousands of songs that I listen to generally during the day or when I'm working out or whatever. And so it's literally everything, no rhyme or reason. And one of the random songs I recently added was To Sail Forbidden Seas from Final Fantasy 16 soundtrack, which is the boss fight music, especially when you fight the Eidolons, I think, or whatever. That song is pristine. I mean, that song is so amazing. It has these crescendos and these lulls, and it tells its own story. Feels like a season of TV or something. It's really beautiful and uplifting and sad and interesting. Final Fantasy 16 is so good.
Yes.
And the music is king in that game.
Chef's kiss, yeah.
Yeah.
Soaking.
Yeah,
Dustin.
I already met Colin and I have the same answer here, but the thing about JRPGs, obviously a soundtrack is essential, I think, in almost every game. I guess not every game. There's certain games that are so gameplay focused that's not a key mechanic. But with JRPGs, that's super, super core to me. And I think about how important it is for the soundtrack to make you feel different things on your adventure. And, Colin hit it with to Sail Forbidden Seas. That track is just... There's certain feelings that you get when you're fighting a boss and this track's going that it makes you feel like you're really on an epic adventure. But it's also about too the smaller moments. You think about some of the tracks when you're at the hideaway or in some of the smaller villages, and while they might not be as big and bombastic, that they have that cozy feeling as well. And man, Final Fantasy 16, it's not a surprise though, being that, first of all, it's Square Enix, but also, and maybe Brad, you'll be able to answer this. Is this the same composer as 14?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's exactly. Everyone talks about 14. I mean, the music on that.
Yes.
Also, amazing.
I could be the 14 guy now for this channel because I am pretty caught up in 14.
Wow.
That's good. We need you.
If you're not listeners, I got you.
So yeah, Brad, what about you?
Yeah, mine is also Final Fantasy 16. This is the only soundtrack of the year that I listen to that makes me want to drive fast when I listen to some songs. Away, that song you're playing when you're fighting, I think it's when you are Phoenix and you're fighting Ifrit. Just like that rushing, like pumping song. Fantastic battle music, incredible. But like we were saying, there's got some of the slower, calm things that just really capture the mood, and like this, it like sets the stage for where you actually are in the game. Like I like this song called "Into the Mire," which is when you're young Clive and you're first setting out with Sir Wade and I forgot his name. But otherwise, when you're like a teenager and you're going to fight the Marlborough out there, and the goblins are taking over everything, it's just very eerie kind of music going in there. But then you get some like nice little drums emphasizing enemy encounters. And of course, one of my other favorites is called Lovely, Dark, and Deep. It was the Force Dungeon theme where you're with Sid. Very early in the game, you're Sid and you're with Torgal, and you fight like that rolling reptile guy that rolls around in the woods. Just a fantastic song that really captures that feeling of being in like mysterious, tucked away, kind of legendary or fairy tale-esque woods that I just loved. And of course, both Hideaway tracks are so damn good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So good. But yeah, Final Fantasy 16 soundtrack is god tier, one of the best around. All right, let's talk about some of the most overlooked game. I put game, but we can put games if you want. If you want to put a couple more in there, that's totally fine.
So for me, I mean, everyone's going to know this that listens to Sacred already. It's Immortals of Avium. I'm going to keep beating the drum on this game. It's really good and totally affordable now. And there are just things where people are like, oh, you like mid games, and these are mid games. It's like, no, like open your mind up a little bit and see video games on a spectrum and understand that not everything can be the most amazing AAA game, or not everything has the essence of the most, flighty indie game or whatever. And I think Immortals of Avium was just a really fun shooter about it had an interesting story about these societies that are just in this conflict that just doesn't end. And it's pretty cool. I look at games sometimes and I get why people just are like, and move on. But I don't get why people throw their contempt at certain games and act like just because you didn't like them or pass them by that they're not valuable or a valid thing for someone to enjoy. And it really, I think Immortals of Avium really suffered from this, and it was pretty clear that it was going to happen quickly. And I am a little surprised that people weren't more caught up with it based on what they showed, because I remember seeing it for the first time. It might have been at the Game Awards last year, where I was like, this looks pretty good. And I like magic shooters. They're not very common, and it's certainly a very silly game in the sense where like you're even reloading your magic, which is so funny. Like you're hitting the triangle button to like reload your. It's I don't know. Why isn't there space for a game like this? And then there's another game that I'm going to talk about later that came out that's way objectively worse in many ways, where people like loved it because they're like, look how scrappy it is. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? You know, like it seems very selective. So I got to just give the flowers to Immortals of Avium, which I think is a really good game and deserves a lot more respect. In my opinion, it's one of my favorite games of the year. And out of the games I played that came out this year. And so, yeah, my shout outs to, and my tip of the cap to Immortals of Avium. I'm sorry, Ascendant, that people didn't get it and see that there could have been a sequel to this and that this could have turned into a little bit of a fun little franchise for people. But, you know, they're too busy playing fucking Minecraft and Call of Duty to see with their two eyes, I guess.
Do you think this game came out at a bad time?
Based on the way it was, based on the way people... You asked me this 5 years ago, I would have said yes, because you don't release games in this. You know, there was always this thing, like you don't release games in the summer, you don't release games in December, you don't release games in January. It's like, okay, so where do you release the games? And then everything started getting on top of each other, and then people started spreading the field. And so I think that based on the response to it, Brad, I feel like it would have never caught on. There's just something about it and something about the way they marketed it that even if they released it at a different time, I just don't know that it would have caught on. And again, it's just another of these EA originals that... Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting question because they did delay it, but I don't know that it would have really mattered.
I think coming out between Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield was kind of a hard sell for that game for a lot of people, because people were picking camps at that part. You know, they were like, I'm going to play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm spending my money on that, or I'm going to play Starfield. Yeah. No shade to that game at all. Like, but it's just this new IP that a lot of people don't know about. And we all know sequels sell so well.
Maybe I'm just...
I wonder if it...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I wonder if it just came out at a different spot, maybe away from some of those juggernauts, if it would have had a better chance.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm too myopic in thinking that, because the way I looked at it was just, what does this game even have to do with those? You know, that to me, this is like not a weekend game, but this is a game you spend a week with and then you're done with it. And I think a lot of people look at that value proposition and say that's not adequate. But to me, I'm like, a week or 10 days of solid 20, 25 hours. I think I platinumed it in 25 or 30 hours.
That's solid.
$60 or $70. It's like, come on, man.
That's a really good length.
Yeah.
I think, though, just a lot of people maybe, you know, they only buy a game maybe once a month or something like that. And they're buying these games they've been waiting for years, I guess, kind of. So maybe, I don't know. I have it, Colin. I will definitely play it at some point. So I'm curious to see what all the praise is about.
Yeah, I'll be very curious to see if you like it like I do. I think there's a lot of heart to it, and it's pretty high quality, surprisingly high quality. I wonder if they were surprised that it didn't do better. And it could have also been, Brad, one of those situations where people see this for predictably as what it was, which is like, I'll just wait for this game to be $30. And I'd be interested to see what the volume is, not the money's made, but did the trajectory of the game's sales go up appreciably as it's going to come down in price? Because there are games like that really do that very well. And I usually use the example of, well, there's a few, what's the, Spec Ops: The Line is one for Take-Two that has like this low level of, soft sales. And then, games like the original Dying Light is the other one I was thinking of. Right. So maybe this will find some sort of happy place, but it's already over for them because they already laid off so much of their stuff.
Yeah, Dying Light, they supported that game for a long time. So I don't know if it'll have the same resurgence. But yeah, it is a shame. I would like to see it do better.
For me, overlooked game? Unless I don't want to cut off
games.
Gamer
games.
My overlooked game, I'm calling myself out here, Brad. Okay. This is a game that I have also, I guess you could say overlooked because I didn't finish it, but I played a lot of it. And I think it's also kind of the game's fault that it's overlooked. And let me explain. This game is Pizza Tower.
Oh,
right now,
Pizza Tower.
Only available on PC. So I think that's one of the big barriers for it. Not that there aren't millions and millions of PC players out there, but just being available, even if it was just on Switch. But I mean, ideally, all the major platforms, I think, would have been huge. This game, it takes off. It's one of these games that is clearly inspired by a lot that came before. There's some Wario Land in there, and I know this might turn some people off, but a little bit of Sonic in there too, in terms of its speed. Yeah. So, but hear me out. Hear me
I'm
out.
just kidding.
I love that it has this very clear inspiration of 90s Nickelodeon to some degree too. And while it has this mix of drawn but also pixel art characters. And one thing that I really loved about it has this neat mechanic where you play through an entire level and you get to the end. And then when you get to the end, you have a timer and you have to rush back to the beginning of the stage as soon as possible. And it can be awesome and also really frustrating if you fail out at the end. You're like, fuck, I got to the end, but then, I screwed up at the last second. But I was loving when I played. I probably played I'm trying to remember. I probably put 5-6 hours into it. So I got a good chunk into it. I'm like, man, I'm loving this game. It was early on in the year, and then I fell away from it just because it's the type of game, like a 2D platformer style game. I don't really want to play that sitting at my computer. So most of my time was on Steam Deck when I played it. But yeah, it got away from me. And I was glad to see that it got a nomination at the Game Awards, which was cool. It did not win. No. Unfortunately, I think it was best like new game, like best new debut, studio or whatever.
Yeah.
So it did get some recognition, but this is a game that I feel like, man, if it was out everywhere, it would have been so much bigger. And I'm worried that I would assume with its success, it would inevitably come out on consoles, but I just don't know if it's going to have the same pop at that point. I guess Shovel Knight was originally exclusive on Wii.
It was
Wii U and
3DS.
PC. Or Wii U, 3DS, and PC. That's what it was.
Yeah. And so they were able to pull it off, but was that even a year, Colin? That it was exclusive?
Yeah, they brought it to PS4 in 2014, I want to say. So yeah,
but they added new content with it, didn't they?
Yeah, they added
Kratos.
Kratos and Battletoads, I think, were in.
Battletoads, dude.
Were in the Xbox.
Dude, playing as Kratos in that game was sick because you could play as Kratos, right?
I think it was a fight.
No, it was a fight. You had it was a secret fight. You would find like a Hammer Brother style fight.
I swer you get his weapon or something.
Yeah, you might get you might get his weapon. I don't even remember. I remember playing it at PSX. Or maybe it was PAX, one of those where they had it on Vita, I want to say, running, and I had it there, and I was so excited because I actually a funny anecdote about that, which I probably have said on Sacred, Dustin, so you remind me, maybe I have, but I had a good relationship with the guys at Yacht Club because they admitted on the 8-4 podcast, I think, or whatever that podcast is called, that they basically targeted me on purpose at IGN because they knew they would be able to, I don't want to say manipulate me, but basically like have a game that was right up my alley. Basically what happened was, what happened was I was like an editor at IGN PlayStation at the time, and they were basically doing their media research, and they were figuring out who they should reach out to at these different websites. And they had kind of triangulated and realized there's this guy, Colin Moriarty at IGN. And if you find his old game facts page, it's literally just facts and walkthroughs for all of these old NES and SNES games that were inspired by. So they were like, we are going to talk to him. And people might remember, I revealed Shovel Knight on IGN. It was like, we had the whole reveal for the Kickstarter and everything. And I was so amped about it. So those guys were able to just laser target me and knew exactly what they were doing the entire time. And so later on, when they were going to bring it to PlayStation, I kept saying, like, bring it to Vita. It's going to be awesome on Vita. And they were like, we're in some sort of exclusivity window and we're going to bring it over. And then they asked me, what character should we put in the game? And I said, Nathan Drake. Well, obviously I wasn't very helpful.
That's so funny.
Doesn't make any sense.
Nathan Drake. I love that.
Very 2014 answer.
Dude, where the fuck is Mina the Hollower, dude? Where is that game?
We just talked about it.
Yeah.
Recently for the listeners, about like what's going on. Colin, you were saying that they're posting on their Kickstarter, but if you're not part of that, then
yeah, you can't see it if you don't
really
support
know.
it.
Okay.
It was supposed to come out. I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself. That was my most anticipated game, which we're going to talk about next, is Mina the Hollower.
Dude, I played their demo like a year ago. It was fucking awesome.
I bet it is. I have no
so
doubt.
Good.
I have no doubt about it. They're in Marina Del Rey down in LA,
yeah,
and
they were right by us. Yeah,
they're at the top of that big office building. It's funny. They have like I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but yeah, that game I'm sure will come out this year. But they had said December, and you had noted, Dustin, on the podcast that's a pretty tenuous release window. Like, I don't know if I really believe you. So I'm so excited about that. But I don't want to get ahead of myself because, Brad, we haven't heard about your most overlooked game.
Oh yeah, sure. My most overlooked game one is Blasphemous 2. Really good Metroidvania. Really good. I like the first Blasphemous a lot. Really great visual design. Very disturbing stuff, like a lot of disturbing kills and imagery of the characters you interact with, because they're all kind of based on like Spanish Catholic stuff like that. So a lot of those vibes. Like in this game, there's like a woman, you talk to an NPC, and she's like a giant woman, and her hand is like coming out of her flesh, like her bones sticking out and the flesh is hanging. And as you progress further, her like flesh goes back further and further. You start to see more of her skeleton. Some like gross dude breastfeeding like a baby, like just really horrendous shit, dude. But anyways, in this game, the combat, the first game you only had a sword really for your main weapon. This time you got 3 different weapons. And what's sick about them is they all have like a traversal mechanic tied to them specifically. So these 2 rapiers you can use to stab mirrors, fly through them really fast. The other one is like a sword. If you do a down stab, it'll cause fire and you could like burn wood away. And the last one is like a giant like hammer thing almost, where you can smack bells that start ringing. They start putting up little platforms. And just the way they've kind of connected all these regions together, I think it was done very well in the first game, but I feel like they've just refined the level design so much more, where it just feels so much better and flows more naturally and less obtuse in some ways. Like, of course, there's some still stuff to figure out because it's a Metroidvania, but it was never to the point where I was like, I cannot figure this out. I have to look this kind of thing up. And all the smart changes, like if you fall on spikes, it's just not game over now. You just lose some health and you place back up on there. It's a really great boss fights, like really good boss fight, like soul style boss fights. You're dodging, you're blocking, you're parrying. Really good game. It looks visually fantastic. The music is fantastic. Please check it out if you enjoy Metroidvanias. Should not be missed.
Yeah, how Souls-like is that? I know that term is so overused, but I feel like I see that where that's included. This is a good 2D Souls-like Metroidvania, and you get like the word soup of genres.
It's like in Souls, like if you die in this game, you don't lose your currency or whatever. You just kind of lose like a slot on your magic bar, a little space. And if you go back to it, you get more magic up. But also you can just pay a guy, you like confess your sins to a guy and you can just get it back. There's just stuff like that. I think a lot of it, the Souls element, like is just challenging boss fights too. Sure. A lot of that. But it's not like overly punishing, I would say. I would die like 3 times. I'm like, okay, now I got it. Then you can just get through it. And like, of course, nice upgrades, rewards, the classics, getting stuff you couldn't, getting items so now you can go to areas you couldn't do before, all that good shit. So I'm sure you would like them, Colin. I know you like Metroidvanias.
Yeah, I love them. Yeah, I played the original Blasphemous for a little while, and I think I was turned off by something like what I like my Metroidvanias personally to be a little more arcadey. And
I would say this one's a little more arcadey.
Yeah, so maybe I'll check it out because punishing difficulty is something I almost never look for in a game.
Yeah, I would say it's not a punishing difficult game. There's tough parts, but it's not like the punishing difficulty. And if it's like a tough boss fight, you start like right before it again. You don't got to do a run back or anything like that. You're just right there. And it's mostly just like, from my experience, Colin, it was more just about me taking a different approach to the fight than been like, oh, okay, that worked out way better. Stuff like that.
Because for me, I've noted this, like I'm not great at games. I'm just not. I'm good at some games, but what I was going to say was Elden Ring is a really good example where people really beat the shit out of that game, and I'm very like the platinum rate is really high. It's like shockingly high. Like millions of people platinum the game, and I was getting my ass kicked in that game. I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, this is so fucking annoying. I don't want to play games like this, and so I try to kind of very carefully calibrate myself to know that I'm not going to be overtly frustrated. It's not to say that I don't like playing games on hard. I mean, I have all these platinum trophies. Obviously, I'm playing games on hard, but there are just certain types of games where it's just, one mistake, dead. You know, I'm like, are you getting juggled in the air and losing 3/4 of your health or something? It's like, come on, man.
I think Colin with like the Souls games, especially, is like a lot of people, like me included, were cutting our teeth back on Demon Souls, in 2009. So we've been through the ringer. We've played through a lot of their games now. So like you can kind of start to pick up on things in their games, Colin, and just be more comfortable as you've gone through them. I think if you played a couple more of their games or at least one under your belt, you'd feel much more confident.
Okay.
You had most of Bloodborne, right, Colin?
Yeah, I did play most of Bloodborne all the way to the end, but I never beat it. I got distracted. You'd have to look at my trophies and see like what I went on to.
Sure.
And it was the second time through. Yeah. I actually at IGN, I took a whole week off to try to play Dark Souls, and I was not working for me.
I've seen you play Mega Man games. I know you could beat many of these games.
Oh yeah. Mega Man's that's what people say to me is like, Colin, you are amazing at Mega Man or Castlevania and all these games. I'm like, I don't know, Ninja Gaiden. And I'm like, there's just a very specific 2D space in games where I am very like efficiently good at them. But 3D, I don't know that I've ever felt expert at a 3D game. I felt proficient or good. I've said before, when I used to play the few games I would play online back in the day, if I can get a 1-to-1 kill to death ratio, I would be like, fuck yes. Like I would feel like I was on top of the world. People be like, oh, I'm 3-to-1 or 2.5. And I'm like, there's no prayer for that to happen for me. I just don't, I know and I think it's a lot of it is like, I just grew up with NES games. So I'm just good at those kinds of games. But even Cuphead, which I know I could beat, and I almost want to do it because my nephew makes fun of me that I haven't beaten it, and he's like 16. It's like I'm the kind of gamer where I think in the third or fourth world in that game, I started reaching bosses where I would die like 4 or 5, 6 times, and I'm like, fuck this shit. Like I don't even want to do it. I just get. Dagan used to be the same way. I don't know if he is the same way. I mean, he used to throw controllers across the room and shit like that. I just if something's not natural for me, I'm just not into it. I don't know. That's just always been the way I've kind of approached things.
Yeah, I guess, Colin, for me, nothing is natural for me, and I've always kind of had to work to get to it. And one thing I would say, it sounds like, is maybe just take a break. Like if you're stuck on a boss, you take 30 minutes. Take 30 minutes, take an hour, drink some cola or whatever you got to do. Come back. You'll feel better. You'll feel better, dude. I believe, Colin, you have the talent to get through these games and the skill. Well,
thank you. I appreciate it. One day I'll choose my target again and try.
Colin.
Yeah.
If you want to do like a thing where I'm coaching you through some of these games, helping you out, giving you tips, we could do that.
That'd be fun.
Get Dustin in there. We can give you some nice tips, man.
The last game I tried in this genre was the original Neo, which I played.
Oh, Neo! I feel like Neo could be hard. I feel like Neo could be pretty hard, dude.
It was really hard. I actually really liked it. I enjoyed it. I remember that first level when you're in like the seaside Japanese village and you're skulking around and it's on fire. Yeah. And it's pretty cool. But then you come to that boss fight when you're in the boat. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? And the guy has the ball and chain and it's fucking insanity. I think it was from a demo and I was like, this is impossible. And it took me like 25 times to get through that fight. And I barely survived. I think I was lucky. And then I got to the second world and then I got to the second boss and I'm like, I can't do this 15 times. It's taking everything I have, in like all the patience I have. So Neo that was in 2020 I did that. So that was the last time. It's been a few years. Maybe I've sharpened up a little bit. Yeah. But I don't know, man.
It's like, dude, you just level up your skill every time you beat up a new boss, man. You just get better and better and better as it goes. You feel that growth.
Yeah.
You'll feel it.
And losing your souls too when you die or whatever, your currency.
Yeah.
That annoys me a lot.
I think in like Elden Ring, it's not as big of a deal. You'll be all right. I really want you to play Elden Ring again because I know you played some of it.
I did. I spent about 20 hours with it, but it was but for how far I got in 20 hours is not how far you're supposed to be. in 20 hours. I don't think.
Amen. Everyone goes at their own pace.
Nothing was more infantilizing than seeing the platinum rate on that game.
Well, Souls fans, and a lot of them cheat and like save scum to get multiple endings.
Yeah,
quickly.
Dustin save scum.
I don't know.
Oh, you did that, right?
I don't really mind that. I don't mind people cheat. Like, I don't mind people manipulating saves in order to get trophies. I mind if people were to use tools to cheat the gameplay. That's different, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, do you remember when Sekiro came out? There was some article where some journalist was talking about,
it was PC Gamer.
Yeah, they had use the thing to slow down the boss. I was like, bro, you got to do that. I mean, that's fine. Anyone, if you want to do that, that's fine. But don't brag about it.
Yeah,
don't post an article.
Hide that.
Keep that to yourself.
Casuals, dude. I beat that shit. Get it done. But I, Dustin, did legit endings for that game. I beat that game 4 times.
Damn.
5 times actually that year. And I loved every second of it. I
want to play again, dude. We got to do the
co-op mod.
Yeah, let's do the co-op mod. Yeah, and we can play the whole game. That'd be sick.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm not hosting the show. I was thinking like I have to carry on the show, but I don't.
No.
I don't. It's your show. Sorry.
We're going to go to, I have one more also that I would like people to play, which is Darkest Dungeon 2. Darkest Dungeon is a brutal turn-based combat game. It's like mixed, you have that mixed in with Oregon Trail of gathering a party, going down a road in a wagon, getting ambushed by shit, meeting people, and deciding if you want to help them or not. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Getting just ambushed by groups and just getting your whole party completely wiped and having to start over in some extent. But it's got that roguelite hook where you get currency to help each run get better as you go. Like you can start unlocking new classes, new items that you could find out in the world. Really useful stuff. Everything so far has been useful. It can just be a brutal and demoralizing game, I suppose, if you're the kind of person that if you die in a game, you're like, fuck this game. This is not going to be the game for you. The whole game is about struggle and strife and overcoming it. And I've only played like 3 hours of it so far, but it's a really well thought out turn-based game with a lot of strategy. We're having where your units are, making sure everything's like that. It's been super fun. The art is super great too. It looks really rad. They like enhanced it from the first game a lot, I'd say. Unfortunately, it's PC only at the time, so it probably didn't get a lot. I think it was Epic Game Store first for a while only. Then they brought it out on Steam, which probably didn't help.
Yeah, that's killing games, man.
Yeah, it is. But it's a really cool game. It's extremely tough though, but I think like the mechanics and like the ideas in it and the lore of the characters are really fascinating. And I think there's nothing like it.
Brad, here's the thing. Colin was just talking about games that beat you down and to the point where you're like, fuck this. That's Darkest Dungeon for me, the first one.
Darkest Dungeon, yeah.
I remember I played the Switch release when it got ported over, and I was like, man, I can't do this. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if I try to build up my characters again, only to get just destroyed. I was so bad at it. Do you feel like Darkest Dungeon 2 is I don't want to say easier, but more open for newer players to...
Yes, from what I've heard about the game, because I didn't play a lot of 1, is like 2 seems a little more forgiving in some of the death aspects, especially because you get these candles that you could use to upgrade everything, and everything the upgrade is really nice. So it still feels like you get something out of a run even if everyone dies, which is important to me.
Yeah. Dude, that was always the thing, is that the reset to 0, it felt like, was like, man,
yeah, I think that's what I heard about the first game, is the resets could be pretty brutal. And like just spending time to get back there is kind of a drag. But I don't know if 2 will turn into that as I get further into the game. But so far, it's been very nice. All right, here we go, boys. Most anticipated game of 2024. You could have 1 or 2 here. Whatever you guys think or you're most hyped about.
Yeah, I think there's obvious answers to this, so I didn't want to use any of those because I'm excited about all the obvious things like Final Fantasy VII and Pacific Drive is a game I'm really looking forward to, and so on. But Mina the Hollower, as I said earlier, I selected for this because I just
nice pick.
Yeah, I think Yacht Club's been quiet for a long time. I think it's been really frustrating how much they've been quiet, and I think that I'd be very curious to know what their determination was behind the scenes about not doing more. It's been 10 years since they released a full game, and though they've published other games, and I really liked that some of the Shovel Knight stuff they've done, Shovel Knight Dig or whatever that game was called. And
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, they were cool. But they're publishing these games, and they really, I think, dropped the ball and not following Shovel Knight up with a few sequels, very Mega Man NES run like, where you could have probably gotten a few out. And I know that they supported it with DLC and they wanted to kind of fulfill the Kickstarter and all of that, but I just think they could have explained to the audience, things have materially changed for us, and we should probably use these resources on new products and maybe give people just access to those at the Kickstarter if that's that big of a deal to them. So Mina the Hollower comes with a lot of hype for me because we don't really know if they still have it or not. And my assumption is that they very much do. What I'm curious about, though, is if their moment has come and gone because, and I say this with all due respect because I love Yacht Club and I love the guys there. They've always been great to me and they're really decent people. But when they came on the scene with Shovel Knight in 2011, 2012, whatever, it was very different than it is now. And there are not only games, I'm going to talk about one later, there are games that are inspired by Shovel Knight now that are literally like Shovel Knight type games, where Shovel Knight itself is inspired by Faxanadu and Zelda 2 and all this kind of stuff and DuckTales. So Mina the Hollower being inspired by the Game Boy Color Capcom developed Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons games. So obviously is awesome because I have a really huge soft spot for those games. I love those games. And I remember being in bed in high school and playing those under the lamp and trying to see my way through and just being so excited for them to come out. And Mina the Hollower just looks really, really cute and fun and true to form. And I think it's fun. My studio, which is nowhere on Yacht Club's level, obviously, but we are also trying to make games that are of the time, not inspired by the time. And it seems like Mina the Hollower is of the time. And that is very fun to me. And I was looking at some videos in preparation for this show today and just seeing some of the gameplay. And it's cool that there's a lot of commonality between that game and Shovel Knight in terms of menus and everything, where there's like a little bit of a DNA genetic thing. And I wonder if they make more games in the future, if they'll tie that all that stuff through, and maybe they're even in the same world or something. I don't know, but I'm excited about Mina the Hollower. So I got to give that my most anticipated game of 2024, though there are many games coming out next year that I'm looking forward to playing.
Hell yeah. Like, yeah, that game is awesome, dude. I'm right there with you, Colin. So pumped to play it. Dustin.
Colin, yeah. Well, Colin mentioned the obvious choice. I'm going to be the obvious choice and say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I have to pick this because Brad, I want to talk with you about it. I mean, you played it.
I did, yes.
You played the demo.
I did.
But here's the thing, thinking back on Final Fantasy VII Remake, is that I loved that game, but also took some issue with it at the time, particularly. And I know this is not, especially now thinking about Final Fantasy 16, and of course 13 was known for this as well. It's just that I remember being frustrated with some of like the corridor based parts of the game. It's like, hey, go through this sewer system, go through this haunted train yard, and make sure you're navigating and then pressing the button to squeeze through this little path to get to the next area to load in. So while I felt like the combat and the artistic direction and the story of Remake was awesome, I felt like it was held back in some ways for me. And even too, when they did the more open world areas, the quests, I wasn't really into those at all, to the point where I just kind of stopped doing them later in the game. So what excites me so much about Rebirth, and I feel like they're really spelling this out in all the trailers, is that you see that image of the cast standing there and looking out over the field, and how this is going to be a lot more open of a game. And so I'm really curious about that aspect. I'm really just curious too what they're going to do in terms of the story and how they're going to change things. And I'm also so excited at the fact that it is a true PS5 game, because man, Final Fantasy VII Remake was so good on PS4. I played on PS4 Pro, but either way, was so good. And then the PS5 version of that game is so awesome at 60 frames too that I just want to see this. I feel like this is going to be another showpiece game from Square. We just had Final Fantasy 16, which, yeah, it had some performance issues, but overall just a beautiful, stunning game. And I imagine that this is also going to be that. And there's also just a small part of me too, when I was thinking about this, how it's coming out so soon now. When Remake finally came out, there was this worry. I think we talked about this, Colin. There's this worry. Oh, how long is it going to be? How long is it going to take until we get this new one? Because Square famously or infamously can take so long between sequels that, like, man, am I going to be retired when this wraps up? It's going to be 30 years of this with 10 years in between each one. Think about it. I mean, Kingdom Hearts fans, if you're only playing the mainline games, you've been suffering for a long time. Of course, there's the interstitials, which are just as important. But so to see this game come out 4 years later is awesome. And it gives me hope that when we do get the final game in the trilogy, I mean, imagine it's going to be around 4 years from now in 2028. And that's a timeline that, while it is quite a lot to think about how much time between these games, it feels there's so many games now. It's okay. I'm willing to wait because everything they've shown so far just looks so incredibly good. And I know you're excited too, Brad, right?
Yeah, obviously it's one of my most anticipated games. It is my most anticipated game. Final Fantasy 7 is... I don't like to say I have a favorite game of all time, but it probably is Final Fantasy 7. It is really what got me back into RPG games. Like, I played Final Fantasy 1 back in the day on NES. I couldn't understand a lot of the systems enough at the time when I was younger. And I played some of 6, and at the same time, I think it was a little too complicated for me. But once 7 came around, everything started to click a lot more for me. And nothing looked more cool than the characters and the world of Final Fantasy 7 at the time. It was insane. Colin, I don't remember if you remember the marketing campaigns for this game and everything like that. Like, it was like nothing else I'd ever seen at the time.
I do.
Like bus stops, things of the characters like bus stops. It was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I have it's actually kind of blurred out by the light, but this thing here, where is it? Over here on this side is Cloud from like a marquee that was in stores at the time. So yeah, it was it's and the commercials on MTV and like just showing the pre-renders and all of that. It was beautiful. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Remake, which was, I was always kind of in the camp of like, I'm fine with them changing things with the story. I'm totally cool with them. Like, obviously we knew it was just going to be all Midgar, so we knew it was going to be multiple parts. So I'm like, whatever, you can just do whatever they want. I want them to do what they want. And I remember when I beat that game and I was like, damn, I loved that. Then I was like, ooh, but I think a lot of people are going to hate this kind of game like that. But much to my surprise, a lot of people seemed to be into it, which was very cool to me to just see. And that now we are out of Midgar. You're talking about how part 1 kind of felt very cramped or whatever, not open space. It's like, yeah, we were in the city, but like now we are truly out in the world. And for what I've played of the game, yes, it definitely feels like you have free roaming. Not like Final Fantasy 16 free roaming where it's like you're in a zone necessarily. More like you were just in humongous areas. Like you're getting chocobos right away. You're flying, you're climbing stuff. It's crazy. In Final Fantasy 7, while it has a very serious story, there's a lot of humor and jokes throughout that game. And they are just like leveling that up to 10. Just stuff we're seeing with like the Gold Saucer and all like that. The character designs, like we're seeing Dio, the guy that runs Gold Saucer. He's just like this huge motherfucker, just super jacked. Like we're seeing the Chocobo racing. It's everything I want to see. I hope the new story stuff I like. I don't know if I'm going to like all of it, so I'm cautious, but I just hope so. And I hope it all fit together, but just looking like the best thing possible for me right now in my life. It looks too damn good.
Yeah. Not long, dude.
I'm on blackout. I'm not even bothered.
Yeah. Colin's on blackout.
Yeah. Yeah. Because my friend was like, "Did you see this new trailer or whatever?" I think there was one at the awards, right? The Game Awards.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not watching that. I don't.
Yeah. For you, yeah, you don't need to see it.
No, I'm good.
You're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be pleasantly surprised. Though.
I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. I'm gonna replay the Final Fantasy VII remake on PS5 because I never played it on PS5.
So am I.
And
I'm
play the
do
Yuffie stuff because I never did it in preparation.
Oh, dude, you have to do it. You have to do it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I thought Final Fantasy VII remake was revelatory. Like it is so good and so much better than I thought it was going to be. Like I can't believe it almost. And I think it's an homage to the game. It's parallel to the game, really. It's not trying to subsume it. And I think that level of respect goes a long way to making it feel like you don't have to have either or. You can actually just have them both. And so in that mind, that works for me.
They coexist together for me. One does not replace the other. Just one more quick. My other most anticipated is Metaphor Re Fantasio. I really like their Persona style games, their team, but bringing this to a new setting. We're not in high school anymore. We're fighting to be a king, to rule a kingdom now. And they're talking about like a lot of this traveling through the world. You have like this really cool like Miyazaki travel like thing you're traveling on through the game. It's like running through the woods, and they show your character like sweeping it and all that stuff. Like seems like to be that's where your hub is. It's got all the Bond stuff, but I'm really, really excited to see their take on like a more fantasy setting. You know, with their games, we've been in high school. Like every single game they make is a high school in Japan. Like every single thing they make, like Shin Megami Tensei's, Persona games. Now we're doing something different. New setting, new rules. So I'm really curious to see what new stuff they're going to bring to the table. Don't get me wrong. I love the Persona games. Love them. But I'm just ready to see them try something different. Especially like the idea of like they're talking about, of course, turn-based combat, but some of the lower enemies you could just kind of fight out in the field real quick to get rid of them. Just small tweaks that'll change up the gameplay is what I'm really looking forward to.
It's really ironic, Brad, about Atlas and thinking about that team in that they've been making these high school sim RPGs, Persona 3, 4, and 5. And now it's ironic to think about, oh, they're doing something new and different. It's so exciting for them. It's a fantasy game.
Yeah.
When you think about RPGs, it's like, oh, well, everyone makes a fantasy game, but it's different for Atlas. It's like,
for Atlas,
they're going to do it. And you can already just see in the trailers how it's still very distinctly them in it, in the terms of its UI and the way that the characters look and that, you know, the portraits and stuff. It's I'm excited for them just as, you know, a team and as creators that they've been doing the same thing for so long, Persona, right? Like you mentioned that. And so for them to just kind of go balls to the wall and do something totally new. And like I said, make a more standard fantasy game, but unlike a way, at least from what I've seen so far, that anyone's done it. Yeah.
Are you going to play it, Colin, do you think?
Yeah, I'd like to. I'm a bit of a Persona poser because I've only played Persona 4. And I typically, now I know they're all separated from each other and I don't really care what people do in their own lives, but I like to try to get to the origin of a series and play it through if I can. And so I've never even gone further back than that, but this gives me kind of a fresh, it's kind of like Catherine, where it's not the same kind of game, but just something new where I'm like, oh, you can kind of just play that on your own and not have to worry about the weight of the series itself.
I don't think you're gonna have to worry about Persona when you're playing this.
Yeah, no, certainly not. And that's why and I like Persona. It's just that it's cool to kind of be able to experience. I guess what I'm saying is it's cool to be able to experience something with everyone the first time, you know, and kind of be in on it. And hopefully it's good. And it's long development cycle is very interesting.
Yeah. So wait, you haven't played Persona 5?
No.
Okay.
No.
One day.
No, definitely. I mean, I'm not. Definitely one day. I loved Persona 4. I thought it was awesome. You know, this will frustrate you though. I blew a trophy in Persona 4 at the very, very end, and so I never beat it because I was so disenchanted with it. I was like, I had the social link trophy all lined up, and then like totally lined up, and I forgot to go see the fox or something one day, and then but then I wrote this into my calendar. I'm like, okay, so I'll just go see the fox on this. It'll be totally fine. But then it was raining that day, and the fox didn't show up, and I was like, fuck this, and then I stopped playing it. It was right before the final dungeon, so. Yeah, so I never actually.
Damn, that's brutal, dude. I understand like that feeling.
Yeah, no, I was like, I was following a paper walkthrough. Like I printed it out day by day by day. I didn't, because the thing that, and Dustin knows this and the audience knows this, but for new people that are listening, the thing that puts me off about games like Persona is the idea that you can only do certain things. I like games where it's like, do whatever you want. There's nothing missable. And it's cool that games like Persona and Trails of Cold Steel is the same way, which I also like a lot. The first one I played and I beat, and I love that as well. But when I play those kinds of games, I must use a walkthrough because I need to know that I'm not missing anything, because it's going to drive me insane. Like, I can't believe people play Persona 4 straight up and have no idea what they're missing. I was talking to Micah about it, who's beaten it, and I'm like, oh, did you talk to this woman? And she's like, I don't even know who that is. And I'm like, yeah, because you never, like, that wouldn't drive me insane. You missed an entire arc, like at the hospital and with the single mom and all this kind. I'm like, no, I did that. But at the very end, I fucked it all up with the fox, not working your jobs, doing all that kind of stuff. And it's paralyzing. So when I played Persona 4 taught me, when I finally got the Trails of Cold Steel last year, the first one, which I thought was great. And it is a poor man's Persona, but it is great in its own way. It's a same thing. I'm like, no, I got to play this with a walkthrough because I'm going to know I miss things and I'm just going to fucking lose it.
Yeah. Dude, now that makes sense to me why you wouldn't like Baldur's Gate 3. Just because if you can't handle missing anything, you're dead.
No, that would be difficult for me. Die. I also just don't like CRPGs and just the whole setup and like these games are like, it doesn't turn me on anymore to say like, oh, this game's 100 hours and it's got 17 fucking endings and all that. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. That's not what I want anymore. I don't care. That was fun once. If you told me when I was 14, this game will take 100 hours, I'd be like, when Dragon Warrior 7 came out on PS1, that's a great example. And they're like, and PSM and PlayStation Magazine, they were like, this is 100 hours. I was like, yes. This is fucking, and now you tell me that, and I'm like, dude, you better justify, because by the time I platinum Dragon Quest 11, I was going to rip my own eyeballs out of my head. That's how long that game was. That game ends 3 times.
3 times, you're right. Yeah, it does.
3 times it ends, which is great.
I love that game.
Yeah, it's great. It's just like, dude, 130 hours it took the platinum, and I was like, I'm going to lose it if this game isn't over soon. I remember being in that I stayed up. If you look at where my platinum is, I think I earned it at like 6 or 7 in the morning, because at some point that night, I'm like, I'm fucking doing this tonight. Like, it's over tonight. And I did it. Anyway.
Here we go. Let's see. Okay, favorite 7. A solid / good game, but not amazing game. Something that we like. There you go. It's good.
Yeah.
But, not top tier.
Sure. RoboCop, Rogue City. I think that this is the perfect answer for this. Yes, when I saw this in your questionnaire, Brad. Yeah. Did you play it?
No, I saw some of it.
So this was very serendipitous, just because, it was anticipatory, so I guess it's not that serendipitous, but Dagan and I do Knockback, which is our retro and nostalgia podcast. And I was like, this RoboCop game is coming out from Teon. And I know Teon did this Terminator game that's kind of well respected. I'm kind of curious about this game, but I haven't seen RoboCop probably all the way through in 30 years or something. So we watched it and we did an episode about it. And then a couple weeks later, I played RoboCop. It came out and I was like, this is dope. Now, I think a lot of it is I was just in that world. So when I'm being transported from the film world into the game world, and it's quite a nice replicant of it. The office, the police department. I'm like, this is totally an accurate space. I was just in this space, and it's awesome in the city and all of that. So I think that a lot of that connects. Where if you're not into RoboCop, you have no reason to play this game. And if you don't like RoboCop, you have no reason to play this game. There's nothing there where it's like, this is going to make you a RoboCop fan. But if you like RoboCop, and if you're like me and you're kind of familiar with it recently, and it's like, damn, this game is a fantasy for fans of it's as if the biggest RoboCop fans actually made it, which is so rare in licensed games. I think that's what Hogwarts Legacy made Hogwarts Legacy good too, where it's like, there's a lot of spirit in this. And I love that there's a trophy for shooting a guy. Have you guys seen RoboCop? Are you familiar with it?
Yeah. Dude, I haven't seen it.
Oh, really?
I want to now. With everyone talking about in the game, I'm like, this seems kind of cool. I want to see a guy's dick get shot off.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say, was that there's a famous scene where a guy,
to see a man's dick get shot off.
Right. There's a famous scene where a guy gets his dick shot off. And in the game, there's a trophy for that. But then you realize as you play it that that's basically people's weakness. So like if you shoot them in the crotch in the game, like they go down quickest. So there's just like little... And it's gratuitously violent, which RoboCop is. The thing about RoboCop and Paul Verhoeven's RoboCop is, and we talk about this on Knockback, is there's been a revision about this game over time. Like there's a revisionism about it. And people have come to see it as much better than people saw it then. And it is kind of prescient and weird in some ways about the unity of corporatism. It's basically, RoboCop's about a city that's being taken over by a company. That's like what it's about. And then RoboCop, it's Detroit. Like basically a company is coming in. Detroit's like a shithole, way worse than it is in the real world. And it's called New Detroit, I think, or something. And they come in and they're like, we're going to basically take it over. And we have these proprietary mechanical cops that are working for us. And they're actually huge machines, and RoboCop's kind of this one-off thing. So best 7 for RoboCop fans is probably a 10. Like for people that really love it. But I got to give a shout out to that. And Teon and Nacon being the publisher, have kind of carved out this middle space where they're getting these affordable licensed games out that are pretty good. And they don't take a lot of time and a lot of money, and hopefully they sell enough to make a little bit of cash. So there's this middle space being explored by them, which I appreciate. So that's when I saw your question, I was like, that's the obvious answer for me.
Yeah, I think it's a great answer. Dustin.
Brad, this is where my heel arc begins on this episode, because there's some other stuff that's going to be contentious, especially between me and you. You know, you're here, you're part of the family, but now it's time for the family to fight. Okay. This is a game that I've reflected on. I don't know if I've spoke on this in any show. A game that I was pretty high on, but I think back and I'm like, I love it, but it's maybe not as good as I initially thought. Sure. It's Armored Core 6. Here's why. Yeah. I think the combat in this game is awesome. When you're fighting a boss and you're in that flow state, it's exactly what I want it to be. But when I think back, I understand the mission structure that is Armored Core, right? And I respect them keeping that. So that's not a problem with the game, but we're talking about personal thoughts on it. The mission structure didn't really do a lot for me. In fact, some of them were so short and felt non-consequential that felt like kind of a waste of time in certain missions. Whereas others were so beefy and awesome, and, you know, big boss at the end, different lead up to the boss. I really like that. So it felt a bit lopsided. I didn't care about the story or the lore really at all, which is surprising for a FromSoft game. I tried to get into it more, but it didn't really appeal to me. And then the last thing is that, and maybe this has changed, I think the game, once you figure out a certain setup, becomes trivially easy. Where I, at one point, and then I looked it up afterwards, and apparently this was a meta that people were using, but I got used to using the dual miniguns as my arms. And outside of a few exceptions, you can kind of just clear bosses with that once you get it sorted out. So it didn't have that FromSoft level of balance, I guess. So please. I
don't think From Software has a balance level very often. I feel like shit's broken right out all the time in those games.
Yeah, you're probably right. So,
like, think about when Elden Ring came out, just how many people were using bleed builds because it was just fucking insane. Or the Hoarfrost Stomp that you could kill like any single boss in the game with. Right. There's just always, with so many different avenues for you to explore in combat, something slipped through the cracks.
I guess the difference between Armored Core and something like Elden Ring is that if you want to do a bleed build, you have to design your character around it. And sure, you can go restat, and that's probably an easy answer, but there's at least a degree of separation in order to get to the OP build, right? Where Armored Core, it's like, dude, if you just go and equip these weapons, you know, it's like that. And maybe, I guess you could argue and say, well, Dustin, if you thought it was too easy, you should have made it more challenging for yourself by not using that every time.
No.
But yeah, I feel like at the same time, like, that's not on me.
No, that's game design, dude.
That's
like the Metal Blade in Mega Man 2. It's like, if you don't want me to abuse this thing, take it out. Otherwise, it's there.
Yeah.
You know?
I guess, so when I reviewed it, I was in a vacuum when I was playing that game. And it was funny to find kind of stuff that people found out after I'd finished it that I didn't even think about. And that was one of those things, how good that would be. Because, like, for my build was like, I think I had one Gatling gun, but then I was using like a sword a lot on the other one. So it was hard for me to just kind of see that. But I feel like that's just something that always happens with games where you have so much variety.
True.
But like, hopefully they'll nerf some stuff then, or like tweak some patches, something like that. But yeah.
When I say that, I don't know. You put this as favorite 7. I don't know if I would give it a 7. Overall.
No, yeah,
like you know what I mean. But I guess in hindsight, just thinking about it, dude. I think about some of those moments, particularly there's the boss that a lot of people got hung up on. The one that's kind of like has that circular disc around it.
Yeah.
I think about going in and using the sword and slashing him and dodging around. And I'm like, man, that was peak, super fast, twitchy mech combat. And I love the game for that.
Yeah.
But like I said, some of these other things in terms of its pacing and structure, I was like,
yeah,
I would have liked them to see them evolve Armored Core in that way instead of just stick to what Armored Core was before.
Yeah. For some of my favorite 7s, I got Lords of the Fallen.
Oh,
that was a Souls-like. I thought it was fun. I did the review for this also. A fun Souls-like that had enough problems to hold it back, though, in a lot of ways. Particularly performance wasn't super stellar. I think the world design was actually pretty good in this game, and like the sense of exploration you got. I was constantly finding secrets and just getting those cool moments where you've been exploring somewhere for a while, then you pop out another area and you're like, oh, whoa, that's where I was before. Like those classic moments you want from these type of games. There's some decent bosses in it. They're pretty easy. I think they actually buffed them recently. But it's a really cool game. There's like a lot of fun builds you could do, a lot of variety. So I think it's a fun time, but it's like nowhere. It's not as good as like Lies of P or anything like that, but it's still fun.
I feel like that game was a bit a victim of the fact that Lies of P came out a few weeks prior. I feel like they were close.
No, I think it was before.
Oh, before.
I think Lies of P was first.
But dude, the thing for when I was interested in checking out that game, I know you had told me about performance issues on console, but then, or no, you were playing on PC.
Yeah.
So I was waiting for release to see what the console version was going to be like. And then that too was not so hot.
Not good.
And then it's funny. I remember reading some people talking about how they were nerfing the game a little bit after launch because so much of it was more of a Dark Souls 2 game design where instead of a few difficult enemies, it's like, hey, what if we had 7 enemies attack you at once? Yeah, and that would be difficult. That kind of mindset.
I complained about that, yeah.
So that was the main turnoff for me where I thought, I think I'm out.
Yeah, I died more to like just normal trash mobs than bosses by far in that game.
Yeah.
Easily.
Lies of P, September 19. Lords of the Fallen, October 13.
Oh, Brad getting fact checked.
I was right though.
First episode. Wait, I said Lies of P first.
Yeah, I said Lies of P.
I thought you said the
because I reviewed it. I reviewed it first.
Okay, but don't you think then that Lies of P, were people hot on Lies of P or the Souls fans, and then they were like, yeah, if this game is kind of mediocre, then I'm out.
Maybe. I think Lies of P was already out, and most of them were still probably playing Lies of P.
Yeah,
and if they see the reviews it was getting or whatever, they're like, it's not enough for me to get over to there.
Right.
And final quick shout out, dude, to One Piece Odyssey, turn-based One Piece game. I also reviewed this. Kind of a dumb story where you just kind of revisit a lot of the locations from the show. Dustin, you'll see like a lot of stuff like Alabasta's early on. But the combat system I thought was really fun is turn-based combat with One Piece characters. And there's like strategies of lining up combos and stuff with everybody. I had a lot of fun with the combat. And it's just, the animations are really cool. So getting to see these animations like come to life in a video game was really fun for me. But yeah, dude, only play it if you're a One Piece fan. Only. Yeah,
I haven't been checking that out recently. And the animations and being able to do like, switch into gear mode and see Luffy do, the Gum Gum Gatling and shit like that is super cool. Though The other thing, the combat you mentioned, there is a really interesting mechanic. I'm sure they're not the first one, but I haven't seen this recently, where you have the Straw Hats out on the battlefield, but they're in different locations.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to consider like, okay, well, there's kind of two fights going on at the same time and how you move characters around.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people, I'm not very far, but a lot of people say about how easy the game was overall.
Yeah, it's not super tough.
It's not very tough, but just in the little bit I've played, I'm like, man, there's some, even if this is a anime tie-in, licensed game that isn't necessarily a big, crazy RPG, they have some cool ideas going on in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Bandai game, so pretty quality. Okay, now it is time for the biggest winners and losers of the year. Colin.
All right. So am I answering both of these at the same time?
Yeah, you can do winner then loser, yeah, in the same go.
Okay, cool. So I think the amount of winners in the industry this year are legion, and there's a ton that you can choose from, including Sony and Sony and Nintendo, who I think both have a lot to show for this year. But I did choose Microsoft as the big winner, specifically because, and it's not really the performance of the Xbox, which is not great at all. It's that they've kind of bent the arc towards their model this year. And now they'll be able to kind of figure out if it's really going to work or not. Now, I've long been of the theory and been very vocal that Game Pass simply cannot work long term, as they've proposed it. And I even wonder, and I don't know, this is true as of December 13th when we're recording this, so who knows if it's going to change. But even the weird stuff that's going on with Blade right now, where they specifically will just not say that it's exclusive or that it's coming to Game Pass, they will not say it, like over and over and over again. And so I think that things are already kind of mobile over there and maybe changing for them in the way that they look at things. So I don't know, and maybe that will be resolved by the time that that this comes out. But there's no doubt that clearing the FTC hurdle and acquiring Activision after a 2-year ordeal allows them to, first of all, it allowed them materially to consolidate the industry heavily around them and their model of the market. Subsume Call of Duty, all of the Blizzard games, all of that. I mean, that's an undeniably huge win. Like, you can't look at that as any other way, even if it's going to be on everything. And I think most of those games will be on everything forever. I think that it's just, well, they're just going to get 30% rips of everything that sells on PlayStation and on Nintendo. So they're in great shape in that way. I don't know that it just seems obvious to me that Game Pass isn't working the way that they thought it was going to. And I wonder if they're starting to reposition it in some way. And maybe, Dustin, you and I have talked about this in the past, like, could they unwind from the day one release stuff on there? And I really think they can't at this point with their own games. Like, that would, I think, be the end. So they're in a weird position, but there's no doubt now they have the initiative. Now the field is clear for the way they want to play. And there are no excuses at this point now. None. Bethesda and Activision and all of the things that you've acquired to make Game Pass work, to make the subscription model work, to make Xbox a brand that is viable. I think that it's theirs for the taking now. And whether or not it's going to matter, now I think it's probably pretty frustrating for them behind the scenes because it doesn't seem to really matter. And that's probably a little annoying. Remember, at the time we're recording this, they haven't announced Game Pass numbers in 2 years. And they've never said how many Xbox consoles they've sold officially. They said it once at a conference, and that's how it got leaked from there. And so their whole KPI of being, well, we want people playing on our platform, it's like, well, now you have no excuses. And so now I expect to see numbers and I expect to see growth and you expect to see some path of viability. But then you see stuff like with whatever happens one way or the other with Blade. And you're like, I don't know, man, can't you guys just get out of your own way and just announce things like normal people and just get things, and so I think that there's no doubt that there are a myriad winners this year because the industry did so well. But I think Microsoft's probably liking the way they sit right now compared to this time last year. And I think now they're gonna learn. They're gonna get their data now, one way or the other. So I think that they're the big winner. And then the big loser is Embracer. This was predictable. I predicted this on Sacred Symbols from the very beginning. It's probably one of the most notorious Colin was right moments ever, because I remember saying when they were fifth as big as they got now, I'm like, what are they doing? This is not sustainable. You can't activate 130 or 140 studios under a specific publisher umbrella. This doesn't make any sense. You're going to have games that are fundamentally competing with one another. You're going to have games from the same genre that are coming out the same quarter. You're going to have games that that don't match up and that you're going to have to dump 20, 50, $100 million into that don't even get out. And this was all easy to do and consolidate when money was cheap, but money's not cheap now. This is a place where economics and capitalism really intersect with the industry in a way that needs to be talked about, because Embracer consolidated the industry by getting fluid, low interest rate loans. And now that interest rates are high to squeeze out inflation, and it's not really working, which means interest rates are just going to go even higher, the money's not free anymore. And when the presumably Saudi royal family, it seems like, walked away from a deal with them to inject capital into them, they were fucked. And it was clear this was going to happen. I don't know how people didn't see this more obviously. It's just, you can't be this big. When you look at a studio, like Sony is 20 studios. And it's like, dude, you can't, even Microsoft now at what, 40 or 45, it's like, this is pushing the bounds of reason. At some point, this is going to collapse in and of itself. So Embracer really, really screwed up. And it'll be interesting to see how they salvage this, what they decide to keep and what they decide to sell, and what they've already decided to shut down. You know, the Time Splitters remake is dead.
Ugh.
Right? But are they going to sell? They own like the video game rights, I think, to the Lord of the Rings. They own Tomb Raider. They own they own Gearbox. Apparently they're trying to sell Gearbox, which means Borderlands is available and all of this. What are they going to keep and what are they going to sell? Because I read a really canny piece a few weeks ago somewhere, Games Industry Updates or something like that, where they were saying what Embracer's vision was to make a major A or AA publisher of those style games. In fact, I long said, Brad, that they would make the most sense for Microsoft. Like if Microsoft wanted someone, they should have bought Embracer simply for the volume of games that they own. That would be great for your subscription service. But then, and this is where they would say, like, the money was so cheap and they were so heady with where they were going, where they were like, why not get Gearbox? And then when you do that, or why not get Crystal Dynamics? And it's like, whoa. Now you're in AAA. That's different than what you're trying to do. That's totally different. And they don't know how to do it. And I think a lot of people are saying that that's going to be a problem for them too. So Embracer is most certainly the biggest loser. There are a few big losers this year, but they're a big loser. And I feel bad for the people that bought into that whole nonsense of you have to decentralize these studios as much as possible. That's why I keep saying I don't want Sony to buy anyone. As a PlayStation fan, I don't want them to buy anyone. Look what happened with Bungie, as we said earlier. It just blew up in their face. Just keep things small, make second party one-off decisions and deals with people, test the waters, find good dance partners, bring them in. Doing doing things the way Embracer did, fire sale. I mean, what happened with Time Splitters is a great example, because it's like they basically remade that whole studio from the ground up to make that game. And it's like, that's a lot of money. And now it's not even going to come out. Now you have to write it down. So yeah, that big winner, Microsoft, big loser, Embracer.
Yeah, I think that's a very well thought out answers all around. Well done.
Thank you.
Dustin.
Yes. Let's go with, okay, so for winner, I have Nintendo is the winner of the year.
Yahoo!
Maybe not the winner, but a big winner, of course. I think
absolutely
there's a lot, like Colin said, there are many, many winners this year, but I say Nintendo just because mainly I have three major points. Number one, Tears of the Kingdom, of course, doing a follow-up to Breath of the Wild, which many people consider to be not just one of the best Zelda games, but one of the greatest games of all time. You don't have to agree with that, but I think we can agree that many people feel that way, right?
Yep.
Being able to, as I said earlier, use what they have in a way that was really, really smart and expand, and just be rewarded, of course, handsomely for it with sales. They were able to sneak in and make that game $70 and no one blinked an eye. And then they said something like, oh, well, we're going to price games as we see fit. It's like, no, you just made Zelda 70 because you knew you'd be able to get that extra 10 from everybody. So good for them. Yeah. But then also my second point is the Mario movie and how Nintendo has made themselves a true multimedia company going forward. And we talked about this on Punching Up, but I was going deep into some of their financial presentations that they did, their quarterly. And they talk about this idea about how they are a multimedia company and they have their merchandise, they've got the theme park, and now they have the movies. But they very much view it as a way to get people in on their core business. They had a graph that had arrows all going into the Switch and the games. And I love that focus where, they've so far chosen partners wisely with particularly Universal and Illumination for the Mario movie. I know a lot of us questioned it, but then ended up making a really successful and high quality movie with the Mario movie. But also now they've got the theme parks in Japan and in Los Angeles, and that the one is expanding. And then just how they've been able to make all of those synergistically combine, Colin's favorite word. But also too in their financials, just talking about how the Switch has become this device for them where they can take these old IP that maybe have a core fan base, but make them mainstream. Games like Pikmin 4. Yeah. They released Pikmin 4 and it sells more than every Pikmin game that came out before it combined. And so that leads me to my last point in that the Switch is old. Switch is stinky, it's old, it's nasty, and yet it continues to be a powerhouse for them in terms of sales, and in particular software sales as well. And a new Switch is coming out, whatever their next console is. I'm assuming it's going to be an iterative version of the Switch, still that hybrid home console, but they don't honestly need to. And that's why they've held on so long, is that the Switch continues to sell and they keep selling software for it. So just Nintendo's dominance overall, their savvy business right now,
I think that upsets me the most with like Nintendo is just like, I want new hardware so bad, and people are like, oh, yeah, they just don't need to. And it's like, I don't give a fuck. I just want better hardware from you, for God's sakes.
Yeah. Well, dude, that's the thing, Brad, is I'm also with you in that playing the Switch is somewhat of a turnoff for me, just because of...
It's a struggle.
Seeing some of these games blown up on my 4K TV isn't always pretty. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom in particular, I thought, man, only this was on something that actually had just an ounce of power behind it, which to their credit, it's still a beautiful game. And Mario Wonder is one of the most beautiful games I played this year. So yeah, I'm with you. I want it. It's just, this is one of the things where it's just, there's a disconnect between the actual market and us.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
So I get it.
I get it 100%. Well said.
My loser for the year is Starfield. Starfield is the loser.
Oh, shit.
And here's why. I'm going to keep my opinion out of this. This isn't an opinion about Starfield being a loser. It's that Starfield, I think, was supposed to be so much more for Xbox. This was supposed to be the game. And I just don't know if it's turned out the way that they wanted in so many different ways. I was curious. Starfield on Steam has a mixed response. And, again, keeping opinions out of it, there are people that loved Starfield and still love it. And that's great. I'm glad that people got that. But I think that overall, for a lot of people, Starfield was not the game that they were hoping it to be. It's not that it didn't do what it was going to say it was going to do. It had the hundreds or the 1,000 planets, whatever. It had the space travel. It had the shipbuilding. It had the Bethesda style. But I think they lost something core with this game that people loved about Bethesda games, and that's the exploration. Segmenting it between the planets is a huge turnoff to a lot of people. And so I just wonder if, they're looking at it now and they're like, man, we were really hoping this game was going to move more consoles or really cement Xbox as this, like, hey, we got that game. The game, how everyone has that game for PlayStation they want? Here's the game for Xbox that you're going to switch over for. And I'm sure many people did, but maybe ended up being a little disappointed. I mean, this is the game that when they showed it off, the conversation was, this is going to be one of the greatest RPGs of all time. Mm-hmm. That was the feeling. And I thought that could have been true at the time. And then Starfield doesn't even get nominated for Game of the Year and doesn't win the best RPG category. So taking my opinion out of it, and I know that some people won't be able to do that, and that's okay. You have to look at this and be like, man, this game I don't think just panned out for what they wanted it to be, and especially what it meant for the Xbox brand, since they wanted to tie it so closely. So I'm going to say Starfield, biggest loser.
I think I 100% agree with you. Like, there's no way this game, as it is what they wanted it to be. They wanted this game to just be a zeitgeist and blow up. I had a really weird experience with this game. I played this game after I had played Baldur's Gate 3, or played a lot of it, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, then I played this game. And I felt like I was playing a game from the PS4 era in a lot of ways. The amount of loading, how dumb the NPCs were. I walked into a room, there's an NPC in there, I point a gun, I shoot right next to their head. Shoot all around them. They don't move an inch. It's like I'm not even there. I go into a little spot. I start stealing something off some guy. His employee looks right at me as I'm doing it. I'm stealing it. I steal it. They don't care at all that I just stole this. As they're fucking looking at me, I was like, all right, I cannot, for an RPG, for me to be immersed, I cannot be in a game where they refuse to let me be immersed. It's just not possible at the state that I was playing at. And I was like, all right, I'm done. I played 10 hours. That was enough. Starfield.
Starfield reads to me as a game that, you hear about developers that they say the toughest part is that you have an idea for a game. You have the concept and then you have to make it. And sometimes developers realize that the concept they thought was fun isn't actually working out.
Yeah.
And I think that when everyone years ago thought, holy shit, a Bethesda game in space, sign me up. That sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it's practically out on paper, it's not, like I said, it loses that identity of, with all of the fast traveling and moving around. I really think that's one of the core issues with it.
Yeah, it definitely reminded me of when I played Fallout 4 after The Witcher 3.
Dude, that's a
famous. That's exactly what happened to it. It's the same.
I was just like, what happened
situation.
to this? Like, you just got lapped.
Yeah, totally. It's the same
thing.
They got
lapped again.
It's exactly the same thing.
It's fucking brutal.
I said on the show, I was way more bullish on it than it ended up being, because I was like, it's just Occam's razor, right? Microsoft has to know how important this game is. Bethesda has to know how important this game is. It has to be great. Like, I just had assumed that about it. And I didn't play it. It's not really for me. I haven't played a Bethesda game since Fallout 3, really, but all the way through anyway. But it just didn't end up panning out for them. And I know people get mad at this, but it just is what it is. This kind of game creates a conundrum for services like Game Pass. And because people say the numbers of, like, the achievement numbers for games like Starfield are spoofed by people signing into Game Pass and trying it, which is true. But if that's the case, then why are only 1 in 10 of them beating it?
Yeah.
That's not good. Like, it's not good. I don't care what you say. It's not 1 of 10 people on Game Pass. It's 1 of 10 people who played it. And if you think that's, as I noted when Spider-Man 2 came out, and this is just crazy, it's not per capita. There are more people that have platinumed Spider-Man 2 than beaten Starfield. And I know that they're different kinds of games, but they actually take a similar amount of time to do. Platinum Spider-Man 2 is a 30 to 40 hour process. You can beat Starfield Golden Quest in under 20 hours, or Golden Line, as far as I understand, in under 20 hours. Not that you should play the game like that. Even when you go and you see that level 10, only 3 out of 10 people that have played Starfield have gotten to level 10. That to me is the conundrum. It's why I keep telling people, if I were looking at this and I were Microsoft, I'd be like, we should make smaller games, lots of smaller games. There's no reason, even when you see, it's like, we have 3 million people play Hi-Fi Rush, and it's like, okay, but 10% of them beat it. If 10% of people finished a Netflix series, they would cancel it. And that's that we're not living in the same world of retention. And I think that's an interesting thing with Starfield. I was sad to see it happen, because I really felt like Xbox needed that win, and they kind of got it, but not really. They will not talk about sales numbers, and they never will, So, and not that it really matters, because it's on Game Pass anyway. It's always about player numbers, but it's never about true engagement. And I think that's where they're lacking. And it's clear that this game didn't hit.
Yeah. Hopefully they can turn it around, I guess. They could have a Cyberpunk moment where they reboot it or something like that. I hope. I'm not expecting it, but that would be nice. All right, my biggest winner and losers of the year. My biggest winner is Microsoft. They got the deal done. They now own Activision Blizzard. That is a humongous get, especially for someone like me. You know, Blizzard is a local game developer for me, so I always have a close relation, like a close love for that company. And man, they have been under Activision's thumb for so long. So I really hope they get a lot more freedom. I'm not expecting like dramatic shift or anything like that, but I hope the quality of their games goes up. Because the Blizzard I grew up loving, like so many others did, was like top of the line video games. Always some of the best games, no matter what. StarCraft, and you got World of Warcraft, Warcraft 3, like everything these guys made was insane. Diablo. And over the years, they just kind of slowly dipped. So hopefully now with some new leadership, they can get up back into their good graces, or the glory days, I should say. So I'm really hopeful for that. And the loser, it has to be Embracer. I don't know how else it cannot be Embracer. It's just...
Sorry to copy your answers.
No, like I copied yours, I think. It's just like, how could it not be Embracer, who came out with their chest puffed out like Donkey Kong, saying we're getting all these sick games and everything. We have the rights to Lord of the Rings and all that shit. We're going to be killing it here. And they just are slowly cutting off teams one by one. It's just so painful to see. I feel like I'm waiting every week to hear a new studio they're closing or something like that. It just feels like the most insane mismanagement stories ever of a game studio. It's like, I have no idea what they were thinking.
You have to imagine they are overexpanded in headcount by more than 50%, which is absolutely nuts. Like eventually they're going to have to cut in half. How they get there, whether they sell things or fire people and obviously lay people off, shut things down, is another story.
Do you think they were looking at like COVID numbers, like when people were playing games in COVID, and just be like, okay, this is what things are at now. Things are at an all-time high, and will continue to be at this all-time high. And they just put all their bets in that?
Yeah, I think it has to do with that. Like I said, too, I think it just had to do with like low risk bets with free money. Like if you borrow money at 1.5%, and then buy a studio, then even turn it around and sell it for a 20% premium, you just made, 18.5%. And I think they were just looking at things like that and thinking that it was always going to be that way. I think that's not exclusive to Embracer or video games. A lot of companies made massive mistakes in the low interest rate environment, and they were just overexpanded. I think the big thing is that they just thought they needed more capital, and I think they assumed they were going to get more infusions of capital by diluting their internal stock or whatever. And I think the Saudis were just like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, and I think that was just the building block they needed. And once that happened, I think that was the poison pill, where people were like, they didn't like something they saw in their books, and they're probably right. And so, I'll be very curious to see what Embracer looks this time next year. So holiday 2024, it's going to be a very different company.
Yeah, it's going to be weird for sure. All right. This category: games I wish I had time for or got to finish.
I'm sorry. I printed this out and I'm like, shit, I don't have it on here. Why not? And then it's because I sent it to you separately, didn't I?
I can go first if you want to look around.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh,
all right.
Yeah, go ahead and look. Oh no, I have it. I found it.
Okay.
I found it. So I'll just go. I'm sorry. I don't want to break the order. Two Square Enix releases that I wish I had time for. So the first is Star Ocean, the second Story R, which I've been watching Micah play on Switch, and it looks really cool. Very beautiful and traditional. And so I want to give a shout out to that game. And then the second one is and I think you guys will both be able to relate to this, is kind of one of those legendary Super Famicom releases that we never got in the West, which I'm not entirely sure how to even say. Per Schneider told me it was Live Alive before it even ever came.
Live Alive.
But I think it's Live Alive.
Yeah.
Because what I say is it's like what is that game? Bahamut Dragoon or something. And there's like a series of Super Famicom games from Enix, Square, and that never got localized, and this was one of them. And so you would always see it in the 90s internet, be like, what is this game? And there were like fan translations of it, and it finally came out, and I just never picked it up. I have no idea why. I didn't realize at the time that and maybe I'm mistaken, but it's kind of got like a Saga Frontier vibe to it, where it seems like it's about smaller stories.
Yes, they are smaller stories that kind of intertwine at a point. Yeah,
so that's cool. And that's a lot like Octopath Traveler too, as well, which is a game I played this year, but I didn't beat it. And so those were the two selections I had, because I'm pretty satisfied with what I played this year, like as I'm sitting now, there are a bunch of indie games that I wish I got to, and they're smaller games that no one cares about. But the only game mainline commercial release that I was like, oh, I probably should get back to that is Hogwarts Legacy. And otherwise, I feel pretty satisfied. So those were the two that came and went. And I think I will get to one of those over the holiday season, which would have already happened by the time everyone hears this. So we'll see.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Let's see. Mine is Ghost Runner 2.
Oh, I played some of it. It was really good. It's really good.
Chris got to play a little bit of it, but that first Ghost Runner game, man, was so surprising to me. It's one of those cool games where it has like really breathtaking AAA looking graphics, but kind of more simple in terms that it's not like a million systems or anything like that. Very much in the line of a Hotline Miami style game where you're kind of just doing trial and error till you figure out like the prime path through the level where you kill all the enemies and you keep going. But a lot of cool, you know, parkour elements. You're running on walls, you're doing time slowdown. And so I was really excited for this second one. And then I think I didn't even realize it came out when it did. I remember it getting announced and some of the stuff leading up to it. And then a week or two after, I thought, oh man, that came out. I'm busy right now, but I got to get to that at some point. So yeah, I totally missed out on Ghost Runner 2, but I want to check that out. I'm hoping I can fix that over Christmas break, maybe. But I think that in every show I've recorded, I've said a different game that I want to play over Christmas break. So we'll see if that actually happens.
Yeah, it's hard, man. Just too much damn games to play. All right, so I have a lot of games here. I have 6. I'll just go through them pretty quickly, though. Games I wish I had time for or finished. Darkest Dungeon 2. Played a little bit of it. Sea of Stars, I have never played, and I desperately want to play that game.
It's really good. I didn't get the real endings, but I did beat it. Yeah, it's great.
It looks fucking awesome. Octopath Traveler 2, I heard, is really good. I didn't really like the first one that much, but everyone's saying 2 is like where it's at. Hi-Fi Rush, I played a lot of, but I never finished it, so I would like to go back and finish that. Super Mario Wonder has been delightful, but I have not finished it yet either. And Ghost Runner 2 also, Dustin. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So lots of stuff I'd still need to finish, but whatever. All right, lads. It's time for our top 10 games of the year. We're going to start at number 10, your lowest one first.
Okay. I have a special shout out here to the game The Light in the Darkness, which is a game by my friend Luke Bernard. And it's a free-to-play game on PS4, PS5, and PC, I think right now is at the time of recording, although I think he's going to get it to more places. It's an hour long, and it's about a specific story in during the Holocaust, World War II in France. That's not usually a location where a lot of stories are told in occupied France. From the perspective of the Holocaust in Vichy France, the collaborators or whatever. So So I wanted to give a shout out to this, and I just interviewed Luke Bernard again for like the third time a couple weeks ago and was talking to him. And I know he's a little salty, and I think reasonably so, that this game wasn't nominated or even given any sort of nod in Games for Impact at the Game Awards, which is bullshit because that's obviously a popularity contest. And a game about the Holocaust is not going to be, frankly, popular with Games Press, just for obvious reasons. So I wanted to give a shout out as my number 10 to The Light in the Darkness.
Awesome.
My number 10 is Lethal Company. This is a recency bias, but this game is so much fun. It's so hilarious. I talked about it on Sacred Symbols a few weeks ago, but I'm already impressed in that there was a little update just recently that adds all these new crazy things in it, like new items you can pick up and new enemies. And I feel like every time I play it, I learn something else about it. And it's just a good game for playing with the boys. You know, this game technically, I guess you could say it's in early access. So it's released, it's playable. So I'm going to count it. Lethal Company, $10, made by one guy. Check that out.
Yeah, Lethal Company is so rad. I had so much fun playing the game. Like when we played recently, that was really good. So sick. All right, my number 10 is Lies of P. A fake Bloodborne game. They looked at this game, or they looked at Bloodborne and said, let's make our own. and they sure did. Lies of P is a very good Souls-like. I really like this game. I didn't like it as much as some other people, I would say. People were like saying it's their GOTY kind of game, which I get, but
I think
not
Maddie,
quite that level for
his.
me. But I think it's a really good Souls-like that finds its own footing as you go through the game. Obviously, when you start playing this game, you're like, okay, this is 100% a Bloodborne ripoff in every way. And it is still, but it gets more into stuff, especially about its like lore and like the puppet kind of stuff. You can see From Software's DNA all over this game. But as much as that is, they are copying from the best in the biz. So you're still getting an excellent video game. And the ending of this game is so fucking wild. I cannot wait for the inevitable sequel. I won't spoil for anyone out there, but
I actually went and spoiled it for myself because it.
Okay.
The spoiler, you kill Walt Disney.
Yeah, we had a fake spoiler in Sacred Symbols that people thought you killed.
Yeah, people thought that was real, right? That's so funny, dude. That is awesome, dude.
Great commentary.
Kill Walt Disney, dude.
It's hysterical.
Yeah, they definitely, Disney was cool with that.
Yeah,
so no problem.
The system about being able to combine different parts of their weapons to fit your play style, like the handles or like a blade, gave you a lot of experimentation how you want to tackle the situations. The arm is fun, of course. You get the grapple stuff. You can grapple onto guys or eventually launch into them. I had just like a giant fucking cannon. I felt like Mega Man just shooting guys every now and then, which is a lot of fun. Really nice environments, some disgusting looking bosses, like hideous creatures, and some really sick robots that are awesome to fight. I like the parry mechanic system, and Dustin, I know, is a little hit and miss for you in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But I liked it. It felt different enough. But yeah, really solid game. Really good game. Would recommend. Number 9 for Colin.
Okay. I choose the game here, Gravity Circuit, which is a really awesome Mega Man-like 2D game.
Yeah, I've been curious about this. No, I've been curious about this game, though.
It's excellent. And it's heavily inspired by Mega Man. I would say more Mega Man X, although it's like a Mega Man game, but you're really a melee character instead. So maybe more like Zero or something.
Because I saw a trailer. He like gets in like the robot suit. Is that the right game?
Yeah, just like X.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and there's like a few parts of the stage, just like an X, where there's a few parts where you do that. He also has like a hook shot that he uses to like grapple to walls and all these sorts of things. It's by a studio called Domesticated Ant, and I think it's a really, really special game. I actually just got back to it a few weeks ago and beat it because when it came out, I played through the entire thing, and it's very similar to X, more like X than classic Mega Man, where you're finding like health upgrades and all these different things, armor upgrades and so on and so forth. And I got to the last boss without really any of that stuff. So I was getting my ass kicked, and then I'm like, I'll get back to this later. But it's one of those games where you can't just go back and play it again. So a few weeks ago, I sat down and I'm just going to wipe the save, play it again, and beat it. And I did that, and it was just so great. And just it's such a love letter to, more to X, probably 75% X and 25% classic Mega Man. Okay. And the enemies are all beautifully, the pixel art's beautiful, and it got a lot of personality. So yeah, shout out to Gravity Circuit. Awesome.
Dude, I'm going to write this down because I'm going to buy this right after we shoot this thing.
Yeah, I think you'll love
buying this game.
Yeah, check it out.
My number 9. I will make this one brief because I talked about extensively earlier, is Armored Core 6. So a game that I felt like had a lot of issues, but like I said, the zen moment of the combat where you are feeling it, flying around, slashing enemies with your sword, or even using the 2 miniguns that are OP, all felt so good. And yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I talked about it earlier. I'll leave it at that.
Hell yeah. My next one, I think I might be a little lower than you guys if it's on this list, but we'll see. My number 9 is Dead Space Remake. I really loved this game. I love Dead Space 1. I love Dead Space 2. I despise Dead Space 3. So when I got to come back and get a really, really good remake that added a few nice things and little tweaks here and there, it was a fantastic video game and felt like a new renaissance for the series. I'm hoping that we'll get 2 now or something like that, but I feel like this game brought the franchise back to life with how quality it is. The sound, the enemies, the weapons are still super fun. Like the plasma cutter, dude, it's like top weapon of all time. It is an incredible game. I highly recommend this game to anybody if you're not a scaredy cat. It's so damn good.
What do we do if it's on our list too? Do we save it for where it is on our list?
You can just say, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Okay, great.
Yeah, we're going to have overlap probably at some things.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I just didn't know if I should say it now. Okay.
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Good selection.
Just when you get to it.
Okay. So we're on to number 8 now?
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. So I've already talked about this, but RoboCop Rogue City, I would put at number 8.
Sick.
I think that this is, I think we're not, certainly not in a renaissance period of licensed games, but it's getting a lot better, man. And it was a joke. It wasn't always a joke. People forget that there were good licensed games, like Batman on NES is a fucking dope game,
Dude,
for instance.
Super Nintendo has so many.
Yeah, totally. Totally. So people are a little too hard on licensed games. I think it was more in the PS1, certainly shovelware. The disc era allowed shovelware to be developed for the first time, basically, because it was cheap to manufacture games. That's where it all comes from. And really, it wasn't until the PS2 that anyone figured that out. And certainly the Wii was where it got out of control.
Yeah.
But RoboCop is, I already said everything about it. It's not to be cliche, but a love letter to people who like RoboCop. And it's a game that's not trying to do anything more than be RoboCop. And you can't really ask for more than that. So shout out to RoboCop, number 8.
Hell yeah. Love that pick. Number 7,
number
Dustin.
8. My number 8,
sorry,
Brad,
number 8. Yeah.
is yeah, no, you're good. My number 8, one that you just said, Lies of P.
Nice.
And this is a game I mentioned. Armored Core 6 kind of going down a few notches with time. Lies of P, when I think back, going up some notches, just because thinking about the world and how they were able to take a Pinocchio and make a Souls-like game is so crazy. It's like we've acclimated, we've gotten used to it, we've played it. It's it's a Pinocchio game, but it's like, dude, that's still actually pretty fucking crazy that they did that. Absolutely. And the way that they were able to do it was so cool too. And so yeah, I had some issues with it, but it's a game that I've thought about a lot that I would like to go back to for another playthrough at some point, just because I think, if I'm being honest, part of me, I don't want to say, we did the spoiler cast and I talked a lot of good stuff about it, but I think I was slightly down because the final boss of this game just completely destroyed me and broke me.
I remember you telling me about this.
Dude, and I felt like I said, thinking about it now, I was a little soured at that moment because I was so frustrated. But yeah, Lies of P, I can't wait to see what that studio does next.
Yeah, man. I kind of wish they had a little more familiar Pinocchio elements in that game.
Yeah.
Ideally,
so like Jiminy,
the Pleasure Island thing or whatever.
Yeah.
I wish they had something like that. Maybe that's just Disney Pinocchio, though. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's always tough with that.
But yeah, I agree. Fantastic game. Well done. All right, my number 8 is Alan Wake 2. So Alan Wake, I like the first one. I enjoy. Was not a huge lover on it, but I liked it. Alan Wake 2, I think, is such a superior sequel in every single way compared to the original game. Obviously, I think you should play Alan Wake 1, though, before playing 2. But 2, I think, was how they handled the character swapping and giving them different mechanics and setting them in different environments completely was so refreshing. When I would just get comfy at one time in Bright Falls, I'd switch over to Alan's Nightmare New York City thing. It was like a really nice jump that I needed the whole way through. I also love the puzzles with Alan, like his light you would use to like change things like that, and later on swapping the rooms. Everything just seems so fluid doing it too. It was just excellent. Some of my criticisms, I guess, are the board you use in the mind place or whatever. Like, I think it's fine, but a lot of it's just kind of you just dragging something until it eventually lines up. I like the idea of it, but in practice, I didn't think it was very good. And just some of the locales, man, like Coffee World, a pleasure to go through. All that Remedy charm, the live action segments, like they were done well in this game. Like I played Quantum Break, dude, and I fucking hated the live action segments in Quantum Break.
It's so clunky.
Because they were just like 20-minute TV shows and they were just boring and shit. So, and it was great to be Alan Wake again, like some nice shotguns, some good fun like that. I some of the combat I don't think is very good overall. Like I found myself avoiding a lot of it because I didn't enjoy it. There wasn't enough enemy types either, I thought. There's only a couple cool ones. Like there was like the lady that was like the 2 at once though. Mm-hmm. She was like popping up. I thought that was really cool. Need a little more enemy variety though for the survival horror. And the jump scares I thought were kind of bullshit. like just that flash like thing like constantly in some areas, just, like a little too much, but still the story here and how it was all laid out and how it all connects is so expertly done. I couldn't help but wanting to keep playing to see what was going to unravel. And I also just love getting the words of power with Alan, like out in the city, just finding those, shining your light on and get a little bonus. I loved all that shit. But yeah, I like to really good game. Really happy how it turned out. Shout out to those boys at Remedy.
All right, 7.
Yeah.
Game called Bat Boy that I really loved. This is a side scroller from a studio called Sanzai, and it's I was saying earlier, there's games now inspired by Shovel Knight, and this game is so clearly inspired by Shovel Knight. And it's so good. It is so good. It has no business being this good. I don't think almost anyone has really played it, to be honest. I was just looking at trophy numbers. Like it only has 61 reviews at all on Steam, for instance.
Damn.
Very, very positive. But it's a game that people aren't playing, but I discovered it and it's great, man. It's got a lot of heart and a lot of spirit. The kind of robot masters or enemies in the game are other athletes. So like you're like a bat boy, and then you're fighting other people from other sports, basically, as like their kind of archetype enemy as you go on and on. And it's super cool. And it's basically about like this all-star team, and he's trying to like collect his like friends back or whatever. And it's just very charming, very cute. And you're using a baseball bat to fight. And so you can like pogo on guys and smash them and get all these special skills. And it's the map. If you look at screenshots, like the map, so the world map of Shovel Knight is heavily inspired, I would argue, by the likes of Mario 3 and or Super Mario World. And this is it's just Shovel Knight. Like it's straight up not even trying to hide it. And if they're not going to do it, fuck it. You should do it. And so I highly recommend Bat Boy. It is beautiful. It is fun. It will take you a night or two to beat if you're any good at these games. It's not a huge commitment. And it's a shame that these kinds of games don't do better. But I think this is just a space I happily dwell in. And I understand that this is a crowded space too, so that there are a lot of games and like people are surprised I don't like 20XX and all that. I'm like, I want a game. I don't want a fucking roguelike, you know, give me a game and tell me where a beginning and an end to it. And this game fits that bill. If you're in, I'd be interested to know what you think of this too. The unfortunate thing is that I think these are, they're not too expensive. I just think people are feeling priced out because these games are like $15 or $20. Games like Bat Boy and Gravity Circuit, but that's the cost of doing business for these kinds of games, man.
Yeah.
And the pixel art, I'm not trying to make it seem harder than it is, but just owning a studio that does pixel art, it is so difficult to do pixel art at the level that these guys are doing it. It's not even fucking funny how hard it is to do it that well.
Yeah.
And we have some awesome artists, man, and to do it at this level is just, it's incredible, and it costs money. So and it's so much harder than making 2.5D, for instance. So
this game's $15. Like, what's the big deal? This seems like a very good deal to me.
Yeah, I agree. We would have paid $60 on NES for this.
Yeah.
So, in 1989 or whatever. So that would have been like $120 there.
I'm going to add that to my list of games to buy after this.
Oh yeah. You're going to, dude, actually it says more like this on the bottom. This is funny. I'm on Steam. Mm-hmm. 2 of the games on the bottom, first game's Hi-Fi Rush and Blasphemous 2. Those are 2 games.
Baby. Oh, baby.
So there you go.
Speaking to me. Yep, I will buy that.
Because it's on to me, Dustin? Right? Number 7.
Yes,
Alan Wake 2 also. Yeah, you said it. We had the same, thinking along the same lines here. But yeah, I really love this game. I loved that we're getting a sequel to a game that I played in 10th grade. Feels pretty cool. Finally seeing what's going on with Alan. And I loved how Remedy, and we go into this a lot in the spoiler cast that I highly recommend people check out with me and Ben and Hogue and Gene, is that Remedy was really able to take this idea that they've been striving for, this multimedia game, you know, it fuses live action with gaming, and they were able to do it in a way that they were getting closer with Control, but I really liked how they did it with Alan Wake 2. And I think that it's still, like you said, it has a few things that I really don't like about it. The jump scare thing was annoying. And I think that some of the times the combat could be a little clunky, but man, I'm just so happy that we got a sequel to Alan Wake 2. And just some of the wild ideas that they put into the game too was very refreshing. So yeah, Remedy, working on Control 2 now, I assume. So
yeah,
love to see it.
Shout out. Yeah, shout out Remedy. All right, number 7 for me is Armored Core 6. I like Armored Core games. I played a lot of Armored Core 2 back in the day, but since then I've been off the grid. But it was nice to get a new Armored Core game in this era of From Software just destroying everybody, just being the GOAT. And once again, to me, they delivered an excellent video game. I had so much fun building up my mechs, trying out new combinations, and just seeing what I could get away with to take down bosses. Some of these bosses are really sick too, Dustin. You were talking about like the one with the circle earlier on that are just like crazy like one-on-one fights. But there's also bosses that are just like big, hulking, weird fucking machines, like construction robot machines almost. I love the mix-ups they had going on and all that stuff. I actually did like the story. 621, your pilot, who you are, I really liked, and your handler Walter, I really got a strong connection with. And of course, a character, Rusty, if you can remember buddy. Rusty.
Hey,
yeah,
buddy.
He calls you buddy.
He calls you buddy.
Yeah, Rusty is so sick. I love Rusty being in there. Multiple endings that you can go through. I didn't even know there was multiple endings till I beat the game, which was pretty funny. But some extra different routes that you can experiment. Some decent multiplayer too. I messed around with a little bit in that. It was kind of cool to be able to fight people in an Armored Core game online in 2023. And it has like that crisp From Software combat that you look for, and they somehow managed to transfer that into a mech game. So shout out, kudos to From once again. And not a Miyazaki game also, because people freak out if Miyazaki's not directing a game. And he did not direct this game, so there's other good people there, I swear.
Yeah.
All right. Are we on to number 6?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay. Sea of Stars. So Sabotage Studio, The Messenger. I love The Messenger. I had to actually look up how these games are connected to each other. They're connected in pretty intimate ways, but I would have never really known. And so I highly recommend people look when you're done with both games and you can see how they're connected. It's like thousands of years apart, by the way. There's really no way to spoil it. But Sea of Stars, I really took a lot of time to contemplate it. A lot of people would consider me not even having really beaten it because I didn't get the secret ending. Like there's a way to get a secret ending, but I beat the game. Like I got the credits and so on and so forth. So I'm satisfied with my own experience with it. I just don't have the time to dig into it. What was cool about Sea of Stars, I mean, there was a lot of cool about it, but the aesthetic is obviously gorgeous. Bless you. And there are JRPGs or Japanese inspired role playing games, and this is obviously heavily inspired by Chrono Trigger, and other games, but where combat is kind of an afterthought, and I don't mind games like that really. So I've been playing the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters this year, and I've played them all in the past, but those are games where you're kind of just like going through them, especially with the ability to speed time up or whatever. It's kind of a going through the motions sort of thing, and maybe you'll slow it down for a boss or whatever. And I don't mind that. I like that kind of, it's not procedural literally, but this ability to kind of create your character's growth, watch the stats go up. It's just very like primitive brain gaming. And this game is quite the opposite, where you really have to be deliberate in the fights, and that's cool. And you would think it's kind of frustrating, but the fight, it's more tailored to your experience. It doesn't seem like you really can grind, and you can kind of technically, but there's no need to grind. You're not really trying to do anything except for to get to the next place. And so the gameplay is satisfying in that that's going to be your time in that dungeon. You're not going to go back to grind. You're not going to go back to explore things. You're kind of just going from place to place. And Sea of Stars is a really, really wonderful game. I'm so glad that it obviously did extraordinarily well on Kickstarter, but it sold obviously very well. I think it sold 500,000 copies in a few days, which is crazy, especially because it's on Game Pass as well. So good for them.
And PS Extra.
And PS Plus Extra. That's totally right. Now, that's exactly what I was saying on the show. Is like they're literally in a position where they got their money from Sony, they got their money from Microsoft, and they're selling hundreds of thousands of copies a la carte. They were probably already rich from The Messenger, but they're much richer now, and good for them. So highly recommend Sea of Stars. I think most role-playing game fans have gotten to it at this point. See, Octopath Traveler 2, I had never played the original Octopath. It's a kind of unusual for me to jump into a sequel, but I did because people were so highly recommending it to me. And I played it for about 20 or 25 hours, and I was like, this feels kind of disjointed. Again, that Saga Frontier energy. Like, why am I doing anything? It's just so boring. Like, I don't really understand what's going on. But this game felt totally different to me and felt meaningful. There are meaningful deaths. It's kind of got Final Fantasy IV vibes in that sense, where they're not afraid to like kill someone off or make a really crazy decision. And I don't know. I can't say enough about it. Sea of Stars is excellent.
Final Fantasy IV, fake deaths is a thing constantly.
Yeah, well, there are two people that.
Yes, I know what you mean, but yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, you're right, though. There are 4 characters at least that you think die that.
There's a lot of psych moments. Yeah,
certainly. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
For me, moving on to number 6 is Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
Woo,
and
hell yeah.
This game is awesome. I love it because I wasn't really all about the new Super Mario Brothers series.
Mm-hmm.
I love that what they did with Wonder is that I think particularly they're in a developer interview, they said they wanted the animations to be top tier. They knew that people were going to see Mario in a whole new way in the Mario movie, and that they wanted to take it to the next level. And it's obvious when you play it, even just some of the subtle decisions as far as when Mario runs, he's not just profiled, from the side like he was in New Super Mario Bros. He's running more like it's unrealistic, but it's fucking Mario. That he's like kind of angled, and you see a different side of his face, and the way he jumps looks like NES, like Mario 3 box art, or just from the guide or whatever. And they were really able to make something awesome, and something that, if you get to the end, is very challenging as well. So, yeah, Super Mario Brothers Wonder was, for no surprise, one of my favorite games and one of the best games of the year. And I'm just happy that 2D Mario is alive and in a way that I like it now, as opposed to New Super Mario Bros. Because I was just never really into that.
Yeah, man, I haven't finished it, but in my opinion, it's been the best 2D Mario since Mario World, where I'm just like, dude, this game is like really good. I am constantly surprised at the stuff they're throwing at me in this game. It's delightful.
Yeah. Well, dude, and the Wonder Seed mechanic is great. I think that there's a few points where they repeat Wonder Seeds, and so it didn't feel as magical, I guess.
It's probably so infrequent, though.
Yeah, I'm willing to forgive it because there's just so many interesting ideas that if they repeat a few, it's all right with me because there's so many other cool ones.
Yeah. But yeah, goddamn, that game is very pleasant. You can't help but feel good when you play that game.
Oh, yeah.
Just smiling.
Absolutely.
All right, my number 6 is Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I like Star Wars games. I liked Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Jedi Survivor just took it to a whole new level for me in every single way. The planets you go to now are far more expansive. Like, you have a main hub planet. I think it's called Kobo. But on this planet, of course, you have plenty of Metroidvania-esque stuff where you can only get to later on. But there's also like an actual town and a cantina where you go and a bunch of people hang out there. You could talk to like quest givers down there, and you have like a little storage thing down there. I mean, Colin, as you know, Star Wars, you got to have a cantina. You got to have it. You got to have that kind of stuff. Got the robots serving drinks, all that stuff. Also continues Cal's story and all like that going on. Really cool boss fights, some really great exploration. I think it feels way better than the first game, just parkouring through these games. It's why can't I think of their Respawn? They're known for their wall running from like Titanfall. That's all in here. Way more weapons now this time around. I used like a big like 2-handed lightsaber that felt like a greatsword, which is a lot of fun. There's a stance where you can have like a lightsaber and a blaster, which is like cool. Totally Luke from Empire Strikes Back, that vibe. So I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'm using that the whole time.
That's dope.
A good story, some good twists. Yeah, and I think the world themselves just being so much bigger and well thought out when you're slowly picking your way through these areas is just incredibly satisfying. There's like cool little challenge areas, almost like shrines from Zelda. A couple of them where you do like little obstacle challenges, of which are a lot of fun. And of course, plenty of outfits to customize your character. You can buy it from people in town, lightsaber skins, all that good stuff. It is a damn good sequel. It's in a much better state now, also from when it released. Dude, please play this game if you like Star Wars. It's so damn good.
Brad, this could have been one of my games that I want to get to. It's a game that got away just because, again, kind of we were talking about another game.
May, I think,
it was fucked on every platform to some degree. So I thought, not right now. And then
now is that
now never happened. So
the now is now.
One of those games that sold really, really well, but no one seems to talk about anymore.
Yeah. I think just this year is just insane with games. But
I played Fallen Order and I beat it. What I remember not liking about it was and I know this was a common complaint, I think, was the exploration was so bad. Like laying the map over the stage and finding where you're going and trying to find places you've not been and stuff. It's a nightmare. And I read that they fixed that heavily. In this
Yes, they addressed a lot of stuff like that, Colin.
Yeah, that's
Everything
cool.
is just way more clean.
The only Star Wars game or Star Wars product at all that I would be interested in maybe trying is that Outlaw game, but I don't even think I'm going to do that. So
it's got that Ubisoft flavor, baby.
Hell yeah, it does.
Your beloved Ubisoft. I'm telling you, Colin, this game's cool though, man.
It's on. Dagan always says this to me that like you would be so easily sucked back into Star Wars if you just gave anything a chance, like any of the Disney Plus stuff. And I'm like, I just can't do it anymore. You know, like I gotta use my bandwidth for something else.
That's what I thought. You just do the stuff that's cool about it. You don't do it all, just the small things here and there. That's how you got to do it.
It's so hard for me to do things like that.
I know. Star Wars fans, we've had it rough.
Yeah,
we've had
totally.
it real rough.
Yeah, I'm a reformed
I can't even
fan.
fucking buy the theatrical version still. I'm still furious about that.
Yeah, it's so crazy. So interesting. Disney
let me have the theatrical versions. Don't add in the goofy screams. Fucking George.
Yeah, George was getting crazy with it, and then
fucking
Disney just
George,
keeping them off the market or whatever. But
it's
all right.
ridiculous.
So we're on number 5 now, right? Yeah, number 5.
Yeah, yes.
So I won't belabor this at all. Mortals of Avium is my 5th game. I've already talked extensively about this. I think this game's dope. Highly recommend it. Magic shooter. If you like FPSs, this is a game you'll want to check out. Unreal 5. Runs well. A little strange.
It got patched a lot, I think, too. Like, it runs even better.
Yeah, they did. I actually told the story about how to get the platinum trophy, I actually had to break the game. And there was like serendipitously a YouTube video that showed you had to get out of the boundaries of the world pretty easily. It was probably actually not a dev tool, but there's like a piece of geography in like a mountain, like on a mountain rock face where you can kind of hop on it and you don't really realize it and get over and around the entire world basically. And they might have left it in, or maybe it was just something that they didn't figure out in QA, but I was able to use that to break something because there was a puzzle that would not work. And I had to like approach it from behind to get the treasure chest basically. So I almost didn't get the platinum trophy, and if that didn't happen, I probably would have lost my mind and hated Immortals of Avium. but objectively speaking, it was in my opinion, it's a great game, and you can get it at such a nice price now that I would really highly recommend.
Yeah, it's like $30 everywhere now.
That's a steal.
Yeah. Cool.
My next one, number 5, Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh shit!
I almost considered this my favorite 7 because I think that for non-Harry Potter fans, this game is definitely a 7, but the attention to detail with the world is insane. And if you're, a Harry Potter fan, walking around Hogwarts was a magical experience.
Dude, it really was. They did a really good job with all of that.
Yeah. Yeah. And the story, the story is more interesting on paper about like this goblin that is pissed off about how goblins are treated. And, is gathering people's magic and stuff like that. It's a cool story. I don't know if it necessarily plays out as that cool, but I couldn't believe how sucked in I was to this game. In fact, we mentioned our PlayStation Wrapped earlier, and it was, I think it was my number 1 played game on PlayStation in terms of hours. So I didn't even get the platinum or anything. It was in the top 3 at least. So
you have to beat the game like 4. You have to do the beginning 4 times, right, to get the platinum.
Dude, that kills it for me. You have to get sorted into each house.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I was like,
very Borderlands, like where you had to get all the classes, so you had to play like 4 hours with all the classes. Like, come on, man. That's not fun.
Yeah. But yeah, Hogwarts Legacy, excited to see how they even do a sequel, whether they, just use the same map and expand it, or I'd love to see them take us to a different school. But then the name doesn't make sense at that point. Or even if you just were at the school, but then you got to go to other schools. That would be cool too.
That would be cool, yeah. You could put Quidditch actually in the game or something.
Oh, no, they got to sell you that other Quidditch game that they're making.
Yeah,
that one that leaked. But I guess it leaked and then announced.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent a good amount of time with that game. I really liked it, Dustin. I should go back and finish it someday.
Yeah,
like I agree. They just like captured the vibe so well of that universe.
It gets more ridiculous as you go on because you get the unforgivable curses like the avocado and stuff.
I was like casting those on everybody.
You're just this 15-year-old just fucking slaughtering people out, like any wizard that comes up to you, you just fucking kill them.
I was like Crucio, like on everybody.
You're torturing them, you're taking over their body. It's awesome.
Yeah, that was sick, dude. And like no one cares that you're still at school. It's fine.
Yeah, oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. You just fucking killed like 30 people.
I'll reiterate too that I'm thrilled for Avalanche's success considering all the headwinds, both culturally and in the games industry. It was not treated fairly, it was not covered fairly, and it didn't matter. And I think if anything, it just totally defenestrated like a lot of corners of the industry.
When I covered that on Easy Allies for Frame Trap, people were not happy about that.
Really?
Well, they should.
Your audience wasn't happy about something.
Yes,
and they were trying to punish you for it. Weird.
That's baby shit, as far as I'm concerned. And like,
I was like, this game's gonna be huge. I gotta cover it.
It's just that is literal, and I mean literal in the old literal sense, like the actual sense, literal baby shit.
Yeah.
Like, just to leave it be. Yeah.
We're on number 5, right? I think.
Yeah, that was number 5.
Yeah, that was 5. Right.
All right. So number 5 for me is Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
So I played Cyberpunk when it first came out on my PC. I had a good time with it. There was definitely problems throughout the whole process, but it was way better than I'm sure consoles and everything else had. But in the end, I still really liked the game. Flash forward to this year, they introduced DLC and a new section of Night City. And it was like the section in Night City is called Dogtown. It's a very run down kind of section. I was like, I don't really know if I want to like do all that, like go to that section. I don't know if I want to hop back into Cyberpunk. Boy, am I glad I did, because the main narrative for this game is so good. The president gets shot down, lands in Dogtown. You end up working for her. And you're meeting these characters, you're having to pick allegiances, you got to figure out who's lying, who's telling the truth. You're doing cool James Bond shit, like going to a nightclub and gambling and all that fun stuff. Everything just felt way better. They tweaked all the combat. I was using Dustin a katana now, and I was like dashing around, cutting bullets, reflecting them, dude, feeling super sick. And I think, they definitely hit you. You get to know these characters so well. They make you make choices where I didn't feel good about any of the ones I was doing. I didn't know what the outcome would be. In fact, they were so dramatic, they changed my ending of the game. And I was really happy with how those happened. And my ending was like it was pretty depressing, but also a faint glimmer of hope. And I was so happy that it just came out that way. And I was so blown away about how good this expansion was. I did not expect this quality from them after what Cyberpunk had been for so long. It's just like they just fucking killed it on every front. All these buildings you go to, everyone you interact with, your character's motivation for getting tied up in all of this. They fully explore all that, and I just loved it. Like Eldris Iba, he's like one of the main characters. He is so good in this game. He rules, and especially when you got Johnny Silverhand in there again. It was just a wonderful expansion. It felt like a big, real deal expansion. Not 10 hours, took me like 20 something. It's a big piece of content and absolutely worth visiting.
That's another, dude. I had that to my list of games that got away from me this year.
Yeah.
But dude, Idris Elba, I always think about him on The Office. Remember when he had that stint as the boss?
Yes.
Yeah. Dude, he's when I think about actors, like there's some that you're like, oh, seems really friendly, or he seems nice, or maybe he seems like a dick. When I think of Idris Elba, I'm like, man, that guy's cool. That guy is cool as fuck. I would not want, my wife around him because he might steal your girl. He's not even trying to. He's just got something about him.
He's like, I'm Knuckles in the Sonic movie, and everyone just loves it.
Knuckles is gonna steal your girl. I mean, you gotta watch out.
Yeah, man. He's just so damn good in that game. Wow. Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty is incredible.
Cool.
Highly recommend it.
Yeah, again, too little, too late for me. Well, not too little, just too late.
Yeah, I get it.
Although I loved Cyberpunk. I thought Cyberpunk was revelatory.
Yeah.
It was just wonderful. Yeah. All right, number 4.
Yes,
I don't know if you would
4.
count this, but I'm counting it because it came to console for the first time as Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. This was it came to Switch and PS4 this year.
Mm-hmm.
It was previously locked to mobile and PC, and I've spent an enormous amount of time with these games this year because I've played through 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now I've beaten all these games before, and I'm a big old school Final Fantasy fan, but it was cool and has been cool on Knockback, our retro and nostalgia podcast I did with my brother, to go back to each of these and deeply study them, replay them again, platinum them, take a bunch of notes, and discuss them. And as I noted earlier, we just got through 4. We'll get to 5 and 6 probably in quarter 1 or quarter 2 in 2024. And 6 is one of my favorite games of all time. Playing 4 again reminded me how much I love that game, though. Like it's probably the one I've beaten the most. And I was telling Dagan that I've probably underrated it in my, it's always been one of my favorite games, but I probably underrated it in just how much of a favorite it is of mine. What I appreciate about the Pixel Remaster is, first of all, I think the price is totally appropriate. It's like $70 or $80, which I think is great. And you can buy them a la carte as well.
Yeah.
If you want. And I think they'd be a little more expensive. Something. I think it's $70 and maybe, or no, $75 if you buy in box, and then $90 if you buy them separately, like a la carte, or $75 if you buy them digitally. And I think you should just buy them all at the same time and play them in order if you have the time to really learn where things have been. Now, it's not quite the way we used to play them. They've all been homogenized towards like the Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 aesthetic. And the menus have been changed. The dialogue and text has been changed, although you can kind of change it to a more classic font. The music has been changed, so you should and can change it back to its old music. And it's just a wonderful package. Very coherent, not anything too crazy. Like Konami and others have been doing these really great collections where they include a lot of development information and artwork and all of this. They don't do that here. They just have like a bestiary soundtrack thing. And what's cool about it is that they all seem unified, where they all fit together in terms of their menus. So if you played them one after the other, they would all fit together much more linearly than they would otherwise, which is neat too. I just love those games. I love the character portraits. I love the character classes. I love the stories and the villains, and Final Fantasy Pixel Remastered, dope stuff. So highly recommended. Yeah,
I just beat 5 this year. It was really good. I never played it, and it was fucking awesome.
Yeah, 5 is great. It's go ahead.
I do like the little quality of life things they added to it also. I think these games are old enough where you could do that. And it probably helped get a lot of new players in who might be intimidated by the old styles of grinding for hours. Just giving players options to, turn off bosses or turn off random encounters and stuff like that, just to help them get through sections. I think that was smart.
Yeah, and I would you can turn it on and off by just clicking, I think, R3. Yeah, and if there was a place where it's like, shit, I forgot something, I would just turn it off to be like, I don't want to deal with this. And of course, speeding things up, running across the map. Final Fantasy VII was really the first port that included a lot of this stuff back in the day. And so they have incorporated it here. Also augments the experience in gold if you want to play that way. I did turn on the experience augment in Final Fantasy IV after I beat it in order to get to level 70, because you have to get a trophy for that. And I'm like, this is going to fucking take forever. I don't care about this. I just want to get it over with. So yeah, highly recommended Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. And probably, I played it on PS4, but I would imagine it's awesome on Switch.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's great. Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. All right. Number 4 for me is also appropriate. Resident Evil 4 remake.
Oh.
Yeah, this game fucking rules. And I just, Capcom on fire with these remakes, starting with Resident Evil 2, of course. Well, I guess you could say the original Resident Evil remake too, but not really part of this line. But Resident Evil 2, and then Resident Evil 3 was all right. But then 4, man, I love how they were able to be true to it, but also, change some things around. And it's been really fun playing it in VR recently too, as well. We had talked about that a little bit earlier with my Keep It Up, but Leon is just so fucking cool. Leon is probably, top 3 coolest as far as cool guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think number 1 is Solid Snake.
Oh yeah,
Solid Snake's the coolest motherfucker
with the SIGs, dude, sniping. Yeah, it's got to be Snake. But yeah, this game was just everything that I wanted to be. I wasn't the biggest, most hardcore Resident Evil 4 fan of the original. I played it, but I'm one of those people. I guess I like the remake more than the original. And that's probably just because, like I said, I wasn't as into the original. Not that I didn't like it, but I wonder what they're going to do next as far as will they remake 5 and try to do that again in the current climate with that game, even then getting some pushback. And, then they have to introduce multiplayer. So
I don't think they're going to do 5 yet. I think they'll do either 0 or Code Veronica.
Code Veronica. Yeah.
I feel like you can't do 5 without Code Veronica, though. You have to have Code Veronica before.
Yeah.
Just because of all the stuff with Wesker and Chris.
Dude, here's the thing. Capcom, everything you've made in terms of Resident Evil since 7 has been so fucking good. I will take anything. I will eat it. I will pay for it. And it will most likely be awesome.
Zero has always been underrated. So it'd be cool for them to go back and...
I like 0, but I also hate 0 because of the inventory management bullshit. I hate all that shit. I like the setting.
Yeah, I remember restarting the game over and over again to try to maximize like my items when you get from the train to the first location or whatever in the beginning of that game. And I remember getting it on GameCube and just being like, this is dope. I liked it a lot. And Code Veronica certainly could use its time too. I think 5 and 6 are interesting because they're just a different generation of games entirely. So they might even look at them as saying, we don't even really need to do anything.
Right. Yeah. I think 0 and Code Veronica are way more in need of remake. For now, they'd benefit the most. They'd be the most exciting. All right. Okay. So my number 4 game, this is a weird one because I think objectively this would probably be the game of the year. But that's Baldur's Gate 3. So I think Baldur's Gate 3, I finished the game, is fucking fantastic. Really good cast of characters. Really fun combat scenarios you're getting tossed into. So much to see and explore. So much, but like, Colin, you'd hate this, but I was okay with missing stuff. I played just how I played. If I got a bad dice roll, I ain't re-rolling that shit. It's just how the dice falls. So I had a really good time. I like learning new tactics. It's like thinking about combat encounters and how I didn't think about it before was really fun. Taking the time to prep, set up people in certain angles so I just like could totally ambush someone was so good. I couldn't believe how much I started to care for some of these characters and like their plights, and there was decisions I was making where I just didn't know what to do. It was fantastic. It's a massive game, 3 huge acts, and they're all super different from each other. Incredible amount of combat, really good writing, really good voice acting, tons of player freedom, really fun turn-based combat. Incredible game. Like, I can't believe they pulled off some of the stuff they did and how it lines up with how many weird choices you can make in this game. I don't know how they did it, but it's a remarkable game.
I will save my comments on what you said for now.
Save it.
All right. Number 3, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I
hell yeah.
Really just echo everything Dustin's already said, and that has already been said generally about this game, but Capcom is a company that I hold very near and dear to my heart. They made my favorite series ever, as everyone knows, in Mega Man, and I've always rooted for them to get to a point where they had respectability again, and they are so far beyond that at this point that it's almost unbelievable that they were able to turn it around to this level. Mm-hmm. And I would argue that it really began with Resident Evil 7, and that it really has shown through in a lot of other products. I think even Mega Man 11 was like not what I wanted, but it's good. And there's a spirit in everything they do, and they seem to understand the task at hand. Like, what is the assignment? They get it finally. It took years in the wilderness for them to stop fucking around. But they found great and deep power in their old well of games while still supporting a new Resident Evil line. And am I crazy, or did they say that 9? Did I read somewhere that 9 was like some symbolic game where it was going to be the end of something or some? I could have sworn I read something about that, but maybe not. And like where they'll start going in a different direction or something. And my one problem is just Capcom. I want them to continue to explore not only other IP that they have, like where's an Onimusha game, but also make new things, make lots of new things as well. Make sure to have this spirit in some other stuff. And they do. Pragmata, for instance, and all the rest.
Yeah, that new like Onimusha looking game. It's not Onimusha though. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I thought, by the way, Onimusha was going to come back because there was rumors of it, and then they released the PS2 version on PS4 5 years ago, probably just randomly.
Yep.
Which I played and beat at the time because I fucking loved that game. I love that game.
We probably did so well. That's why we didn't get another one.
Yeah, it was weird with like, set camera angles and pre-rendered backgrounds and all this weird stuff. But
because Onimusha 2 is so good.
I agree. I think Onimusha 4 is also really good. 3 was the one that I hated. The one with
yeah,
with the actor in it or whatever. And that apparently is like impossible to bring back because of that. As far as I understand, like the licensing is from another era. So there's just no licensing that game to get it out. And that's fine with me. The Dawn of Dreams or whatever that one was called, the fourth one that came out late in the PS2 generation. I thought that game was dope. And it is weird that franchise has gone away. There's a few Capcom franchises that I'm a little like, where is this? Where is, Dino Crisis or, there's certain things. And now I know that they kind of did, Exoprimal and kind of these bootleg things, but Game Pass games. But yeah, shout out to Resident Evil 4 Remake. Awesome stuff.
Hell yeah.
And the original Resident Evil 4 is an iconic game. So it was great to go back to it. And yeah, like Dustin said, the little tweaks I thought were totally appropriate. And yeah, I highly recommend it to everyone to play. I play every Resident Evil game because they're all great. I've never played 6, so I can't speak to it.
Oh, I would be curious to see what you think of 6. 6 is weird.
6 is the best selling one. I hope everyone understands that. That's the weirdest. That's the weirdest part of all. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Wow. Yeah.
It's also the longest one. Too long.
My number 3 is Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, shit.
Let me tell you one thing right now. Fucking Clive Rossfield, character of the year.
Yep.
And it's obviously he's not the only reason I like this game, but I love his character so much. Obviously an amazing performance by Ben Starr, who was robbed at the Game Awards because man, no disrespect to the guy that won, because I thought he's great in Baldur's Gate as well. But man, I just felt so invested in the story of this game. And we talk about that demo that came out that was that first chapter, and how it set the tone and it set the stakes. And I love how it's, this game about, you're a bunch of rebels. It is very Final Fantasy VII. I think that's something you said, Colin, is that just this going in and you're going to fuck shit up and you're going to make the world right. And, all comes together with the action combat from the combat director of Devil May Cry. Loved it. And yeah, I really, really fell in love with this game. I think it does have some shortcomings. The side quests, I think, were really mixed in a lot of ways. And it's weird how some of them are really, really good at the end. They feel like inconsistent. But Final Fantasy 16, man, this was the game that when it was announced, I thought, damn, this is going to be the game that's going to be so hard to wait for. And so, yeah, I'm happy it came out and it was fucking awesome. And I'm just curious about that team, coming from Final Fantasy 14 and then making this game and what's next for them. Are they going to be queued up now to make 17? We'll see.
They've been split apart, apparently. He said that, I think, in an interview.
Damn.
Yeah, I think a lot of the team has moved on to other things, except the DLC team.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, my number 3 is Resident Evil Remake 4. I love Resident Evil. I love Resident Evil 4. I love Resident Evil Remake more than the original Resident Evil. And I'll tell you why. The goddamn knife mechanics, dude. The knife is the unsung hero of this remake. So much cheese in the original game of shooting a guy in the leg till he falls and just stabbing him. Can't do that in this one. No siree. That knife's got durability, but it's so cool because you can also parry with it. So that just escalates everything right up to a 10. Like when you're parrying the fucking Wolverine guys, when you land one of those, best feeling in the world. Especially now, I think the game is so complete with the Ada DLC and the VR. It's unbelievable. And the Mercenaries mode. Like, dude, when you're popping someone's head off in this game, there's nothing like it. You hear that pop. It's so damn good. And I love the way they reworked a lot of things, like Lewis getting a little more time with you. The minecart section with him was super fun. And the castle, incredible as always. I still wish they had the lava room. Sadly, that didn't make the cut, but the castle was so good. I think this is the game I probably played the most throughout the entire year because I had got the platinum and I just was like obsessed with just doing runs and runs and runs and runs. It was just that damn fun. I think it is like one of the best Resident Evils of all time.
Agreed. I loved it. All right, number 2, right? We're on 2 now.
We're on 2.
Dead Space Remake.
Ooh.
It's interesting because there's been a bit of a dynamic this year developing, and I think rightfully so, between Dead Space Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake. They were released somewhat in proximity to each other a few months apart, and they're both these iconic games. I've always thought Dead Space is the fine out of everything I've played, the best survival horror game.
Sure.
And Resident Evil 4 probably in second place, so it's no surprise to me that it would come 1 and 2 for me here. I think Dead Space is everything that I want out of survival horror, and the Ishimura is very much like the original Resident Evil in that it's like the mansion being a character.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about the backtracking and the differences in the environments and what happens and who pops out. And there's in Resident Evil, a dog is going to come through the window the third time you walk by this thing or whatever. There's a lot of that spirit, but multiplied out all over Dead Space. And I just really, really dig that because it's claustrophobic. And that's what's so scary about it. Plus you're in space. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to be. There's nothing to do. You're going to die if you don't do all these kinds of things. You can't just leave. You can't go on your cell phone it's cool. I that's what makes Alien so poignant, or Battlestar Galactica and all this kind of stuff where it's just like, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to be. Like it's over, and that's good shit. So Dead Space Remake made some subtle changes, I think, that to the original in terms of kind of more robust side questing and lots more dialogue and some kind of exposition, where much like Resident Evil 4, it's not pound for pound the same game, but they made like, there's even parts of Dead Space I noticed where you're going in like the different direction and shit like that. Like the map's not the same. And it's, I don't know, man. I remember playing Dead Space for the first time, the tram and getting to these new spaces, the wonderful UI built into the suit. There's so much to this game that brings it to the next level. The cleanliness of the experience from just having that stuff built into yourself as a third person. It's little brilliant design philosophies like that. Like someone came up with that idea and that wasn't necessarily, instinctual because you're going to put it on the screen somewhere. There's little things like that all over the game. And the other thing I love about it, and this is a well-worn thing with Isaac Clarke, is that he's not really a soldier. So it's kind of cool to see him be in a situation where he's kind of more using these mechanical, or he's not equipped like a soldier. He's using these more mechanical weapons that are not necessarily weapons at all to fight these conveniently, thin armed in the leg necromorph creatures. Good for him. So I platinumed Dead Space Remake. I beat it 3 times, and I just thought it was a total joy, and I'm thrilled for EA Motive because I think they're finally finding their way. And what I wonder, do you go and do Dead Space 2 now, or do you like take it as the ending kind of suggests in some other maybe direction and do a Final Fantasy VII style, these games exist together, but this is a kind of a different thing. I don't know where they're going to go next, because I think there's an opportunity for them to do like a Dead Space 2, in other words. Like if they change Dead Space 1 5%, you change Dead Space 2 50% at this point, go because by the time you get to Dead Space 3, I don't think anyone even wants that anymore. So then you have an opportunity to kind of rewrite and reposition the entire thing. And I think that's exciting.
I think they'll do Dead Space 2 personally, but I think they will change quite a bit. But 3 will be radically different than what we got. It'll just be a completely different game. And that's what I'm hoping for. Because 2's still good. I still like 2. I like 1 more, but if they make some tweaks in 2, I'm fine with that. But please don't do 3. Don't do the co-op. Just don't.
3 was very much like Lost Planet. Well, not Lost Planet 3, but more like I don't know, just one of the many games. Resident Evil 6, where it's like, nah, there's just too much. I remember being in the IGN offices and just being like, this is just getting beat to shit. I'm not even gonna bother.
Yeah, definitely.
My number 2 is Tears of the Kingdom. I talked a little bit about it earlier, so I'll be more on the brief side, but I didn't expect to fall in love with this game all over again. And I think that the main thing that's just so impressive is the physics of this game, the way you're able to build stuff and it fucking works. It doesn't feel like it should work. I'm not a game developer. I don't claim to know how hard some of this shit is, but I see Tears of the Kingdom and I think, man, how did they get this to even work? First of all, work, but also be fun at the same time.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's rare that a game truly it presents these tools before you and you think, man, there are so many different ways that I can do this. There's so many different things I can create. And I think that normally that type of stuff doesn't necessarily even appeal to me. This like, oh, you can figure it out any way you want. For some reason, this game clicked with me in that way. There was like one dungeon where I think I totally did it not the way they intended, but it was just as fun, I think. And I loved that about it. The last thing I'll just say about it is that I thought the story was really, really good too. Because Breath of the Wild, I think that was one of the weaker aspects of it. Most of it's told through flashbacks.
Yes.
And while there are a lot of flashbacks in this, particularly, no spoilers, but the end sequence of Tears of the Kingdom is one of the best endings, not just of this year for me, but ever. In its scale and what it was able to do, I absolutely loved it. So that's why Tears of the Kingdom is my number 2.
Nice. All right, my number 2 is Final Fantasy 16. What a remarkable game. The amount of emotion I felt in this game, I don't cry at video games, but I choked up at a part in this game. It's like the very end of the game. I don't really want to spoil it, but it was like the one time in a very long time that I felt something that strong. Clive, I think, is one of the greatest Final Fantasy protagonists of all time.
No doubt.
Easily.
No doubt.
Easily. He is an insane human, and just experiencing his journey with him was so painful and also filled with brief moments of joy that I was so attached to him and his crew along the whole way. I love Sid. Sid is an incredible character that just serves kind of like almost takes on like a big brother role, I guess, for Clive. And he was so great, and I loved being with him.
Great voice too.
Great voice, Sid. Yeah. Jill, I really loved Jill too. She was super supportive of Clive and always had his back. I loved that. And of course, Torgal, the good boy, being awesome hound boy for you through all the combat. Just the boss fights in this game are fucking insane. They're like easily, I think, the best boss fights in the whole year, without question.
I think they're some of the best boss fights ever.
Yeah, what they do is insanely fun stuff. Like just a couple nights ago, I was fighting Bahamut again, and the music going in with you and all this, and the characters' performances during it, it's unbelievable. And like the bullet hell stuff going on, that is like the highest tier of video game excellence right there. Is just those kind of brief moments. I do have problems with this game, though, of course, the biggest one being its performance. I think they just need to iron that out. You got to figure something out with that if you play in performance mode. It's kind of weird that it's still not fixed. So please, in combat, it's really good, the performance, but when you're outside of combat, they need to step that up. I do agree that some of the side quests aren't good. Some of them, they're just whatever. But there are some incredible ones, like Torgal's. I might light spoilers for Final Fantasy 16 here. So if you're nervous about that, come back in a minute or two. Torgal's hideout, when you go back to Clive's hideout he has when he's a kid, and Torgal is there. He's holding Clive's stuff from when Clive went missing, like his practice sword. When you return to Elwyn's grave with Joshua, your brother, and you get all that whole moment celebrating that. Blackthorn, the blacksmith in your town that you find out has a rival with another guy, and them working out their differences. Quentin, the guy who runs Loftwing, he looks kind of sketch, and you figure out he's been running this whole plan to get revenge on another politician that ran him out of town. And you attack his base, and Quentin walks in and he walks out just with blood all over his clothes, talking about how the guy cried and begged for mercy. Just really dark, insane shit like that. And the moment where you bring Jill to like the field of flowers that she always loved growing up there with Clive, and you get a really nice moment with her and all that. And just the combat itself, I'm definitely a person for Final Fantasy who's always open to them exploring and doing whatever they want. And I think the combat in 16 is really good. A lot of flexibility, a lot of different play styles, how you want to play. I do think the game is unfortunately too easy in a lot of ways for a game like that. And I kind of wish there's a harder difficulty right off the bat. But I was just sucked into this game and this cast and its characters. Like Dion, I love Dion, the Dragoon. He is good.
Final Fantasy IV energy,
scene,
hardcore.
The whole scene, like with his family, like the warring factions going on with his family, was so
when he throws the spear.
It's incredible.
Yeah, good shit.
Incredible. The cutscenes and the boss fights, are so damn good. It's just a fantastic game. I love this game, and a really great ending that leaves much of it open to interpretation. Just a fucking amazing game.
Yeah, on that, my number one game is Final Fantasy 16 by a mile. There's so much you can say about this game. We've said so much about it already on Sacred Symbols and Sacred Symbols Plus. I don't know what else I can really say, except for when you play a game like this that's so dynamic that you play an entire section of it, and from a game developer's point of view or whatever, I look at it and I'm like, this boss fight was literally 20 people's lives for 3 years. That's how now games are always split up like that, but the point is that you see so much work in some of this that it's like, this was literally all they did. Was this boss fight with this Eidolon or whatever. And it is easy. The game is easy, and I understand people's criticism of it, and it's certainly not made in reflection of this, but I just know this because I played this game this year too and beat it, which was Forspoken. Now, Forspoken's not nearly as bad as people say it is, and I don't think it's made for fucking 40-year-old men. So I don't think it's fair for us to be judging it too badly. I think if you're a teen girl or a young adult of some sort, I think you would probably be much more into it. But the thing where that game really failed, in my opinion, because the combat in the game is pretty good, actually, where it failed was it's just there's so much shit in it. If you look at the upgrade trees and you keep getting more and more skills in Forspoken, you end up with like hundreds of ways to fight, literally. And I'm like, this is insanity. Like, why would anyone want to do any of this? You have to unlock all of this. You have to use all of it to unlock more. It's like, oh my God, this is so fucking boring. And this game, I feel like they just kind of nailed it a little bit more by giving you way fewer, again, not related to Forspoken, but just the experiential thing, way fewer options that focuses the combat and makes it manageable. It's fun. And in a weird way, this game makes me wonder what they're going to do with Dragon Quest 12 at Square Enix, because I feel like though Final Fantasy in 11 and 14 literally broke the mold, but I think 15 started to really break Final Fantasy apart of what it really was. In this game, I think more than any other is like, well, Final Fantasy means something else now, or it could mean something else now. And with the way they position Dragon Quest 12 as apparently being this darker and weirder kind of game that's not so typical, like Dragon Ball-esque in its look maybe, and all of the rest it makes me wonder if they're going to take a similar risk with that franchise and make it different. And I don't know that I want that, because Dragon Quest is my comfort place. Like, I go to Dragon Quest for the tradition and for knowing exactly what you're going to get. And it is what it is, and that's what it is. And I don't want them to really fuck with that. But Final Fantasy, in my opinion, see, the conversation around this game is always revolved around, it's not Final Fantasy. And I'm like, I don't know how you can really feel that way when Final Fantasy games have constantly changed and constantly added things to them. Because even people saying like it's not turn-based anymore, I'm like, dude, Final Fantasy hasn't been turn-based in decades. I don't know where like you get this idea that Final Fantasy is turn-based. Like, really, Final Fantasy stopped being turn-based, truly turn-based with 3, because 4 introduced active battle, right? So at that point, you're not even truly turn-based anymore. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. In my opinion, this game invokes Final Fantasy 4 so much that I was starting to wonder if they're in the same world. Like there are so many. There are quiet odes to it, like calling a character Spoony Bard or whatever. There are louder things like the moon or the star being red in the sky. You know, the emphasis on dragoons and the betrayal of the dragoons and all of these kinds of things. It reeks like old Final Fantasy to me. It's made in a new way, and I think we have to kind of let go of this idea that we're going to get a game like the original Final Fantasy VII, but made with new graphics that's going to play like that. And they think that Square Enix is going to sell that. Like, in other words, like that's not going to happen ever again. You know, like
it doesn't seem like it right now.
Right. No, definitely not. Like, and the game sold like 4 million copies. It's done pretty well for itself. So I think, and the I'm pretty sure I have to go look, but the trophies indicated something like half of the people that played it beat it, which is incredible.
That's a lot. Yeah.
So people are seeing it all the way through. It's a very special game. Square Enix has a lot. If they can just focus, and I know this sounds so reductive, but just focus on your Japaneseness in terms of the games and the studios that you nourish and develop and your franchises, you'll be golden. Forget about the fucking Tomb Raiders and the I love Outriders. Forget about Outriders and People Can Fly. Forget about Just Cause. Forget about all of this shit. And just focus on this kind of thing and you will nail it. And that's the long and the short of it.
Yep.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
My number one is controversial in that I haven't beaten this game. I know this is going to piss people off, but I've put dozens and dozens of hours, and who knows, maybe by the time this comes out, I will have beaten it. So you can discredit me for that. That's okay. But my number one is Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Brad, you mentioned it, this was in your list as well, that I'm just amazed by, it's like Tears of the Kingdom in the way that it opens up your creativity to like, how do you want to beat this? I just saw, there's like a clip on Twitter, a YouTuber, I don't know who it is. I can't remember. And I've lost the tweet at this point, but they were talking about the first mission with the Goblin Camp. And how many ways you can go in and deal with that. You can go in, you could just kill all the goblins. You can work with another goblin to try to help you get in. You can help the goblins and have them take over the other camp. There's like a whole thing that I didn't know about where like there's a thing where you get in by smearing shit on your face and the goblins find it funny.
Yeah.
Dude, and I told this story on Sacred, but it's worth repeating. There was this whole thing, and Brad, you and I talked about this, that there's this one goblin that talks shit about you. Yeah. And so you can use, if your speech is high enough, you can basically convince him to kiss your feet. Yeah. And then he gets like pissed off and he goes and finds his boys to try to like beat you up. But I'm trying to remember exactly what happened because I think he's like, I got to go take a piss. And he goes to a bridge to pee. And so I just went up behind him and fucking pushed him off that bridge. That's so awesome. You kiss my feet, I'm going to fucking push you off the bridge when you're going to be dead, bitch. Yeah. And it was great.
I made him kiss my feet. Then he came back with his boys and they fucking killed me. And I was like, dude, that was awesome.
Well, yeah. So that was, I guess you could say my experience was somewhat compromised because I knew that was a possibility from talking to you. But I was okay with it because I got to make this other story where I pushed him off a bridge. So,
dude, I killed so many like bosses just by like pushing them off a cliff or something.
Dude,
I found some weird goofy way to like shoot like an arrow that will like make them fly back or something.
Right.
So fun.
Well, that's the thing too, is that, we talked about Armored Core and how there's cheesy ways that you can get through stuff that made it feel not as satisfying.
Yeah.
Those weird things, Brad, are not necessarily easy to figure out. They're easy to execute. And there were some bosses where I had that, what if I did this? And then you're like, holy shit. Yeah. It worked.
Definitely had that.
Yeah. So for that reason, Baldur's Gate 3, it made me a fan potentially of CRPGs. I'm open to them now because I had so much fun with Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. And now, I just got to finish. I'm on Act 3 and it's overwhelming. There's so much shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
But
because you're at Baldur's Gate now.
I'm at Baldur's Gate now. And man, it is.
No, I didn't even think that it was a place. That's interesting. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So that's. Oh, good.
We didn't even talk about like how fun the co-op is in this game also. Like,
dude, I haven't touched it.
Dude, it's so fun. You can go off and just do your own thing if you want.
Yeah.
You can be in the same area and just do your own thing. You can kill your friend if you want. You can just do whatever. It's so sick.
Dude, and Lockmort was telling me about the Dark Urge playthrough.
Oh my God, yeah.
And he said to me that he was so impressed because it basically completely changes the game.
Yeah.
you know, you still hit the same beats and go to the same areas, but like all the stuff in between is so different. So I'm very curious about that too. So
yeah, that is awesome.
Baldur's Gate 3, shout out.
Hell of a game. Okay, so this one was hard for me to... I thought about this one between 1 and 2 for a long time. My number 1 is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So Zelda is a very important franchise to me. It is the franchise that got me to like really love gaming, I would say. And I always have insanely high expectations for Zelda games. Probably too high, where I get too critical of some things. And I do have a lot of critiques of this game, specifically the story of how they handle things, like characters from the first game just not recognizing you at all, even though they should totally know who you are. Things like the Sheikah ruins and all that stuff being gone and not explained at all. Like just a bunch of weird things just don't make sense. Like I'm literally talking to characters who I did a lot of shit with in the first game and they have no idea who I am. And it's very annoying, especially when this game is a direct sequel. But beyond that, the amount of creativity and sense of adventure I had throughout this game was like, I hadn't felt that since Elden Ring. This was the one game this entire year I played for like 12 hours straight, and it didn't feel like it to me at all. I was just playing this game and not even realizing it. Going out to go see something, oh, there's a cave over there. I'd go in that cave, then it just leads something else over there. Oh, there's a little island over there. And it's just me bouncing around, constantly finding all these sick little secrets that I want to discover, because you are rewarded for discovery, whether it's new armor pieces, new upgrades like health and stuff like that, zonite parts you can use to like glide around and stuff. They also fixed one of my biggest issues with Breath of the Wild, which is the dungeons. I did not like the Divine Beasts at all in Breath of the Wild. They are more dungeons in this game than they have been. They are still not quite to the level that I want out of 3D Zelda dungeons. I still think like Twilight Princess has better dungeons. I still think Skyward Sword has better dungeons, but they were a step in the right way. But I could not deny the fact of the sheer joy I had playing this game. It felt like nothing else the entire year. I just could not wait to comb every single inch of this plant or this area to find something new. And the fucking building mechanics work so well. It's ridiculous how they have managed to make this game work. I do not understand how this game can work when you can go from up in the sky all the way down and below the earth to the underground area where it's like 3 times the size of Breath of the Wild. And the game just fucking runs somehow.
On the Switch.
The goddamn stinky Switch. It's so stinky. But just doing like some of the shrines now, Dustin, with like the Ultra Hand, figuring out like, here's this rail or whatever, like just get to the other side. You have these pieces and you just build it like some fucking fucked up thing to help you get on it, and you're going down and it looks like shit, but you're like, I figured this out. It doesn't look pretty, but I managed to solve these puzzles by just some weird curiosity thing. There's so many different types of them that I felt incredibly rewarded with all of them. I loved doing the shrines. I wish they had those kind of challenges in the actual dungeons, which is a huge problem for me. They need more stuff like that in the dungeons. And I just loved the side quests out in the world, like the traveling musicians. You'd have to like build them a device to help travel there or gather them somewhere, like make a boat for them or something like that. Or the guy with the sign who has the sign up, and you have to find a way for the sign to be held up in really fun ways, like just placing wood upon it and everything like that. And just the combat I thought was a lot better, just felt cleaner. The story was definitely better with Ganondorf actually being a presence this time around and getting more involved with that. I really appreciated. And I played Breath of the Wild also this year. So when I got to play Tears of the Kingdom and see what changed, some things were similar, but a lot had changed. A lot. And I was really surprised about how much they did new this time around. It is just like, to me, right now, the ultimate adventure you can take in any game right now is Tears of the Kingdom. Despite the flaws I have it on personal levels, I cannot deny how incredible this game is.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. It floored me. I was worried, everyone was like, oh, is this going to be Zelda nuts and bolts? You know?
I was worried because I hate Banjo because of nuts and bolts. But it's just that goddamn good, man. It's just too good.
I hope Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts is never mentioned on the show again, ever.
It will, because I get mad sometimes and I'll bring it up.
Damn.
It'll happen. Sorry. All right, that's our fucking top 10 of the year. Before we head out, though, we got some predictions for next year, 2024. By the time you're listening to this, it is 2024. But we got a few predictions about what we're hoping to see. Could be goofy predictions or serious predictions, whatever. We're not stressed about it. Colin, what do you got?
Are we doing these one at a time or all three?
You can just do all three.
It's fine. Cool. So first one is PlayStation 5 Pro is real, obviously. We'll launch next year, though, or this year, I guess I should say. But it will have the highest sticker price for a console since 3DO, Neo Geo, and CDI. So in actual, sticker to sticker, not in adjusted money, of course. And I noticed in a Nikkei Asia interview with Sony executives that they floated this new kind of talking point, which I think is going to be the talking point for PlayStation 5 Pro. And it's something along the lines of a workable alternative to a good gaming PC. And it seems like they have already begun floating this idea. So
you're thinking maybe Steam on there or something?
No, I think what they're saying is like you could go build a PC for $1,000 or buy this for $600 or $700, right? And I think that's going to be their argument. We have at Sony economies of scale. We'll do all the work for you. You have all of this stuff. You don't have to worry about all that kind of stuff. And I think that's going to be a positional thing for them.
Yeah.
Number two is I think more big devs will begin to weasel their way out of the Xbox Series X and S parity clause, a la Larian with Baldur's Gate 3, dependent on their market potential and the leverage they hold over Microsoft and the potential foreclosure of even getting games or not, because I think it's going to be so I noticed this in the holiday season, and I actually saw something today about Xbox Series S where these things are selling sometimes for $200. Now, that's going to be an irresistible purchase for people. I saw it at Costco. There was someone circulating at a Costco or BJ's or one of these price clubs for $150. And at that price, it's good and it's bad. It's good in that there's already indications that there might be substantially more Xbox S's on the market already than X's. In other words, maybe 50-50, maybe 60-40 in favor of S. The cheaper the S gets, the more it's going to proliferate. And it's going to be important for developers to start catering to the lowest common denominator at the same time that PS5 Pro is tearing them in the opposite direction. And you would imagine that Larian getting out of the co-op stuff with Series S is the crack in the glass to say, like, I was surprised that happened actually, because, and I'm sure that was something they struggled over because they're like, this is going to be used as an excuse now. And maybe their whole thing is like, well, it's Larian and Baldur's Gate. We don't have to let everyone do that. But I think a lot of developers over time are going to start coming to them and be like, we just can't make this work. And the parity stuff is going to start to fall apart, I think, for them. And my third prediction is political, but more and more people are being elected to US Congress that are younger and more connected and savvy, both from Silicon Valley and outside of it. And they understand the workings and the machinations of games and the internet and technologies much better than the older people that just won't go away. And I suspect that this is the year where they're going to start holding hearings into... Well, let me back up. They can't go after TikTok. It's becoming increasingly clear that that's going to be a big political problem for them. And there's this whole idea that the United States can force TikTok to divest and sell the company to a better arbiter than a Chinese agency. But it's so popular and probably so politically catastrophic to do that and isolate all these young people that it's probably too far gone. So I think they're going to start picking on smaller companies, and smaller I use in quotes, that don't have the reach. So you can imagine a situation where, like we noted, when we released, what was it, Habroxia 2 on PS4, we had to take out references to Taiwan. Because in the lore that I wrote, Taiwan becomes an independent country or something. We had to remove all of that. And I wonder if powers that be in Congress start getting word of this sort of kind of self-editorializing or self-editing, I should say, that already happens by rule at places like Disney and Warner Brothers and all of these other big firms. And people start coming more down on this kind of mixture of encroachment of totalitarian government into the free expression of video games, understanding that in the United States, video games are a protected form of free expression according to the Supreme Court. So we're kind of coming into a culture war where things have to be edited and self-edited. I wonder if the government gets involved and starts talking more about that, because they can't go after the biggest Chinese companies because it's just too far gone. So maybe you go after, like, Activision's been really woefully mistreated in China, for instance. Like, do you start going after Tencent or like, they don't really want to go after Huawei because they kind of already won. Huawei is like a big telecom in China. So I just feel like things are going to start getting snippier there as people become more aware, and that's probably good. So those are my 3 predictions.
Nice. Dustin.
My 3, a little, serious and a little more silly than Colin's. And I realize now all 3 negative, but it is what it is. Number fun. 1, Nintendo will do something to fuck up the Switch 2 launch. I'm not saying they're going to ruin it, but Nintendo, they got to do something that's like, oh, come on, man. Like, think about the NES Classic. It's like, man, this thing's great. But the controllers, the cables on them.
Oh my God, it was ridiculous.
Yeah,
I had to like suspended on a USB cable, like really long, and then it was just like floating in the middle in the air, basically.
Yeah. So I think with Switch 2, they're gonna do something like, the worst case scenario is no backwards compatibility. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think that, but it is Nintendo.
That would be crazy.
I think
there's no way.
A lesser extent, and I do believe this because there's already been rumors about it, is that they will not do an OLED screen. And they're going to make people go back to an LCD and then sell them an OLED later. That's my biggest fear. They're going to do something.
That's just make good business, son.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A little bittersweet, I think. Yeah. Number 2, this is the most silly one and probably isn't true. But the Tomba revival and the revisionist history. I think all these people are going to come out. The Tomba, they're re-releasing it. Like, oh, man, Tomba, that was a classic game on PlayStation 1.
Don't let him get away with it. Don't let him get away with it, Dustin. You know what we do to revisionists. You know what we do to them.
I have fucking had Tomba, number 1 Tomba fan in my social accounts for fucking years. Okay. I've been here for my boy with pink hair. Now he's coming back. And here's the thing. New Tomba fans. Hell yeah. Bring him in. I want Tomba 3 to happen. Let's make this boy popular. But don't say that you were there for him. No, I've been fucking here for
this. Is just like the old Woodstock thing, right? I was just looking it up. Woodstock had 500,000 people at it, but they say like millions of people were at Woodstock, right?
Right.
In quotes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, just say you're like,
no revisionism.
No revisionism about Tomba. Yeah. Very important.
When the Wind Waker revisionism is what bothers me the most. I'm like, you motherfuckers all hated it. You think I don't forget? You think I forgot that?
Oh, dude, I remember that. Yeah, everyone hated that shit.
Zelda? You think I forgot all about that? I was the one taking heat for liking it. Now I
was there. I was there.
Yeah.
I was disappointed, Colin, because of the Space World demo. It looked fucking incredible. But I still bought that shit day 1, though. I think I'm missing Zelda? No way.
I didn't have a GameCube, so I missed it. But
you poor soul.
My last GameCube one, and this one I fear is the most realistic, is that Sony will quietly stop supporting PSVR 2 with first and second party stuff. And it will go the way of the Vita, that it will remain alive and there will be good content for it. But I'm worried that Sony's, with Vita, they get scared because it doesn't necessarily turn out how they want at launch. And they're just going to slowly let this thing creep along as they have kind of for this year. And I know there's been a lot of good stuff. I know there's been good games, not from Sony, and that's great. I'm glad. And we should support those people that are making great games for PSVR 2. But I don't know. I'm getting a weird feeling from Sony about PSVR 2. So 2024, you either got to make it happen or, let this thing.
Maybe they'll never talk again. We never know. Only 11 press releases all year from Sony.
Oh, my God. Dustin, I feel like if Team Asobi's game doesn't have VR support, it's over.
Yeah, maybe that's the last bastion.
It's over
for them. Yeah.
It's done. That's it.
Remember, they shut down Manchester, which was going to be a first-party VR team too. So there is no decidedly VR focused. I would hope, in some way, it's like it would be a real shame if Asobi's game was on VR. I mean, that's kind of how I feel at this point. So you got to make it at least for everything, and maybe with VR compatibility or something.
Let's see. I'm just going to combine these into 3. Hold on. Oh, that should be fine. Okay, prediction 1. Sony will buy Square Enix or Bandai Namco. I think they're aligning with. I feel like I'm leaning more towards Bandai Namco now. I just feel like they're aligning themselves with anime and like Crunchyroll and all that stuff, dude. That's a powerhouse, man. I feel like they're going to take a big move at one of these companies to protect the Japanese game makers from Xbox or something like that. Because Xbox is not going to stop sniffing around. We all know that. Number 2 is Banjo-Kazooie Returns, the new game for Xbox. I'm talking like a new proper Banjo game, not Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. Also with this one, a new StarCraft game will be revealed.
Dude, that would be the fan feel-good moment.
Yes.
For Blizzard. That would be a big win.
And for me, also, The Evil Within 3 is revealed, since they own them also. So I'm hoping for those 3 games to be revealed.
No Mikami, though. Right?
Yeah, but he wasn't on, too.
Oh, he wasn't?
John Johannes was.
What did he do? Did he do Hi-Fi?
Yeah, he did Hi-Fi.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I always assumed that was like a second team.
And my final one is a new 3D Mario game will be a crossover with Donkey Kong and will launch day 1 on Switch successor, whatever it is.
Super Switch.
Super Switch.
Make it Super Switch. That'd be so good.
And Seth Rogen will be the voice? No.
Of the Switch?
Of the Switch, yeah. I've been of Donkey Kong, but the Switch too. He like in the menus and stuff, you know?
Yeah. 1 player, 2 player.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
Dude, so that makes sense, Brad. I mean, Donkey Kong, big part of the Mario movie. The Mario, were in Japan, they're getting a Donkey Kong expansion to the park.
Yeah, so, let's put that boy back in 3D. You know, it's been a long time since Donkey Kong's been 3D.
Sure.
Let him have his time. But yeah, that's it. We're done with episode 1 of Summon Sign, a meaty episode, the GOTY episode where we talked about all that good stuff. In the future, we will have questions. I will be putting up a thread like we do for every Last Stand Media show where you can ask questions. You can send them in for stuff like Sort It Out and Keep It Up. Also, whatever random shit you guys are doing out there. Some of the LSM fans are kind of perverts or doing something. We always hear about something, some situation you guys get yourself caught into, or making your poor wife listen to our shows.
Mm-hmm. We're ruining lives out there. Do you know someone left their wife because Dustin, what was it? Like I said something like, I don't know. I just said something totally unrelated. Like you have to follow your heart or something like that. And then this dude wrote me a whole screed about how he left his wife. Because
oh my god, I said, I was like, dude, you're a fucking home wrecker, dude.
I guess it's like the most passive home wrecking of all time.
Yeah, holy shit.
I didn't get anything out of it. You know?
Please don't leave your others.
Yeah, not over me. Why are you listening to me? Of all people,
please don't do that. We're just a bunch of fucking idiots. All right,
no doubt about it.
But that was a fun ass episode.
Hell yeah,
I really enjoyed it. Hope all you listeners enjoyed it too. Dustin, thanks for joining me,
dude. Thank you, Brad. As I said this earlier, I won't repeat myself. I'm so happy. You're here. You're part of our family.
Yay.
And it's a dream. I mean, it really is a dream come true. And dude, here's the thing. Our audience, I've heard the feedback over the years that they're like, I like the what have you been playing section, but all your shows are so news focused. Let's talk about some nitty gritty with games outside of Spoiler Cast. Well, here's 4 hours.
They're going to shit.
Yeah.
They're going to love it.
Here's a lot. Yeah. And of course, Colin, thank you for being on the show. Thank you for extending an invite to the LSM family for me. Very kind of you.
Yeah, I
had to take it.
Yeah, I think things fell into place. I was saying like little domino, big domino, little domino.
Yeah.
Dustin edits knockback, big domino. Brad starts Summon Sign for Last Stand Media. I mean, that's really all the whole way it went. And you're very welcome here. And as I said, man, I'm really excited to see what you do with the show. It's your show. I'm not your father. I'm not your guide. I want to see, I'm not here to tell you what to do, who to have on the show. Friends or foes, whatever. I'm really excited to see how you expand. And I really think that this show is going to be something special. I think the audience is going to be amped that this is what the show is. And a lot of them already predicted it because I couldn't help but spoil things.
Everyone figured it out. Everyone figured it out.
But what you have to remember is that none of the spoilers were really explicit. I like little Easter eggs, like following you on Twitter. That was, I did that on purpose. I didn't see what bothered me about this though was how quickly they figured it out. And I didn't think they would figure it out so quickly because it basically like someone was looking at someone's profile, like Jeans, and it said Last Stand Media also follows. And then it had Brad in there. And what I was hoping was someone was going to click on the number eventually and see that Brad was being followed on there. So they figured it out in a different, more speedy way than I had hoped. But what I try to remember is that most of our audience has no fucking idea what's going on. When this pops up, they're going to be like, what is this? Like, where did this come from?
What is this shit?
So it's for most of them it'll be a good surprise. But I'm happy that people were sniffing it out from the very beginning. You know, I got my man, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Oh shit, they got me. Yeah, I just gotta say, as how I viewed Last Stand Media, the hierarchy is Colin is Big Boss, Chris is Solid Snake, Dustin is Otacon, Micah is Big Mama. I gotta figure out the rest. Like, who's gonna be Fat Man? I gotta figure stuff out like that. Who's gonna be Vulcan Raven? I gotta figure out the rest of Foxhound or Cobra Unit or whatever. Yeah, what we all are.
Yeah, I like Cog as a beefier cyborg ninja.
As Gray Fox?
Yeah, Maddie.
Yeah, we got him as Gray Fox.
Yeah, Maddie as a gender bending new age sniper wolf. What do you think of this?
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, taking the what is it, diazepam you take, right?
Yeah, exactly. With
Oh my god.
I'll be Johnny and like shit my pants in MGS4.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward very much to being on the show more when you need me, and really hopefully Brad getting into the things we share. Like I was thinking of the three of us, like the JRPG boys, or of course you and I, Mega Man, Castlevania, et cetera, you and Dustin with all of the different things you share. Persona, probably near Kingdom Hearts, whatever the case it is. So you're gonna have, again, access to anyone you want. So you make it happen, and I'll be here when you need me.
Yeah, I'm stoked to talk to everybody. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Cool. That's it, everybody. We appreciate it. Please check us out on patreon.com/laststandmedia. If you would like to support us, we appreciate that greatly. Also, please, if you're listening to this first time on podcast service, leave a nice review. That will help us. We're a brand new podcast. Shoot us up there real quick. Let us get up there and let them know that we're here to stay. Until next time, everybody, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you all later. Take care. Summon Sign is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is written and hosted by me, Brad Ellis. The show is produced by Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. Summon Sign, along with the rest of Last Stand's media shows, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we are grateful for your kind contribution and generosity to our independent endeavor. Thank you.
I've got my people here, and there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. So whoa.
Oh my god, what the
damn?
It's a weird spirit to this show already.
Yeah, this is too much power. What is going on?
What is
Did you hit a button on your Zoom?
No. Is it my thing?
It might be the sound buttons on your Zoom. I don't know. Okay, wait.
Nothing. Why did it just start?
There's a dial on your Zoom in the middle under the 4 glowing buttons. Put that all the way down. I don't know what that sound is.
What is that?
It's charge. You guys are so not sports fans.
No, Colin, I know what the sound is. I don't know where it's coming from. Come on.
Okay. Where is it coming from? That's got to be coming from someone.
Is it me? Like, what is it? Nothing's flashing. There's no audio going.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now.
Full-blown panic.
Stop it. Stop this.
Okay, we'll stop. And we'll